September non-farm payrolls just coming through, 336,000 versus 170 expected on that number. Again, this screen a little bit delayed here, but just hearing in my ear again, 336,000 versus 170 expected there. Huge upside miss for that. Unemployment rate 3.8% meanwhile, versus a 3.7% expectations. U.S. private payrolls, also a huge miss, 263,000 versus 160,000 expected there. Right across the board here, looking like a ton of underlying strength in the overall economy, not obviously what the market was looking for. That's a 15-minute chart of the Qs. Obviously going to be downside in a huge way here. Wow, if you're just joining, 336,000 on the September jobs number versus 170 expected there. More than double. That's not good for the overall market heading into the weekend here. Welcome in. Strap in to what could be a pretty exciting Friday here as we get going. Big time negativity coming right across the board here. Tech going to be under a lot of pressure. There's a ton of individual names moving around here this morning as well that we'll get into. But this is going to take precedence. Again, big miss for the September jobs number just coming through. It's Friday, October 6, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Big move down here right across the board following this number. I'll expand this so you can see it. 336,000 on the September NFP number versus 170 expected there. Wow. 3.8% on the unemployment rate. 3.7 was expected. So that actually is in the right direction ever so slightly, but not going to help things, I don't think, after that main number comes across. We were speaking with Frank yesterday in the afternoon. You know, he was suggesting maybe we get 10,000, 20,000 one way or the other, and the market kind of shrugs it off, and we continue along as we've seen throughout the week. NASDAQ getting absolutely hammered here. Tech stocks just popping up right across most of the scanners that I'm looking at here. It's going to be a pretty tough day coming off that number as we head into the weekend here. We've had, this is now the third major, I mean, this is obviously the biggest one, but third employment-related data point this week. Up until this point, it's been kind of back and forth all over the place, but this one indicating still a ton of strength here.
Yeah, oh yeah, we're barely holding on to 14.7 here on the NQ December contract. I can't wait to see what the Fed rate tool is going to be like in a few minutes once it updates. But yeah, keep your eye on big tech, very interest rate sensitive now, with more likelihood that we could see another 25 bips at the end of the year. Ouch.
Yeah, we'll bring that up. We'll get it refreshed. Just seeing yields popping as well to the upside, as they should. There's Tesla, 2.7 now. It was already down on some price cuts. So right across the board, big moves, guys, as we head into the weekend here. Sean off with a much needed long weekend and much deserved. Obi in for Sean. Good to have Obi with us. Not looking good here, guys.
Oh my goodness, Tater Tot, that was the Oakland A's of NFP. I don't know what that means, but I guess you mean it's on steroids. No, it means it's on steroids, right? So like if you remember the Bash Brothers, like yada yada yada, Mark McGuire, Jose Canseco. If you're old like me, you probably remember that reference. I actually crossed, like, I didn't cross $3, but I chased $3 and didn't get it. Like, that's the cues. I chased down here. You know what? Not liquid enough. That's why you go to, like, if you wonder why people trade like the T sometimes, like, there's just a little bit more liquidity when you're punching. Yeah. I think that's definitely true, because when you try and grab the cues, the actual cues, there's not going to be as much liquidity, but absolutely crazy. I was saying before, didn't I say to you, I'm like, yeah, if that number comes in like way too hot, yeah, that's not what anybody is interested in. But for the actual market movement, you're going to get the volatility. It is absolutely nasty. Canseco was the man. Okay, if you believe that. But this is way too big of a surprise to fight the trend here. I think you kind of feel as if that's way too big. Probably gets revised. I mean, you might get revisions down the line when it's something that big, but until then, the market was closing at highs. You got to respect the fact that we have a decent chance to get to these weekly lows, which in the Qs, that's about $1.50 from here. And if you're looking at the future, I like this level, if I'm looking at the NASDAQ, like 14.75, where we kind of bottomed out. Like, that's for the curl that I'm looking for if I'm going to be patient with it. And the double bottom, I think there's a reason you could test that. So 14.6 in there on the NASDAQ. The ES, we don't really look too much at the ES, but if you're looking at corresponding levels there, you're about 20 handles away from the bottom on the ES on the week. So whichever one you're looking at looks like we're curling right into those lows. I wouldn't necessarily fight it. Rivian broke 18 when it happened as well, so that's still going to be in play. Rivian getting absolutely destroyed yesterday, so it's going to be a wild one. I was hoping for a stronger number. Like, I had some contingency breakouts in case. A weaker number. If it was a weak number, I had a couple of good breakouts. Yeah. I don't think we're seeing those.
Yeah, we were talking about that kind of if the number comes in one way or another, like how directional it's going to be. Very, very clearly directional to the downside, almost double of what was expected. You know me, a little bit of a counter trend there. So I'm trying to play the bounce here. So we got in some TQs there, just underneath that 34.50 mark. Yeah, let's see how much we can kind of correct this bit of an overreaction to this crazy number that we just had right there, Neil. That was pretty intense. That was really hot. Like right through that 35. Like that was really a really powerful move there.
That's getting. There's going to be revisions, but let's be real. Like, you know, that's obviously a pretty big number. I think you got to be very specific. Oh, there's one thing I wanted to get. Oh, we're not there. Okay. Oh my goodness. Remember Meta 300?
Yes.
This is what happens when you look at the Qs.
Oh, boy.
This is what happens when you look at the Qs.
Tell me,
Meta 300.
Don't tell me.
OB,
was that the low?
Of course
the
it's
whole
the
market
low.
cracked.
$300.10. If you're not familiar, I'm just going to get this one out of the way. Oh. If you're not noticing what's been happening in Meta, whether you want to say it's 300 or whether you want to say it's the 50-period moving average, like this stock has touched at some point every single day since the end of August, the stock has touched the 50-period moving average or 300. And so if you think about that, if it opens at like 306, 307, it's been getting to 300. If it opens underneath 300, it's been getting back to 300. Well, we just bounced off exactly 300. I'm sitting there looking at the Qs. It happens. Like sometimes you got to prioritize. You pick. I was watching Rivian in the Qs, and it was Meta. Meta 300 was probably the easier trade because it's the big level. We all know what's there. If you've been watching it, you know what's there. But buckle up. It's going to be a wild one. Shout out to everyone in the chat that's excited to see the markets go down. We left it on the Bears because that was Randy's decision, so he obviously knew something we didn't, Brendo.
Yeah.
Just going over a few things here, guys. As far as this report is concerned, it looks like they've also revised both July and August higher. 227 in the prior report there. That's the CME Fed Funds tool. I'm actually surprised it's not more than this, but 23.7 indicating a quarter point hike to come in November. If you go to December now, a little bit more than that, 32.1, so better part of 55% before the end of the year. We'll see a quarter point, 64.1% on the hold there for December. Yeah, just going through a few other data points here as far as this report is concerned. A couple of things that are probably adding to the negativity here. Participation rate in September exactly as expected and exactly the same as the prior there, 62.8%. Average hourly earnings, September 0.2% versus a 0.3% uptick expected. So they were actually expecting things to go higher as far as the hourly earnings are concerned, but no change from the prior 0.2% increase as well. So that's not going to help things. Unemployment rate, if you missed it there, again, 3.8 versus 3.8 or versus 3.7. 3.8 was the prior there. So right across the board, we're seeing either in line with expectations or slight upticks here.
Yeah, it looks like that ADP number was off. I mean, because we got 3 numbers this week, all pointing to the high side. You know, one reprieve. Yeah, not really too much to add. Let's watch price action because it looks like we're going to be in the red today.
Yeah, I mean, as far as what could be the worst off, I mean, tech obviously going to be in focus here as far as higher interest rates are concerned. This has been the market that's been taking it on the chin when it comes to that. So we'll watch big tech. We'll watch some of the little ones moving around here. I'm just seeing a couple of small caps popping up. Parazero as well, PRZO, there's VCNX, there's this FEMY. Obviously, these types of names not really going to be as affected by this, but I mean, we have Peter Schiff on the show coming up at 1 o'clock this afternoon. His reaction
He's going to be excited.
to this could be pretty exciting today.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, this is probably like the peak day to have Mr. Schiff on today. I'll tell you that much. He's probably licking his chops at this one. There was a really great point in the chat, and someone was just saying, this is not the kind of day where I think big tech support levels are going to hold. I don't necessarily disagree with that notion, but when talking about a flash event like an economic number or flash news, you're always looking for like liquidity replenishment points, and they tend to happen at very significant levels. So the first thing I usually do is zoom out when the market is tanking, and if there's something really, really big, is the stock going to turn there? And that's when that's the only reason. I was just checking Tesla for anything. But that's why you'd speculate that if you're going to try to play the dip, you would look at Meta at 300. Like, that's pretty obvious when looking at the last couple of days. But I'd already be out of that sucker. Like, it bounced $1.20. Like, I'm not a hero about that kind of a play. Like, that's get in, get out. If you take 20s or quarters in front, you're risking about 30, 40 cents, and it just gave you $1 to $1.20. You just take that and run, and then worry about what the next is going to be. So I got 302 marked off on Meta here. I'm just going to show you sort of the reason why. Like, every bounce off of 300, the last little bit, like its first stop, fail 302, or run away from 302. Kind of fail 302, fail 302, run away from it, then dip buy into it, run away from it, dip buy into it. So 302 is like the significant level above 300. That's where I would play a curl here in Meta. Like, if you lose shorting the pop, I think that's the area to do it, because that's the place where you found overhead resistance first from that 300 level. So I got that one in line. Also, you know what? You can't. The thing about Rivian the last couple of days is you can't really look away from it for too long if you're trying to get the short, because it's going to be SSR. There was one little curl like right away that you could have had. Like, that bounce, I'm thinking that bounce might actually bounce. Like, it went 4 cents to the upside and then tanked. That's how Rivian was yesterday, and it looks like we're just getting more of it again here today. Like, it's defying any semblance of this is how fast it's going to move. I'm expecting to get a bounce on the number after the initial flush. Nope. Rivian is still getting destroyed. I showed you guys Tesla already. NVIDIA, like, NVIDIA is at that 440. 440 was the key level for NVIDIA. I think 444, it's a short underneath 444 for me is what I'm kind of thinking here today. If it gets back above 444, I never want to be fighting that stock. If it's the first to bounce, I never want to be fighting NVIDIA. It's like Tesla. If the market's tanking and that's rallying, that's not the one that you want to go for. So NVIDIA outside of the pocket. AMD here, though. AMD, I like 102. The same way I kind of like 302 on Meta. The 102 area on AMD, kind of the same reason. Bounced off 100. First resistance was 102. You broke it. You supported it. So I like the short off of 102 here for AMD. NVIDIA might have to stay away just based on the current price it's at.
Yeah, for sure. I am still long these the TQs here. We're kind of holding that the 14.7 there on the NQ. I like that. Kind of an overreaction move, right? Sure, we got an economic number that came out, and the market reacted to it. And I don't think we've had such a wild reaction to any sort of economic number in a while. Nothing like this, at least. About 100 points there on, well, almost 100 points there on. The NQ right there, just in the 14.8s. Actually, if you want to count that 14.9 consolidation from that Globex session, the pre-market session there, we were at 14.9, and we come all the way down into 14.7. So almost 200 points there. I am watching a couple levels on the day on Microsoft, on Meta. We talked about, it was funny, me and Neil and I talked about that 300 just a few minutes before the number, and yeah, we were like, oh, the defense on that 300 has been so solid over the past few weeks actually, and it kind of a recycled price there, and then it comes right in off that number and holds. So it's actually beautiful, kind of liquidity showing itself, kind of stopping that move from getting a little further. Because take a look at the NQs. The NQs definitely had a significant drop, and so did everything else. I got Microsoft, Apple, and Google on watch as well, and kind of a pop back up. A lot of things wicking back up right now. So let's see if this overreaction was an actual overreaction and we kind of push back through. I'm trying to get these after-hour prices here on the TQs, and I can't really seem to be getting them. But the fact of the matter is that we are consolidating underneath yesterday's low.
And speaking of guests, we talked about we're going to have Mr. Schiff on at 1 o'clock. We've got Mr. Nos, the Nos boss, locked and ready to go. Interested to hear his opinion on what just happened with NFP.
Yeah, just taking out, or just watching yields taking out highs here right across the board, dollar popping. Sharif and I were just sitting here, Michael Nos, talking about the August number as well. Not only is the September number laughable almost to the upside, they revised the August number up, better part of 50,000 jobs. So I don't even understand how they, can report something that's that far off, on a month-to-month basis like that. It's crazy, but just an absolute monster of a NFP number this morning. Obviously, unemployment rate in line with expectations, still 3.8%. Multi-year lows continuing to affect, the overall market. I know you wanted to discuss the NASDAQ specifically and the underlying strength or overall strength that we had seen this week so far in some of the big tech names, which is very true going into this, but obviously things have changed here this morning.
Yeah, things have changed. It's a funny, I'll keep the story quick, but with when Ralph Alcamporo created the CMT, spoke in front of Congress in the United States to try to get the CMT raised to the same level of the CFA. That was actually part of his argument that got the CMT that notification, is saying, listen, he held up a price chart and he said, you know what we're not going to revise next month? The closing price of Apple today. You know what we're not going to revise 3 or 4 months down the road, right? The closing price of the NASDAQ. So it's, price is kind of true, and then everything else with economic numbers, they kind of make up as they go. But I put together this presentation. I'm actually watching the market on the corner of my eye right now, and I think some of this will still hold true. So when I did my scanning last night, it was very interesting looking for relative strength. So this first presentation, or this first slide here, is basically the equal weight version. I'll talk about why they did that in a second, of technologies, the overall market, and energy. The yellow line being energy, you can see down the most, the pink line being the overall market down a bit, and then technology, or big cap tech, actually holding up really, really well on an equal weighted basis. So if, I heard Obi say, if this is an overreaction and we're going to reverse to the upside, then I still think these are going to be a lot of the names that you watch. Now, again, a lot of these screenshots were taken before the number came out, which was, I think, wilder than most of us thought. So just keep that in mind. But if we're going to bounce, I've actually put out some bids in some of these names while I was waiting in the green room there. So the next slide is just basically going to eyeball the difference between what's going on. The RSP is an equal weighted version of the S&P 500. The reason I chose the RSP is because, as we know, the S&P 500 is also heavily weighted to those big cap names, the Apples, the Nvidias, all of these type of things. So I wanted to remove that from the equation. So this is what the average stock more or less had been looking like over the last few days. Then we go in, the next one is the Qs, which, yes, we're down a bit today, but we're still kind of near and holding that level that I drew, which is these prior days lows. So for me, the crux will be if we can hold those, and I mean on a closing basis. I don't care if we trade under in the morning and do one of those midday reversals that we've been doing so much recently. For me, all of this on a closing basis, I like these big tech names. If we close under that level significantly, right, just no trade, no harm, just a little bit of a wasted scanning, but that's just what we do, right? 99% of my ideas, I bet you I don't enter. So yeah, it's big tech. So I've made these charts are actually coming soon to Trade Ideas, where they have the fundamental data and the technical data just put into one, and basically just highlighting most of these names, right? You know all of them. We have Meta here. Next one is Spotify getting tight. We have Tesla holding tight as well. And then AMD, I like a little bit better than NVIDIA just because it has a little bit more of a pullback. But again, this is all going to be dependent on what happens in the next little bit. I wouldn't be too panicked. Again, I told you I put out some dip buy orders in some of these names to see if I can get long a little bit. I think this may be a little bit overdone. But again, who knows? So long story short, if we get one of those late day reversals, which has been happening so much, at the end of the day, I'll be standing here probably punching into a handful of these big tech names. If it is a free fall Friday, I'll be at the gym, outside, walking the dogs, doing anything but looking at the screens, I guess.
Important point, I think, is the simple fact that if levels are broken, there's no trade, as you were saying. So this is why we do preparation. This is why we look at levels. This is why we plan out what is to come and what our trades could potentially look like. And if they're not there, they're not there.
And I think that's hugely important. I get the question all the time of, what do you think of Tesla? Or what do you think of NVIDIA? Or what do you think of this or that and the other thing? And I always answer, that's not how real traders trade, right? We come up with if-then scenarios, right? So my if-then scenario is, if the Qs hold that level, then I want to start looking at some of these strong big tech names, and I'll be buying them on breakouts. If that first thing doesn't happen, then that second thing doesn't happen. And if you interview and you talk to a lot of big traders, that's what they do, is they develop a plan of attack, and a plan of engagement or whatever. And then if that doesn't happen, then they just wait for the next thing, right? The market will be open on Monday. I'll have all weekend to come up with a bunch of new ideas with new information that has come in, and then we'll see what happens then.
Yeah, as we sit here, new lows coming into play here on the day for the Qs. So yeah, it might be one of those situations. Great stuff. Michael Noss, CMT over at Trade Ideas. Have a great weekend.
A great weekend.
Yeah, thank you so much, Michael. Like, it's one of those, regardless of what your time frame is, time horizon are, the style of trader you are, what Michael just said is just so important. Like, everything in trading is an if-then statement, right? Like, you don't, like, no one's, like, your idea isn't, I think the market is going up today. I think the market is going down today. You can have a bias, you can have a notion on a stock or something along those lines, but usually it's, if it gets to this price, this is what I want to do. Or if when it gets to this price, these conditions are happening, like maybe it's a market condition, maybe it's some kind of indicator you're looking at. If those are there, then I enter the trade. If it goes past, if X happens, I do Y. And then essentially, all a trade ends up being is, I want it to fill condition X so that I do Y, and then I want it to get to price A before it gets to price B. So it's something along those lines. Couple of notes here. One, Shopify 51 has been a thing for me this time. I drew a line at 51, and I swear I saved it, but you guys can see that it's not here. So do I really even have to show you guys this flat bottom break? But whatever. I'm going to do it anyways. Where's my flat? There it is.
Nice.
So this has been like a wait around for it for, I don't remember how long we're waiting for this to actually break this finally and for good, but there's 51 on Shopify, broke out on this level in May, dipped into it, that's August, a couple of dips recently. There's some wicks underneath. That's a nasty dark pool wick that's, I don't want to say it's not true, it's just a late print that's trash. It's from this time at the open back on the 28th. When it broke at the open, rejected the break, went 50 cents, and then ran away. So any guesses at where you think my stop is on a 51 short? Short underneath 51. So when it broke it and failed, it went 50 cents and bounced. I'm not like crazy. It's not rocket science, man. Like if it breaks 51 by 50 pennies, I'm getting out. Kind of the same thing. The amount that it failed by before underneath this price, that's the amount that it has to get above there in the other direction. That's like my volatility range on this break that tells me I'm right or wrong. And if it gets to 1-to-1, I start taking it out. So I'm going to get out some in front of 50, 50 and a half, and then 50, and then play it by ear. The other trade was, those scanning through, it could have been Meta 302. I'll double check that in a second. I'm not sure, but there was a nice little curl into AMD right in here in front of that 302 level, or 102 level. Couldn't quite get there. It got to 101.5 and then rejected. It's now down to 101, took some out. You want to make sure you ring the register on these kinds of things because ultimately you're chasing a move. Like this fell from 103 into 101.5. So it's already a big move to the downside. You're down 2%. I want to make sure I pace them out. But I'm going to slap the proverbial fail on not just just short Rivian. I mean, that's the answer to all questions in the last day and 20 minutes has been to just short Rivian. Really, like I'm thinking about like look at this 18 level. Maybe you get a pop here. Like the scary thing would be if Rivian finds a bottom, it could really rip some faces off. So I think you gotta at least be a little bit scared, not scared, but wary of that. And you're right, Renata. The SPY broke that 420. Man, it's a good thing we all mortgaged our everything to buy the SPY at 420. Although it did bounce the first time it was there, in all fairness.
Yeah, I think I was actually looking at that. I was like, huh, if you were sitting at that 420, kind of that area that has shown to be a little bit of a key, you got a 2-day bounce that gave you about 5 points. We hit 425 off of that 420 bounce, but we're coming right back in to that 420 area. Again, we talked about how some of these levels may potentially have some liquidity, just like that Meta 300, and then the SPY on this economic number comes right into that 420, and then we can see how earlier this week it acted as a bit of support right there on Tuesday, and then Wednesday as well. You made some higher lows, and then you kind of ticked up into that 425 where we couldn't really get past too far off that 425 right there, and now revisiting back down into the bottom of the range, right? You know, like just been a bit of a weekly range here between that 425 and the 420 after Monday's consolidation kind of breakdown there. So interesting look for sure.
Definitely interesting level. I want to point something out because Darwin just made a good point in the chat there about Rivian. Rivian, obviously it's underneath that 200 period moving average, but the gap on the daily chart is, I mean, it's 16-ish. So I just said this in the chat. Like if I get destroyed on a long today, like if there's a long that's worth like losing, you know, like you're actually going to really take a hit on it. Like you're not just sitting there saying, okay, I kind of like this trade. Like no, like this is the one place I would like the long, and this is the one where I think it's worth risking. If it's not 16, then I'm doing it wrong. You know what I mean? Like if you take other bounces, they can be okay, but you don't want to get screwed going long Rivian. When stocks try to fill in gaps, a lot of times they just do it. That was the experience I had with a firm. You know, like that's why I keep saying a firm until it gets down to 15 bucks, just sort of favor the short side of the trade. Like when a stock is doing this, it's let it do it. You know what I mean? Like if, it was something I always say in fantasy football. It's like if your opponent's making a mistake, just let them make it. It works in sport. If a stock is falling like an absolute rock and you want to find a place to buy it, just let it fall. You know, like you don't have to, like if it's doing this, just let it fall. Rivian's doing that. Crazy start to the day. Looks like we're not really bouncing as much as sometimes you would expect at the 8:30 number, Brendo.
Yeah, or not at all. In some cases, Google day lows, Apple coming into day lows here, NASDAQ day lows as well, 1.3 now. That's the dollar taking back basically the last 2 days here, right back to 107. Just noting the 10-year taking out the highs. 2-year, 30 years at highest level since 2007, I was hearing. So right across the board, everything you don't want to see when you're looking at stocks, trying to get them going to the upside. That's not going to matter a lot at this point this morning, but there's some analyst moves for you. Dell, Vale, UBS, Paramount, AutoZone, Carrier, Kinder Morgan's First Solar downside.
Yeah, so about First Solar, down 2%, which, you know what, down 2% isn't even, it's not that bad compared to like what it's been doing and what the market is doing right now. But you got to think if there's a better chance at rates higher for longer or further raising, like what's that bad for? Like that's bad for anybody that has to issue debt. That's bad for anybody making capital expenditures. And you know, anybody that has to do that, it's not a good thing. This was already under pressure. Like yikes. You know what, I got to go to the weekly chart for First Solar. Like sometimes like the daily chart is not even going to be of any help here. So let me just pull up my trade ideas myself and then drag the weekly chart down for you guys. Just easier and cleaner, more clean to get an idea of what's happening with this one. So you look right into 142, which is, like right now, it's the bid's 142, but there's less than 100 shares there. But effectively, it's at 142 bucks, which is the big level on the weekly. Well, the next big level on the weekly here for Solar, but the bigger one would be down at 120 bucks. Previous top, dip by to the rip, and then the first higher low was 142. So if 142 goes, it's kind of like the Rivian thing. If it's underneath 142, breaks 140, this could be trending down into 120 still. This is what we talk about. Don't always try to catch a falling knife. Like clearly a trend has reversed here and it's accelerating right now, testing one big level and trying to get into another. It's tricky. As a day trader, the problem with that is if you're trying to, like if you wanted to short like 142 exactly, well, that's the level of support. Maybe not the one that you want to mess with, but if it cannot hold above that price at the open and starts trending down, like if First Solar does anything resembling this, like it did yesterday, like where 150 here is like the 142 today, then I think you're just looking short. Like it drops down, let it bounce. If the bounce fails at that previous level, so that's 150 here, but that would be like the 42 level down there. Let's say it fails at 41 if it flushes at the open. Then you just join, to me, you want to join the trend if that's what you're trading. So yeah, that's the one that probably sticks out on that list to me. I haven't looked at Paramount in a while, but I'd say First Solar at least sets up for a potential short under 142.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. I'm just taking a look at the chart for I guess for the first time right now, and yeah, that weekly breakdown level, we're right there at that price. Just like we said, a lot of these names kind of coming into these previous support areas, whether that's in this week or from previous weeks, or in the case of First Solar a few months ago, there at that 142. So yeah, but if we can definitely crack that, we do have a lot of chop here that we could fall into, but I don't see any significant relief up until at least the 140. So that 142 crack can definitely come in. But take a look at this as well. I'm watching this kind of volume there, right there. So we're getting a little bit of expanding volume into that acceleration that Neil just mentioned. And yeah, the trend is definitely very, very directional here off of some of these tops that we've had, especially off of earnings, right? You can see that volume from earnings. We've sold off pretty much everything since the last earnings there on First Solar.
All right, just noting, coming up at 12 o'clock today at lunchtime, Fed's Waller going to be making some comments. There's an ECB representative making some comments right now. So just be aware of the overall market, obviously. Back to the downside we go. Let's get into everything else you need to know here as we head towards the open. Sharif's going to kick things off with a look at the futures.
Yeah, we closed out at 42.90 yesterday. We're still very much respecting this downtrend line here all the way through. 4,300 was in play yesterday and the day before. We've rejected audit both times. Now, with respect to support, we're looking at that 42.35 area. That's where we troughed out October 4th. We're not quite down there yet on the hourly chart. Let's look at the daily, though, on the ES continuous contract, where we could find actual daily support. There's good possibility here this 4,200 provides us some support if we're able to make it down today.
Yeah, it's interesting when you zoom out like that. It gives you a bit of a perspective of where we are on the bigger picture, but good luck for the overall market there. Let's get into what you need to know as we head towards the open. If you haven't done so, watchlist.tradertv.live will get you there. You can use a QR code, enter your email address, and then you get that for free every single day right to your inbox. Yeah, you got a preview there. Tesla. Yeah, it was, I think it was about 1.5%. It's doubled since then. 3% now. It's off the lows a little bit here, but 250 coming into play after they come out with some price cuts in the U.S. Model Y and 3. Getting a pretty hefty price cut indeed after we got those delivery numbers that obviously missed as well.
Yeah, it covered the Model Y and the Model 3, but my suspicion is here that they're looking to move the older Model 3 inventory. I mean, a lot of people have been making a lot about the fact that the margin compression is really hurting Tesla here. We saw gross margins in the better part of 2022 at about 30-some-odd%. Now they're squeezing down to about in the mid-teens. So we'll have to wait and see. We know factory shutdowns also hurt them with respect to deliveries, but we'll see what the rest of the day brings.
Yeah, one of those days where obviously the market going to be negative, something like a negative catalyst for a Tesla might be good to understand, guys.
Yeah, but you know, that said, for Tesla here, it actually, for now, it's held to 50 on the daily, which is exactly at $250. Well, okay, loosely at 250, probably off by a couple cents, but that doesn't really matter. That looks like it's going to be the interesting line in the sand. Now, I did have, sometimes you mark numbers off, levels off. I'm just going to get rid of this line because that's an old one, doesn't really matter. If you bounce off that 250 level, you got to sort of respect on the way back in. Like, look at what 255, 56 is. Even if we get a bounce here, the last couple of days, that was a breakout consolidation level. It was support in the morning at 56, so 55 and 56. Even if you bounce off 50, with that negative catalyst, with this report, it's hard not to want to just be patient, let it get in there, and then take your chance, take your shot to short it. You have 2 days making the same top, so then if you put in a lower high here, you could have a slight downward trend. Again, respecting that 250 level, but if you were to draw, like if you were to look at this, like you're getting, you know, some lower highs on Tesla overall in the daily chart. Like it is in a bit of a downward trend. Let me just throw it up in my trade idea. Sometimes just a little bit more clean when we couldn't kind of note these. But if you look at Tesla on the daily and the weekly, like you're putting in lower highs all the way through. You could draw a trend line through there. You could definitely draw another one in here. So you've been pulling back. Maybe forming a wedge is another way that you can look at it too. But if we get it to 55, 56, I think your first look would be inclined to short it. If it breaks 250, I wouldn't be fighting that bad boy underneath. Now I like a couple of other names, obviously. It's flat bottom break we have, and then AMD was something on a bounce. I like the local level. Now, I don't know if I love 252 where it is right now. I think you're exactly in the middle of the 2 key levels on Tesla, not where I would want to trade it just yet. But you know, if you're going to lose short today, I think there's some pretty decent places where you know you can get out on the way back up based on yesterday's levels or the last 2 days. And then with the trend, or not the trend, but the news being in your favor, it's kind of a better way. At least that's where I want to start the day. Like I'm going to be trying to look short pops in a lot of these names based on what I'm seeing here. So Tesla would be in that pocket, just a couple bucks away.
Yeah, I think I agree with you there. A bit of a diddle in the middle of the range there. Just on top of that 250. That 250 was a little bit of a resistance just above it, right? We got wicks into 255. I think that was the actual level, and then you kind of come back into that 250 and flush. But now let's see. I'm going to be curious to see whether or not this area acts as support, as it was some significant resistance in the past couple of weeks there. That 250 definitely going to be interesting to me today.
All right, now let's talk. I mean, I was thinking this might even be more of a story for the chip group today than it is for Microsoft in general. So if you missed it yesterday, OpenAI came out and said that they're looking at and potentially even, according to this report, talking to suppliers and potential takeover targets to jump into the AI chip game that obviously NVIDIA is dominating right now. So there's that as far as Microsoft is concerned, obviously the biggest investor in private, for now anyways, OpenAI. There's also this, which is kind of interesting. We could finally get this ATVI deal done by next week.
Yeah, this ATVI headline is kind of puzzling because we know that Lena Khan and the FTC said that they were going to appeal that to the appellate level court. So we'll have to wait and see how that plays out. But with respect to the actual chips by OpenAI, let's have a look here. The company actually performed due diligence on a potential acquisition as early as last month. The aim here, Brendo, is to alleviate two main worries that Sam Altman has. One is a shortage in chips. We know that TSMC can't build them fast enough for NVIDIA. And the other thing is costs, right? You're really feeding your competitor here. NVIDIA and Microsoft, they're going to be competing in the AI space. Let's no bones about it. So looking to rein in that increased margin. As
we said, obviously a day when the overall market negative. Here comes NVIDIA 1.2%, faring a little bit better right now. AMD, I mean, they all look the same, but trying to bounce right now for some of these chip names.
So Microsoft, oddly enough, Microsoft was, if the number had gone the other way, that was my breakout play. But obviously it's just not what happened. So 322 was my break. This is where we were. It was strong. It was whatever. It doesn't really matter. We didn't get down to 310. I think 310 was the zone. Like it. Doesn't really, if you don't get to it, it's not a big deal. It might be diddling. You're bouncing off of yesterday's low. If it does get anywhere near 320, I guess you could probably fade it there. I was favoring that one to the long side, so I don't necessarily love it. It was the one that I thought that had a decent chance to break out today. Unlike Meta, Meta went into support and bounced. This went into like the higher level of support and is bouncing. So in some ways that makes it like a smidge stronger, even if it's exactly what the NASDAQ is right now. So I might just be sitting out Microsoft. It sucks because a lot of times like like even if you don't have a bias, and I was trying not to have a bias going into it, I still was looking at levels this morning, was like, ooh, I really like this one if the number goes in the other direction. So I'm a little bit disappointed, obviously, that we didn't have a weaker number, and then we could have had that breakout. Like that was one where I was gonna break that out at 8:30. Like if the number comes the right way, I was just gonna punch in that top like right at 8:30. Usually I'm not even interested in that kind of a play, but Microsoft, oh well, I guess I'll have to sit and wait around for a while on that particular name. You know, there's other names out there to look, and you're right about that. Hampton's trader volume has been lower to start this month, so it's not too big of a shock that you have what I'd say low volumes, relatively speaking, for a number like this, but that's just been typical the last month or so.
Yeah, I like that. So for Microsoft, I think two things, two comments there. I think that's really interesting that OpenAI wants to kind of start making their own chips, and they're going to be looking for potential acquisitions. That's going to be interesting. I'm curious to know who they may or may not acquire to kind of bolster that side of their business, bringing that chip manufacturing in-house. But when it comes to Microsoft, I have a couple levels that were marked earlier this week. That 315 kind of coming in as support. We did break and kind of violate that level, but we opened back above it the next day and kind of hold. And take a look at this. Today on the economic number, we kind of quadunk right into that 315. Sure, you give it a point to the 314, but then we're holding and bouncing right off of that 315 mark, which has shown itself to be a little bit of a level of support and resistance over the past couple of weeks. So I like that 315 bounce. Let's see if we can kind of stick to this range today, or we kind of break below that 315. Definitely an over-under type of pivot point for me on Microsoft.
Let's go two chip stocks here. I mean, we had there was a minor headline with NVIDIA picking up a small acquisition today, but obviously things have changed as far as context is concerned when it comes to not only the overall market, but these specifically. Trying to hold here at yesterday's low right now, 440 for NVIDIA. Overall, the market, I mean, volume, I was noticing on the futures, completely gone at this point. So we had an initial reaction there to the non-farm payrolls number, but I mean, both the ES and the NQ right now, volume very, very low. So I wonder if it's going to be one of those things where we just get this quick adjustment, snap adjustment, and then maybe people pack it in for the week.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like this may be a dead cat bounce here, like Apple holding that 173 area, coming back into 173.70. There's a bunch of technical levels here that you could look at, some of these Mag 7. But I suspect maybe when the bell rings at 9:30, we could get the continued sell-off. But NVIDIA, like you mentioned, Brendo, in the news, they're making a deal with a Middle Eastern company called Mindware to expand their AI hardware infrastructure there. This plays into a story that we heard earlier in the year, where the Saudis were one of the other other groups, I should say, buying hand over fist, in addition to the hyperscalers of these NVIDIA chips. So we'll have to wait and see if that continues.
If you zoom out ever so slightly on higher time frame, so this is a 15-minute chart. This gives you a look at the entire week so far. You know, we're just kind of bouncing back and forth. I mean, most of these chip stocks are either sideways or slightly down on the week now, so it hasn't really been a directional type of week, but still decent volatility anyway.
Yeah, well, actually, one of the things we were just talking about is when you have light volume post a number like that, when the market tanks the way it did, and then it's light volume after that, a lot of times that kind of favors the reversion, because what's left is for you to kind of bleed back to the upside. If there's no more people selling into the move, then people covering on the way back kind of bleeds the stock market back up. So that could definitely happen. I might tighten some things up on AMD a little bit here because of that. As a matter of fact, I just did, and I just got out of it. Different play on Shopify, because that's a level I've been watching for weeks. I'm still going to give it the same amount of room. NVIDIA, it puts in that higher low. 440 is good. I like to mark off big levels before a number like this, and obviously you didn't get to either one of them on NVIDIA. I do not want to fight this one if it bounces and holds a low. So, mark off that 440. If we hold that at the open, if 14.7 holds, NVIDIA could easily be one of the better longs of the day. If it happens to get above 450, that's been a sell zone, 450 into 452, as you can see there. But the one I liked after the move happened was AMD. And as I just said, I just gave the reasoning why I don't want to give it as much room. I took the first available pop into a consolidation level I liked. It got down there. got to 101, put in a higher low. So I moved the stock to break even. If we're going to trend down, we're going to be able to find places to get into the trend. These are the two chip names I'm likely to watch the most today, mostly because Intel not really doing much. There was a note on TSM and their revenues where there was some improvement there, some year-over-year decline, but still some improvement based on what the analysts were expecting. So there's like a tinge of strength in the sector because of that. Intel's not at key levels. Intel 36 and Intel 35 are what I'm watching today. So I'm not really doing much with that stock when it's at 35.50.
Yeah, I like that. Again, we're seeing a very similar kind of story here on a lot of these large caps, where we've come into these weekly kind of support resistance areas off the number, and kind of the liquidity has shown itself once again. That 440 area on NVIDIA. Take a look at this kind of resistance last week on Friday, almost kind of like that week high, and it showed up there before as well, kind of resistance. And coming in this week, there was resistance as well. But yesterday was the first time, or one of the times, that this price area kind of acted as support, and we get this this crazy economic number, almost double that. Double above what we expected. We come quadunk right into that 440, and now we're catching a bit of a bounce off of that 440. So just like that 315 on Softy, I'm watching that 440 on NVIDIA. Take a look at that reclaim of the 14.7. That's exactly what I was kind of looking for. They're giving the TQs there a little bit of room for a potential bounce.
All right, Rivian downside here, obviously, with the overall market. Once again, this morning, extending declines that we saw yesterday on that $1.5 billion debt raise announcement that came kind of out of nowhere. It was a bit of a surprise for Rivian. I mean, fundamentally speaking, probably not a surprise, but when it did come, we got that huge move downside, continuing today with the overall market. There's no additional headlines really as far as Rivian is concerned, but another one that's going to be under pressure here today.
Yeah, some more details came out this morning about that raise or whatever, the green debt raise,
Convertible
what was
debt.
it called? It was called the green note offering, Brendo. Yeah, so it looks like there's a premium, about 27.5% to where the stock was trading prior to yesterday's move down, about $23.29 per note there. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Down again today, about almost 4%.
Yeah, so another one, guys, trending nicely here today.
And to answer JS's question in the chat, it is short sell restricted today. So when you're down 10%, the uptick rule applies to the day it happens and the day after as well. So Rivian is SSR, but whatever you want to call that raise, just call it the I need money move. That's what happened yesterday. They needed money, and they're going to raise it, and it's delusion, and that's not good, and the stock got absolutely pummeled. It's nasty underneath 18. It's hard not to like the short underneath 18 to 18 quarter for obvious reasons. That's it's a failing of the 200 period moving average, and as we pointed out, Darwin pointed out in the chat, and there's a gap to $16. So until it gets to 16, I think you at least look for some opportunities to short it, understanding that when it is SSR, bounces can be very violent because when that offer gets relieved, like it can snap back to the upside very, very quickly, and then you look for a good spot to roll it over if you're trying to join that short. It is consolidated off this low. Like this consolidation is probably better than anything it did yesterday. So if it were to bounce from here, I think 18 is like the first level you try it, unless you just get a local short with a really tight stop. Like that strategy would have paid you, I mean, all day long. Like if you were willing to just take every single local level on this, like if it does a little bit of a pop, consolidation to a previous low, just take a shot at it and risk 5 cents, you were then holding it for the rest of the day almost every single time. Like there's a big level, comes into that again, like you short, that was 19.50, and then you give it to like 19.65. Not that bad. It then drops another $1 after that. So, those are the kind of opportunities that might be there for Rivian. If you're doing that, you're looking at the 65 level now. I just like $18 on Rivian. Is what it is, man. And you said it right, trader forever. Rivian has lots of debt. How are they going to refinance at lower rates? I mean, that's sort of the issue for anybody that has a lot of debt or anybody that needs to raise funds. This is not the environment for them, and this number is not helping anything at all. Like every tick up on the chances that you could have another rate hike or rates higher for longer, that's just bad for any of these types of companies. There's no way around it. But we're here to trade, So don't discount the fact that it could have some rip your face off rallies. So if you're looking to short pops, just be careful because it's SSR.
Yeah, we saw how heavy that selling pressure was yesterday. Kind of, it is coming down quite heavily. And if you guys were watching the show yesterday, I did try to take that 19 kind of long there. Didn't really give you more than like 20 pennies off of that. That selling pressure really coming in heavy. And now off of the economic number, you got more tailwind to the sell side there. But quick look left here, we broke through this consolidation yesterday. This 1950, 1960. Kind of that bus stop on the way of that pop there from down below here when we pushed off this the teens into the 20 area, and then a test of the 30s. Look at that consolidation right there, and that level kind of shows itself again over here as kind of a holding consolidation bottom area. And then today or yesterday, we finally cracked through that, consolidated below. Now we're getting a bit of a continuation move to the downside there on Rivian. So yeah, that's definitely, I don't want to fight the selling pressure on that. The trend is definitely your friend on Rivian.
The oil sell-off we were discussing over the past couple of days seems to be stabilizing a little bit. This employment data, if it's done anything, has lifted oil back higher. We're actually positive on the session now. It's only 0.3, 0.4 back to the upside, but did rally on this non-farm payrolls number. Separate headline here for ExxonMobil this morning when it comes to energy companies. Yeah, $60 billion for Pioneer Natural Resources, apparently. That's about to get done, but here's XOM on that headline again. Energy names in general could get a boost here as oil continues to rally today.
See what gas was this morning?
I did not.
$1.49. I was very pleased. Yeah. So, well, that's the 87. But yeah, to build on your point here, Brendo, XOM looking to possibly pick up PXD is a ticker for Pioneer Natural Resources. They are a shale extracting company. This would be Exxon's biggest deal since 1998 when they acquired Mobile, or however you want to say it. $81 billion was the acquisition price at that time. This one slated to be 60, but I have my doubts that this will actually go through given the current state of the Federal Trade Commission.
105, if you zoom out a little bit on XOM, 105 actually pretty decent levels here, guys, coming into play for Exxon today.
Yeah, big levels.
Why?
Look, Sharif's entirely right about that. So whether or not this deal happens, at a bare minimum, it'll take a long time, right? Like look at ATVI. You have to envision that $60 billion deal and XOM and its big energy. So this is going to get... I'm not saying it's going to take as long as ATVI, because ATVI has been a weird one and an extreme one, but you could easily expect that. Typically, the acquiring company in a situation like this, in a really big deal, spending a lot, is going to have a rough time for the first hour or two. For the first hour at least, there's some selling after the open, generally speaking. So yes, 105 is a bit of a level. Any stability that happens to oil, if I'm trading XOM here, I'd want to make sure if I was looking for a rebound, it would have to be after that initial hour, because I've seen it too many times with these big buyout deals. If you're trading the acquirer, it's just a little bit too much sell action to be doing that buy before lunchtime. If you're looking to short the pops, see it barcode at 106. I actually thought 106 was the bigger level on the daily. It doesn't really matter, but this is the 106 level on the way back up. 5 is a good psychological one. It could get back up to 6 and start to fail. That's the level I'm watching on XOM personally. Oxy, nothing really there for me. XOM is the one that I'm looking for. If it bounces off 105, I think you look for that 106 for a bit of a fade, with the fact that even if oil bounces, this does have a potential negative catalyst. Whatever you think of the deal, the acquiring company usually is under pressure for the first day. That's just how it goes because they're spending a boatload.
Yeah, definitely. Again, another ticker that we traded yesterday. We talked about this. I fought the short idea into the 109 and then kind of stopped out into the push towards 110. But definitely those 110 area staying quite heavy yesterday and then coming in today real hot off of that. I'm curious to know if some of that selling pressure, as Neil and I were just talking about, may catch some covering out the open as you're about 5 points points below yesterday's highs on this news here. So yeah, we're catching a bit of a reversion there. So I'm curious to know how much reversion are we actually going to get back towards this 109 yesterday. Like you can see how well it was kind of defended just underneath that 109. Let's see how well we can revert back into that. Maybe a potential 50% is the first mark that I'm looking at right there.
There you go. We got right through it there. But just a couple of things I wanted to go over. I already mentioned Shopify, but there's one name that not always, actually never in the rundown. Let's be real about it. I've been asked a couple of times about what do I think about a firm. Like I said, heading down till it's not, right? I mean, that's sort of obvious. But kind of a barcode action here. There's like an iceberg. It's not really an iceberg order. There's a seller at 1685. It's not really breaking this level. Obviously, it had a bottom at 17. This has been like a 20 short to 19, 19 to 18, 18 to 17 play. So if it gets to 17 on the way back up and fails it, I think that's the level. Not a ton of pre-market volume. And again, like I said, it's just been absolutely dropping. Your big gap fill is to $15 on the daily. So until it gets to that price, I'm not really enthused about trying to pick a bottom. I'd rather just be looking to rinse and repeat the short over and over again. So that 17 level could be in the pocket as we speak. Keep your eye out on Rivan here. This is making one of those bounces. So Rivan getting off the bottom. Recognize 18 was yesterday's low. 18 broke. Oddly enough, 18 broke before the number came out. For anyone that was watching this was actually a strange one. Before 8:30 is when 18 broke on this, and then it consolidated. You had no chance. You're not getting this on the number, but if you were sitting in that, if you took the 18 break and you didn't care about the number at 8:30, you were just sitting in this at 99 when it flushed. So that's the level to watch, at least the first one to watch here. Is it SSR bounce? Definitely in the cards. I mean, it's something you have to watch for every single day. It's in the midst of one. I think you wait till that 18 level for it to come back in. That's going to be a big one. David Kyle, I am watching NEO, but the problem with NEO is that holiday all week. So it's a week-long holiday in China. The volumes have not been that good for the Chinese ADRs. It could be breaking this recent channel. Like it's had an 850 bottom for the last 3 days now. Like maybe it breaks. I think that's why I'm guessing that's why you're interested in this thing. It's consolidating underneath a big level. 850 could take you to 8. As I said, the problem and why it's not on my list or on the top of any list for me this week is, again, it's just about that holiday. Volumes haven't been there. The follow-through hasn't been there. You've been trading inside the same range. So scalping inside the range is what's worked on NEO for the last 3 days.
Yeah, Neil. I'm also watching a bit of Palantir here. I was looking at yesterday's volume leaders. Again, Rivian, Tesla, AMD, PLTR, and Bank of America, followed by Apple there. So I took a quick look. We know that Rivian is kind of doing its thing. We already covered a bit of Rivian. AMD I really liked as well. We're getting that potential 100 bounce. That 100 area kind of defense happened yesterday, and 101 comes in today off of the number. Definitely selling strongly off of this 105, 104 kind of area that I have marked from before. Let's see if we can kind of hold this 100 piece here. Yesterday's low is what I'm looking at here, or today's kind of this economic number reaction low right at that 101 on AMD, and I guess I have Palantir as well on watch for today. So yeah, that 15 again volume leader yesterday. So let's see what we do with some of those prices from yesterday. We kind of reclaimed yesterday's low as well right here at that 1540. So I'm going to be watching that, whether we can kind of support this. We have been pulling back up off of this 15 bounce a few days ago. So it seems like this level kind of is holding for now. Let's see if the defense is really there above this $15 level.
Oh, I was also asked if I'm looking at any small caps. If you should be getting our free watch list. Why? Because it's free. That's why. Then you should be. I mean, it's obvious, but VCNX is one of the small caps I'm watching here. You can see here, it's just a low float name. Couple of insider buys is the catalyst, but it did take to short sell restricted. Like it was actually down. It failed $1 yesterday and got all the way down to like 82 cents, right? So that's a 10% move to the downside, which puts it SSR, which means any bounce has that going for it. It's just gotten back underneath the buck. I don't usually like these unless they get back above $1. So if it gets back above $1, squeeze potential on VCNX. But now that it's underneath, it's not really at the front of my list per se. There's going to be some other things to trade in there. You mentioned Palantir already. Thank you very much for that. AMD I'm also watching. It's Apple that we have not talked about. So Apple, if we see 175, that's where we close. 175 is where it broke down. If you pop the daily chart up, you can kind of see like lower highs. That's nasty. The 15 minutes much cleaner. That's exactly where we had this it's not a false breakup. We broke out 174, stalled at 75. It's been having trouble in that general area the last little bit. You have a couple of over days, but if we cannot hold above that price, that could be a level to fade. I would not fight the stock if it's over 175 today. Now, if somehow Apple gets above 175, I am not fighting it short. And if I do, then you guys can, someone replay the tape and say, Neil, this is what you said. You didn't follow your own rules. You're an idiot, all that good stuff. You can type that in the chat. But if I'm trying to short Apple above 175, I'm doing something wrong because that's too strong. It's kind of like NVIDIA above 452. But we have less than 20 seconds for the final bell of the week. Let's see what happens. We waited for NFP. We got NFP. Market's trying to make a little bit of a mini rally here. Adara is on the bell, and it's going to be a wild one. We got Obi Trice in the building in 3, 2, 1, and let's go.
Well, here we go. Back to the upside there on the TQs. I want to see that 35 test coming in potentially off that open. We are still long and strong off of that economic number and about 30 pennies in the money here. I'm just looking for that 35 test, looking for that hold on the NQs if we can even get that there. So we're just teetering about 20 pennies away from that that level there. I got Amazon on watch as well.
Rivian's at 18 already.
Rivian's at 18 already. Okay, I think that was a key level we were discussing about in the morning. I like that hold of 173 on Apple as well. That 175 coming in real hot, about 70 pennies away from there. Let's see if we can kind of revert some of this move that we've had in the morning there, Neil. So yeah, that 35 kind of just teetering in and around there. So maybe it needs a couple minutes to kind of hold. But the hold, I do like the hold above yesterday's low. 34.50 on TQs there, Neil.
Did you say 34.50?
I know exactly where that's from.
You know what's up with that.
Yes, sir.
So I got a firm, but that was wild. So Rivian got right to 18, but it's short sell restricted. So when I was trying to get shares in the 90s, wasn't able to do anything, and then the more you chase it down, the less you want to actually get because you're further away from the key price. So I didn't actually get a fill until the mid-80s, which is nonsense as far as I'm concerned. That's not a good fill at all. Can't add to it till it gets tighter to the 18 level. But look at Meta. Oh my goodness, Meta. Look at the rally on Meta. Super strong off that 300 level. Like I'm watching Rivian. Okay, that's still holding 18. Firm still holding 17, but Meta having an absolute smash to the upside. You're about to get to 14.8, by the way. If 14.8 hits on that smells good, Sharif. If 14.8 gets there on the NASDAQ, that's first level of resistance.
Hang.
My goodness, that smells good. But if we get there, I still like 255 Tesla, and then NVIDIA, not the one. AMD was the one I wanted to roll into, and that just got into this 103.
Yeah, Neil. So I got my first out there just on top of the 35. So we were looking for that 35 to kind of come in. With respect to that 14.8, we were talking about how that 14.8 has been recycling on the NQ so often. And yeah, I was just looking for if we were going to consolidate like we did on this overreaction that in my opinion, it was a bit of an overreaction like we normally get on outlier economic numbers, right? Almost double of what we expected there. What was that expectation right there? Real quick, we can go back to that.
170 was the
170,
expectation.
and we got like 330.
Yeah,
it was pretty wild there. Definitely out of proportion. So let's see if that 14.8 can kind of hold as a resistance or support. We got out of a lot of this TQ position here. Let's see if we can get that continuation and hold that 35, Neil. That 34.50 kind of being that low from yesterday's action there.
That's a Russell Peters reference for anyone that doesn't know it.
Sir.
So I took the first shot on AMD. That's kind of the front end of the trade, so we're going to have a tight stop. But if we roll over from here, again, you need to prove otherwise to me that this is an opportunity to short at resistance levels. You know, if you were long at the open, I'm always going to be able to take my stop out there. If you like the long, fair enough. But if we're going to blow out the tops, I'm going to take the shots at it. And Rivian's holding 18. A firm, I got wicked out of Rivian, which is kind of annoying. But a firm, that's holding the 17 level, at least for now. A couple of names that are not necessarily your big cap techs, but they were setting up pretty much regardless of the number. I was going to take those two trades. I want to say, because that was been the trend. But if AMD doesn't hold on to the afternoon short level that we had, just going to have to give that one up and then hunt for the next trade. But I'm not necessarily wanting to fight these. I'm not buying longs at 14.8 on the NASDAQ when we just had that number. I'm just going to take my shots short, be patient about them, only trade the right levels, and then look for this to come back in here. Because I need to be really convinced today that if I'm going to be buying higher highs, something like Apple above 175, something like NVIDIA. Well, NVIDIA may be a different story. I don't know that it would necessarily need to get all the way to 450, but I need to be really convinced of that one. Still strong, but look, like you're actually underneath 445 on NVIDIA. Like, come on, I'm not convinced yet. It's gonna take more than that to convince me. Close above 14.8 on my 15-minute, and then I'll be saying a different tune. But I still like the short from this level.
Yeah, Neil, take a look at this right here. Google pushing green right there, as I heard Sharif from the side there just mentioning that, oh, Softy and Google are going green, and I pull up Google and take a look at that. We've wiped pretty much all that action that we had off the economic number. Now I want to see if this point at which sellers kind of came in hot right there, 134.96-ish, just right there on top of that, underneath that 135. If we hold in and around these levels here as we teeter around this 35 on the TQs there, that 14.8 coming in, a little bit of a resistance there, but we'll give it some room. We'll give it a bit of a chance to consolidate as Google kind of consolidates above this selling pressure that came in real hot. So basically, here's the thing: if you were shorting underneath or into this move on a name like Google off of that economic number, prices reverted all the way back, 100% reversion, and then now you're consolidating above that. That's pretty interesting, as a lot of those shorts are definitely underwater below this price here on Google. Again, look at where we bounce. We bounce off of these weekly kind of support levels here on top of this 133. I already have this marked from much earlier there, and this level kind of provides us with that liquidity to hold off that selling move and kind of hold that consolidation for that reversion back up. We're kind of wiping that move as if nothing really happened there on Google. Let's take a quick look at Softy. We know that's the market leader
got to
here.
20, yeah.
Wow, that 174, Neil, kind of coming in, and take a look at that. I know you guys know I have not moved that 174 line, and if we can consolidate and hold above this, that would be great on Apple there off that 174.
Just seeing this move in AMC, guys. 2 days in a row here, straight higher so far for AMC. Not much on this. Just seeing the Taylor Swift concert movie experience ticket sales crossed 100 million bucks. So testing the highs from yesterday.
Still just the news on AMC. Good for AMC. For anyone that's asking, wondering, Obi is he's particular, man. There's GOOG, which is Goog, and there's GOOGL. There's two different classes of shares. Goog-L does more volume, so day traders tend to trade that one. That's why I don't actually do it, but he's right to say Goog-L, because I can tell you, maybe not time for it right now, I'll get into some trades, but I've actually made a mistake going one to the other accidentally on it. It was a bit of a keystroke. Rivian is through that 18, gave one shot, took another one on the false wick, and now it's broken higher, so I'm out of it. Again, when something stops working, like you just failed 14.8 and pulled back 50 points in the NASDAQ. So the way I look at it is something I'm trying to short is still going up. You got to be getting out of it and then waiting for something to still confirm. It's almost like reaffirm, not confirm what's right because it's going up. Reaffirm that this is a short at this level, or you wait for the next one. Speaking of affirm, I just said that a lot considering I'm in the stock. Like, this is different. This got to the 17 level and is confirming that I like the short. So you get out of one to get into and add to the other one on the fail of that level to the downside. So it breaks the low of the day. I'll take some more off, hopefully work back into it. Tesla 255. It'll happen to you, right? We talk about this all the time. You're going to pick and choose your levels and which one you like the best. And, there were a lot of levels that we liked for some short to pop situations. Rivian, maybe it's still good off of 18, but Tesla was obviously good off of 255. There's no question about it. That was legit. Rivian's back underneath 18. If you go 1 for 3, you're hitting better than the J's. But in trading, it needs to work really well the third time. But Rivian is back underneath that 113. The troubling thing about that is when it fails a level, it's SSR. So you can't really just punch 99 when it goes back under 18. You have to wait for a consolidation to start working into a trade. But At the end of the day, I think we're at that 14.8 level. We said there'd be resistance. We thought there would be resistance at that level. So I decided that I wanted to work shorts off of it. But a couple of them came out. Now we'll just look to jump right back into them and hold the ones that we have. Still kind of believing we're looking for an arrows down kind of day after that number.
Yeah, so I added to that TQs right there real quick on top of that 34.50 hold, and then all of a sudden you see like this fat size on the ask, and I was like, yeah, no, I don't want to be involved in that long anymore. But it could have been a bit of a fugaze there, but in the 70s, that's where that size was.
What'd you
and
see
now
on
we're
the ask?
some fat size on the ask right there. So it was relatively big, right? Relatively big to anything I've seen so far. And you know, we've been trading this since the economic number, and you have a multi-hundred lot kind of chase on the ask, kind of pushing it down. I'm like, yeah, no, thank you. I do not want to be involved.
I mean,
on
look,
that.
man, if I see the fat ask, I'm looking to enter the short. Like,
Oh,
that's
okay.
what I'm
Like,
thinking.
okay, all right,
Because
yeah.
that's an invitation.
wanted
That's
to
an
slap that
invitation
ass.
to. You said that. I didn't say that.
Okay, yeah. No. That's definitely not. When you see that size, you definitely don't want to slap that, as it might be a little too heavy.
trying to
You might get a little smothered. You
Trying to
know, I'm just
focus,
saying.
man.
I have no idea. So
It's like 9:40. You can't. Like, we gotta wait for
Damn.
those jokes.
we're just
should be at-
beginning. We're just beginning.
Those
yo.
jokes should be at
The
lunchtime.
day has
It's-
just started. We haven't even printed the first 15-minute candle, man.
I'm trying. You can't focus when you're talking. Oh my goodness, Obi. So third time is a third time a charm. This is what I mean by getting wicked out and trying to get back into the trade. You can't really. You can't get 99.98. Like, I'm not getting anything until it gets down to 92, and then I'm not getting any more until it gets down to like 80 to 88. It's crazy when it's SSR. So you got to take some profit, but it's wild. The better thing is when this will start consolidating and giving you tighter entries, but that's not particularly the case right now. What's going on over in Tesla? Oh my God, Tesla, you gotta be kidding me. That's way too far out of the pocket. Meta all the way back into 300. This would be the one stock where the level was so good underneath 300 to 299.5 that I think you still look for the dip buy on Meta. Because Meta at that 300 level, it's been saying to you, just keep hitting that one until it stops working, right? Like in that underneath 300 to 299.5 has been gold all week long. Until you break 299.5, I think you still look for the long at that level. I'm gonna put a stop underneath there, just so if I get the long, I already have a stop. That's one of those things. You can do it, you can not do it. I like doing it because that way, if I'm trading something else and it gets down to that price, I don't have to worry about it. I know I have a stop underneath that support level. I get filled, and then I'm already covered on the other end of it. Intel is dropping almost at 35. Yeah, 35 I think is a bounce zone for that stock. What else do we got here? Yeah, it was Tesla I wanted to go over. Tesla's right in, like it's right in the pocket. Like I kind of had this 253 marked off that if we're underneath there at the open that I should be shorting Tesla. So there's the wick down initially, kind of found a bid, loosely was okay if you try to play off that level before, but now it's looking a little bit better. If we spike up, because we just did a hammer candle underneath the low, and it's trying to make a bounce, if we do go to the upside and then fail this 53, that would be an entry point for me. So like a failed break of 53 to the upside would be where I try to get in. Otherwise, like you're still consecutive green candles on the 15-minute on the NASDAQ, right? So otherwise, if it's above 53, don't fight it. It could really just be making another hammer bottom and then a rally off of this double bottom. So very particular entry. It has to fail 53 for me to get into that.
Yeah, so just watching this here, we kind of came back to where that size showed up there at 34.70s, and I'm also noticing the bounce off the 14.7, right? The 14.7 bounce came in pretty aggressive. So you know what? Now I wanna you know, it's the first 15-minute candle is about to print. That first opening range kind of trade is starting to manifest itself, and you know what? I am watching Amazon as well. Of course, I have not taken my eyes off of that. We're consolidating right underneath that 25 area. That 25 definitely being interesting. Got Apple on watch as well. And you know what, Neil? I do like that idea for the 300. I do want to get involved at that 300 today, as it has been a very, very interesting level all week. And a little bit of last week as well. You can see kind of a very, very distinct kind of hold, and then we keep talking about this. You get a strong market move off market news, and that same level defends. So I definitely want to be involved here at that 300. I'm just going to wait for that consolidation to see where this market may lead us, because if we're going to break that 300 today, that in itself will be a pretty solid trade as well, if we can distinctly break through that consolidation that we've been holding extremely well for the past couple of weeks. So let me know. Let us know in the chat what you guys are trading today, what you guys have planned out. I see some PDD, I see some BABA. They still have that holiday.
It's a holiday.
Going
I've
on,
been ignoring
right?
these because of that. Like, oh.
Yeah, maybe some sort of some low liquidity, low volume type of plays, right? I don't really have many arrows in the quiver for that one.
Well,
but
BABA's got a big level at 85 here.
Okay.
Incoming. So just the charts on a 15 minutes going to have gaps all over the place, because anything it trades overnight in Asia, it just gaps around. It always looks ridiculous on a 15-minute chart. But 85, that's the weekly resistance, which is obvious. Like, we got down there on Tuesday. If it breaks out, this could really go. I just don't like breakouts on these holiday weeks, but that's very strong on BABA. And watch out for PDD 100 if it's anywhere near there. Brendo?
Move up for this. Parazero, PRZO up almost 100% here. So long story short, they have a software system that has been approved by Australia, it looks like, to regulate where drones can fly in the air, which is going to actually expand how they operate drones in Australia. So they're going to use, the Australian government going to use this company's software safety system for that.
Halt. Is this a volatility halt?
Huh.
Hold on a second. This is a wild candle on this stock. Current halt. I just want to make sure. I know it's probably volatility. Yeah, it's a volatility trading pause, which means that this is real. Like, this dipped from 115, tagged $1 exactly, and then shot straight up to be able to halt at 24. That's probably like a gold standard. I'm looking at that VCNX. I'm looking at VCNX when this thing goes. So if it does open up and maybe retest the buck, I'd probably have it. But unfortunately, you got to be staring at the stock when it happens. So get into Rivan again. Get some out at VWAP, reload it right in front of 18 even. Looks like it's going to be good. It takes out 18 again. Like, I still want to play this level, but it keeps on taking that level out. And then there goes a firm too, right? Like, you got to be able to have an out. We had a firm to the downside. We're looking for it to continue through that low of the day. It breaks out that 17, so I'm not going to fight it. I said I wouldn't fight Tesla if it got above that 253. It's at 53, if anything. Oh, it's starting to look like a long above 253 here.
Yeah, Neil, take a look at that. Take a look at the futures. We're right back at that 14.8. So we bounced about 100 points in the past 9 minutes. That 14.7 bounce comes in real aggressive, and then you slap it right all the way back to that 14.8. That size was definitely kind of spooked me a little bit there. Definitely a little bit of spooking there going on with that size. I got shaken out of that position. You kind of dipped down into that 3440s, reclaim 3450s, 3460s, and then rip right back through the 35 there on that crazy volatility. There goes Amazon past that 125. There goes the NQs. Let's see if we can get past 14.8. That's pretty wild. We are getting some crazy volatility. We've done about a 50% reversion. We were talking about that 14.9 to 14.6 move, and we've kind of pushed back up into that 14.8, about 100 points away from where we did that quadrunc off the economic number. Let's see what's in store. Don't want to be punching long into that volatility near these tops. Definitely getting long at these areas that we bought from before, right? A little bit early right there. 3460s might have been a little, or not might have been, was definitely a little too early on my part. I did post over here a little bit, but hesitation because that earlier entry was not the best. But it seems like, as of right now, this 3460 to 3420 seems to be an area that's being bought up, and that kind of corresponds with this 14,720 to 14,660-ish area. This consolidation that we've had, we're holding above that level for now. Let's see what we do with this 35 there. I'm just going to wait for this consolidation to kind of form, let others kind of pay for information, and then get involved when I feel like the probabilities are definitely in my favor. Now, we did talk about how, yesterday wasn't the best day, so we went home and we kind of reviewed the trades, reviewed our plan, and reviewed the structure. And, sorry, what was that?
It's a good idea to go home usually,
Yeah, exactly, right? You
as opposed to somewhere else.
As opposed to just like sticking around, waiting for the market to open just overnight here. I don't know. Yeah, so, we did that reassessment and kind of cooled off that aggressiveness that we were showing for no reason yesterday. Came in with a few plans, but you know what? We want to stay as nimble as possible and on our feet if this volatility is going to stay with us. Brendo.
So no problem, nothing to see here. Here's PDD, straight since the open, guys. Not a red candle here for Pinduoduo, up 4%, trying to break out of this daily chart pattern.
Yeah, again, like that's why I yelled it out. It's not that I hadn't looked at the chart. It's just that when everybody was mentioning Alibaba, like the first thing that came to mind was, oh yeah, shoot, Pinduoduo 100. I know that's a really, really big level. So yeah, you probably couldn't have had it anyways. I would have never had that. I wasn't paying attention to the stock. Our position board's not correct. Yeah, I'm short Tesla. So this happened. You saw me kind of convince myself to get a little bit away from the plan, which is look for a failure at 253 and then short Tesla. That's me mocking myself. I don't know if I sound like that, but that's me mocking myself. So instead of that, I'm like, let's play the break in case that's what happens. Then we'll reverse it, right? I was literally on the subway talking to a trader yesterday about just stick to the direction you like and don't try to. And then I try to do both things. So the quick long, then there's a failure at 53, there's a short entry, you just hit the low of the day. But I shouldn't have even had the long before that. I missed what you guys said in my ear, so you're going to have to say it again. Rivian is right at 18 again, so I'm short at 99 again. Until we blow away from that level, I'm going to continue to take pot shots at it. I did want to get to something else that is moving. Oh, shoot, it was, PDD was going. NEO is breaking to the upside, but I will note that this is not nearly as strong as the other Chinese ADRs. So if you're looking at BABA and PDD, NEO is not even green right now. This appears to be like the retailers. Maybe you'd watch like JD or something like that. Jonathan, you told me to not short a firm. Fair enough. My approach to a firm the last few days has been short 20, short 19, short 18, short 17. I said I was going to do this. I'll have a tight stop, I'll risk 15 cents on it, but every single day it's been giving you gold. So, until it stops working, I kind of feel like I just want to go back to that well, over and over again. And I'm not even completely convinced that the short's completely dead. Like that 17 with its short flow, like why isn't it going faster than this to the upside? A lot of times when that rips the faces off a short, like when I get out of an affirmed short at a bottom, usually I look back and say, why didn't I reverse the trade? So I'm not really sure that's the case. Oh my goodness, Roblox 30, that was yesterday. So yesterday, if you remember, right at the end of the day, we were like, Roblox 30 for the short, and look at the up-down move. This is very strong. Okay, the market's making lower highs, and Roblox wants to take out the 30 level. Looks at daily. This is why I love the afternoon show, because sometimes the trades from yesterday just set right back up. This has room. It's closing above the 50 period, trying to break out away from there. It's got room to 31, as you can see from the Huadunk. A dollar gap fill on a $30 stock. Nothing wrong with that. First things first, would be nice if we could take out 14.8. I don't like tech longs if we can't take out 14.8 today. It's a great setup. I don't like them.
No,
It's hard to like them. So anyways, back into Rivian, but I'm taking shares out in front of VWAP because it's been bouncing off VWAP. If this continues to trend up, eventually I have to give up the notion that this is going to do anything resembling what it did yesterday. So I'm in a Tesla. That gets to 250. That was the big level that we talked about for a support. I'm just going to zoom out my 3-minute chart. That's this level here, 250. And if it gets any further than that, 248, 247 half, next couple levels down.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's going to be a flush, but 14.8 is your area, not necessarily to try longs, I think, until it's over.
Yeah, that 250 for sure, I think, is definitely a key area to interact around. And I think that's a very astute assessment from you that we are making lower highs there on the NQs underneath that 14.8. So we did get a lot of volatility between that 14.7 and that 14.8. But the fact that the 14.7 bounces so aggressively and then kind of clips that 14.8 and then sells right back into the range, Yeah, so I think that's a decent reason to kind of get a little short there. So we did get a little short there on the TQs. I'm still waiting for these kind of large caps to kind of consolidate themselves. I'm watching Google as well. Google is the one that might give us some trouble here, as Google is continuing to push new highs on the day, 136 coming in. So potential for giving us some trouble there if Google is going to pull up the market. We know that it is the third largest weighted ticker in the constituents if you count both the Class A and the Class C shares. So if Google is going to be breaking tops, we might want to stay a little wary on the short there. But the fact of the matter is we are making lower highs underneath that 14.8, and I'm going to give that a little bit more precedent as of right now.
Yeah, a couple of questions about SHOP. I'm not giving up on it necessarily, but I have very, very strict conditions for that trade. We went over it, said, you know, the first time it broke 51, it went 50 cents. I'm just going to go short on the 51 break and give it 50 cents the other way, right? It's a pre-market trade. That's not one. I'm not going to get loose with the rules when you're in the pre-market. It breaks it. That's it getting past the half. That's just me clean getting out. It could still flush from here, and I can look for another re-entry, but I'll let it settle back down. It's a huge level on the daily chart. No need to force it. If it's going to flush underneath there, I think we're going to be able to pick it up somewhere. Going back to AMD, by the way, because that was the one that we tried that short above. Look at it. This is strong, too. Like, Roblox is strong. AMD is strong. Like, we're not breaking 14.8, but AMD is holding out 103 to the upside. It closed at 102.90. It's holding green throughout this entire move. And there goes Rivan above 18 again, so I'm out again. In and out in front of 18 on Rivian. It's crazy. I'm getting 99s and 18s short, and then just getting out when it breaks. Sometimes you scalp out, sometimes you don't. But AMD looks really strong here. If we take 14.8, I should be long into 105 on AMD. That's for sure. We like Roblox. That sets up really well for a long. This is where you can't have too much of an overall bias. Let the price action dictate it to you, because I liked AMD early for the consolidation short. That worked. Got out flat. Liked it again, tried it around 103, it didn't work. Now suddenly it looks like a strong stock, so we respect that. 14.8 doesn't go, and this is holding green. That's relative strength. That's what you want to do when a number comes out. Try to figure out what the market is telling you and not just be stuck to the idea that you had an hour ago, which sometimes that's still valid. Every now and then it is, but it's not right now. Palantir is moving.
Yeah, I was just looking at that.
16 is, okay, it just got to 16. 16's you got daily chart right here. There we go. 16 is a big level. It's been kind of rejecting this for the last little bit. There was one break that got us to 1680. So I think that's kind of, if you can hold above 16, kind of retake that high, consolidate above, you have a lot of room to get to that 16.8 level. So not that bad if you can get there. But like I said, this market is rejecting that 14.8. If it follows through to the downside, I don't see how you're trying to buy highs here. I can't be buying highs. Not when we're not breaking that 14. You're making a lower high on a bad number for the market. It's hard to buy highs on anything that should be falling under those circumstances when the Qs go down. So just be patient with it.
Yeah, so just to add on to that, like that aggression that we saw, I think was definitely kind of a little exhaustive, right? Kind of a lick grab there of those highs into that 14.8, and we're getting that follow through. Now the next question will be, for me, is that are we going to compress this range, or are we going to retest this 14.7 where we saw that aggressive buying kind of come in? And I want to see what we do in that area. If those buyers are still there, if there's still a strong reason to buy that shows up on top of that 14.7, you got to respect it. But if we come right back into it and it cracks, then that buying pressure is obviously not there in that moment. So I think if we get that crack below that 14.7, I think we will have a nice continuation off of this economic number, right? So we got that strong move in the morning, making lower highs, kind of compressing into the lower end on top of this 14.7. Let's see if we can get that trend to the downside, as we might be experiencing the first few consolidations that could give precedent to that trend.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Like, just be patient for it, man. Like, I think, you focus on like a couple of names. You can have a couple on the back burner that you're also watching, like, at 300 on Meta in case we get there. Maybe, like I said, like add Roblox to the list because that looks really, really good. Like I always want to have something that I think is strong. If I think it's a down day, I want something that is counter trend. So if it goes the other way, I know I like it. That's going to be this one. Tesla keeps on holding this 251. If you look at it on the 15, like this is kind of like a nothing burger on Tesla for its relative range. So you don't want to get too worked up about it, but look at that bounce that it just made. That's a pretty big hammer. If this gets back above 253, again, it's just like get out. Don't fight it off that level. We're either failing from here and getting to that 250 and busting that, like I said, 248 is the next level down, or this could be a big time reversal. And if we do reverse, you know the two that I like, and it's going to be AMD and it's going to be Roblox to be sure. PayPal, 52-week lows, that's not surprising at all. Anytime someone tells me PayPal, the first thing I do is check out Square. And it's because Square, it's like if you think PayPal's weak, usually Square's worse. Okay, maybe that's not true today. Square is catching up a little bit of a bid. Higher low on Block? Really? That's a little bit surprising. Maybe I should be looking at PayPal instead. I didn't realize the Block actually not that bad. PayPal is the weaker one today. That's a big difference. Good catch. Great catch. Because this is actually flat bottom breaking on PayPal while the market is going up. I just want to, you know what, I haven't looked at this one in a while. So it's a flat bottom break at 56.5. That's where it is right now. This taking out 56 on a market reversal would seemingly be pretty good, but I have not watched that stock. I don't know if there's anything specifically going on to it, why it's counter to Square and counter to the market, but I think you found yourself a relatively weak one. My attention over here at Tesla. Failing that 53 area again means looking for a reload.
Yes, sir. So we kind of popped back up right there off of the low of that consolidation. Again, we're looking for that compression to see where price is kind of building into this. As Sharif likes to say, is this a flat bottom break into this 14.72 that I'm looking at right here with that extreme low down at that 14.7 on the NQs there. So people talking about, I think, I forget who it was in the chat, saying topping tail candles on Amazon. And I am watching Amazon there. That 125 consolidation is nice, but not as toppy as I'd like it to be. But that 25 consolidation is pretty tight there on Amazon. So I don't necessarily want to get involved right away there. Let's see if we can kind of distinctly move away from this consolidation, then we can potentially have a trade there. But I'm trying to play this the market chop right now on off the TQs, right? Again, shout out to Sean. We had a talk yesterday where we were like, okay, well, you know, we can have assessments and analyses on individual stocks, but if we're looking at some of these bigger market moves, then why not just play the MNQs or the TQs where you may have a little bit of a better success and not necessarily have that risk of a specific ticker, right? Sure, you have market risk, but yeah, I think that's a good look there. So we're going to try that idea out on TQs, Brendo.
All right, 10 o'clock, guys. If you missed it, or if you weren't with us at 8:30, what a morning it's been already. We'll get you caught up on what you need to know here at 10 a.m. 170,000 on the consensus. That is what was expected for the non-farm payrolls. Comes out 336,000. So a huge upside miss. If you missed it as well, they also revised the prior month also to the upside to the tune of more than 50,000 jobs as well. So a double whammy there as far as the jobs market is concerned. 3.7 expected there on the unemployment rate. 0.1% tick higher there. 3.8 exactly the same as what it was a month ago. So yeah, all eyes not only on jobs data this morning, but the reaction from that from both the 10-year and the 30-year specifically. Again, those longer-termed yields moving to the upside. 2-year did test the highs, but has since pulled back. If you're with us at 8:30, we got caught up on a few things. Tesla, one of those. Microsoft and XOM all on the watch list this morning. Palantir was not, but one of the first here to go red to green on a volume spike this morning. Back to positive for PLTR. There is XOM bucking the trend as far as oil is concerned. Positive on the day. Down on that potential takeover. First 30 minutes, as always, brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV for 10% off.
Now AMD tanks.
Yeah, a lot of selling pressure we're seeing across the board there. Yeah, Neil and I were just talking about that Rivian kind of breaking through that consolidation from earlier. Let's take a look at some of these market leaders. Tesla for sure, definitely that 250 in play. I know that Neil is long off of that off of that level there.
Nope.
But oh, sorry, short. Apologize.
In theory, into it.
Right.
Right. Like
Right. So we're working with that number, basically. We're working in and around that number. AMD, wow, take a look at AMD. That 104 kind of still acting as a resistance as we kind of trail back in towards that 100 mark. Palantir, we were talking about that earlier as well. We broke through day high and kind of pulling back in a little bit. But the thing is, what I'm seeing here is quite a strong trend, as it is not what's happening here. Oh, okay, I know what's up. But yeah, okay, so kind of still holding this trend here. Let's take a look at where VWAP is right there. Kind of VWAP down here at that 15.7. So let's see if Palantir can kind of catch a bid right there. We can see that consolidation was there earlier as well. Let's take a look at Apple. Oh my God, Neil, Apple, take a look at that 174 consolidation high, kind of holding that. We talked about that kind of being a pivot point there. I'm curious to know what Microsoft is doing around that 315 real quick. Let's see what Microsoft is doing around that 315. Hasn't even got there yet. So it seems like Apple's our man right here. That 174 definitely a key level there, a gift that keeps on giving. If you're taking those shorts off that 174, you're getting about you can churn and farm about 40 pennies off of that over and over again pretty consistently throughout the day after we did crack back through it out the open there. So decent look there. I'm still a little short there. We're watching that price compression. We're picking back up at the bottom of this range, but I do like that weakness. We finally did crack. I think that 14.7 is definitely in the stars there. Let's see what we do when we come in, or if we can even come back into that 14.7 and how close we get to it there. I am short the TQs off of that thesis.
I just looked at the Apple chart. So
yes.
175. It shouldn't have really, like, exactly 175. Like, that's what you have to do. Like, come on, man. Okay, anyways, I wouldn't fight it, but I'm not chasing this one to the downside. Tesla's still at 52. There was a question about GM. Obi and I discussed this one, and if you look at $30.30 or 30 and a quarter, like in and around where it bounced and found resistance, that's the flat bottom break on the daily. 30 is just a round number underneath it, sort of the weekly chart. So underneath, like in the range of 30.30 to like 30.50, you didn't want to touch it, but underneath there, this is nasty. On the daily chart's okay to show you this, but it's the weekly that does a better job of telling the story. But either way, underneath this 30 level, underneath 30 and a half, it looks pretty nasty. It just hasn't accelerated away from this level just yet. You had the news yesterday of the recall. It found a bit of a bounce. I think 30.30 is the bigger resistance in some ways here. It's showing you that right now. It's where it closed. It just rejected that at the open. I think if you short GM, you're giving it to at least that 30.30 level. Otherwise, step away from it. Tesla's just kind of chilling out here. Like, I'm back in. Well, back in. I never actually got out. Like I said, I reloaded it in this range. It hasn't really dumped down into the 51 again, so it's just kind of chilling out when the market's kind of rolling over. So it's testing that 53, but it's not really breaking it out just yet. Brendo, what you got, bud?
We really look at, but for nostalgia's sake, let's talk about Xerox. There was a pop there for XRX on a note suggesting Dell eyeing Xerox, guys, on a potential takeover.
Now that's a name, I mean, I can't even think about the last time we heard that. Dell every once in a while makes a move, but Xerox not really. Neil, would you trade UVXY? It's been a while. I have, like I was doing some of that last year. There were sometimes with really, really good opportunities on UVXY. I just haven't really, it hasn't looked as good to me, and the setups that were working like last year, I think it might have even been like a year and a half ago, just not the same as they were before. So I have it up. I actually probably watch TLT a little bit more than I've been watching UVXY, and I don't really trade it much anymore. Walmart, Costco are moving. I'll get to those in a quick second. I did want to go back over to AMD. You ever hear us say things like, get in on the front end of the trade, not the back end. So back end of the trade, not the front end of the trade. This is like a visual of what I mean by that, right? Like, so I like AMD failing 103. I shorted into 103. I short a fail break of the pre-market high off 103, then look at the entries, right? Like 103 is your support level, the pre-market high is your out, or you could let it break the level, consolidate, short here to there on the way down, or short breaking down there to here on the way down instead of on the way up. Now, the risk of taking the trade that way is that maybe you don't get it on the way down, but you actually have the momentum going with you. So you can be right, and we talked about this before, you can be right about a direction that's completely irrelevant to trading. Like I can say 103 short AMD, this could close at 100, and you could say Neil was right, but I wasn't right because I didn't execute it properly. You know, like every now and then, like some nonsense like that, you just do it, and this is the reason you do it sometimes, because sometimes it just goes to 175 on Apple and then drops. That's why sometimes you'll get in the trade and it works. Rivian's also falling. Shopify is what's kind of on my mind right now. Like Shopify, this is a big price area for me, this 51, and I don't want to get too far away from it just because of what it is on the daily. This is zoomed way too far out because that's full split. So this is the flat bottom break underneath the 200 period moving average. So any pop into the 200 period, which is above 552, that's where I like the short. So I was kind of waiting for it to get maybe above 52 and then work into the short. But I want this short if the market's failing. Whether or not it's just reclaiming 51 to the downside and I punch short again on a 51 break after the open, or if I get this short into the 52 area. Again, this is just a trade that I want to have, so it's kind of going to get my attention. I'm actually going to put a wet the beak in front of 52, re-enter my stop order. Yes, it's already taken 51, but that was in the pre-market. If it breaks 51 now, it's the first time it's done it in the open market, which is a big deal.
Yeah, we got that test down into that 14.7. So we were looking for that 14.7 off of lower consecutive lower highs being made, and then we got down to 14.707. I got a little jittery there, covered into the low of that consolidation, but we still got some pieces left there. Let's see how far we can kind of get. That 14.7 kind of still holding a little bit, making relatively higher lows. So I'm keeping that in mind, right? We are short this name right now on the TQs. Now I'm just looking for potential. So if I want this to kind of continue, if I'm looking for this to kind of continue, then it has to establish lower highs. It has to continue establishing lower highs. But we were talking about that price compression into that 14.7, and then that's what we are getting here. So we don't want any violations of some of these higher levels here. And if we can kind of distinctly push into that 14.7, then we're really cooking. But if that 14.7 wants to hold as support, that's fine with me as well. And if we're going to kind of chop and churn around this 35, that's good as well. That 125 kind of acting as a resistance on Amazon right now. That 174 potentially coming back right there as we kind of rip right back pretty aggressively towards those highs on the TQs as I speak. And yeah, that 174 on Apple, Neil, that might give that piece to you again. But let's see, it's already done it once, twice, thrice, and this will be that fourth time. So I don't know if that move is getting a little bit saturated there.
Yeah, it may be. I mean, Walmart is absolutely. There's a few names that people are asking about here. One of them is Walmart, Target. So Walmart 200 period moving average. That's the first thing I want to just sort of like yell it out into the ether so that you have an idea where this could possibly get to. On big cap, like highly institutional type of names, bellwethers, all that, whatever adjective you want to give to those. The 200 period I really like. Like it's one thing on Rivian, it's another thing on a stock like Walmart, right? So if it gets to 151, just recognize what that is. And this is a nasty, nasty move downside. Just try to remember that Target is different. Like I can say, I would look for a bounce on Walmart at 151 because it's a 200 period moving average. I will look for a bounce on Target nowhere. That's not really true. Maybe $100 because it's psychological. But a line in the chart on Target has meant literally nothing in the last little bit. It's been completely irrelevant. This thing has been a falling knife. $100 would be a psychological level. I would respect that if it got there. But yeah, it's just like Target's been yucky and then yuckier and then yuckier. More and more yucky, I suppose, is the correct way to say that. Microsoft, we said this one was one of the ones I liked for strength early. AMD still holding up pretty well. Roblox is actually not that bad either. But Softy looking pretty darn good. You're stair-stepping to the upside here. If we take 14.8, this is just a reminder. I like this one if we take 14.8 to the upside. But I didn't chase AMD down. And now I'm going to look to see if it will do that same thing. Like, is it going to fail 103 and then instead of just kind of getting in here, allow it to make that failure? Like, let's get it on the back end here. If it does want to fail this area, allow it to make a top, give a consolidation, and then come to the downside. That's a safe way to play it. Whoa, Tesla just shot up big time.
Yeah, some strength coming right in.
Yeah, Tesla just ran the stop, so I'm out. I reloaded the stop. I reloaded it, then we got out on that stop. Tesla looking pretty strong here. I'm going to check Roblox. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, that strength really coming back into that 14.8, right? Apple kind of breaks that 174 consolidation high, roughly. So let's see if that's just a lick grab to that 174 that has shown itself to be quite heavy today. That 35 coming in on TQs, that 14.8 as well. Let's see what the ES is up to. ES, not so much. I had that 4,300 kind of as a level to be interested in, and that kind of level ran away pretty heavily in the pre-market off of that economic number there. So let's see if we get a bit of a recycle as well. I don't have any other levels on my sticky note for the ES or the NQ, but I do have some on my notes here. So let's see what we got here. Okay, so we got the previous week low, just at that 42.77. 42.77. Okay, we're below previous week low on the ES, so I like that. We're using that area as resistance. Take a look at that pop up into the 42.75 area there on the ES. So we are holding below last week's low as well. And thank you, Rob. Okay, so the NQs as well. Let's take a look at the NQs. 14.95 was the week open. We're well below that, and I don't really have last week's levels here, but weekly lows definitely holding very strongly, or were holding very strongly on the NQs, and now we've kind of violated those levels. So a bit of an interesting levels there. Just noting that the ES is holding below last week's low, and we are making lower highs. Let's see if we can hold this 14.8 as a resistance as well.
So there's a question. YZ was like, what is a liquidity grab? I guess I say it a lot. I probably do say it a lot. Essentially, I'll use Tesla as an explanation because that's the stock I wanted to talk about next anyways. So if you look at everyone looks at highs and lows and all that kind of good stuff. So if the pre-market low is 251.60 here, when it breaks underneath the support level, essentially like it hangs out for a couple of minutes underneath there and then snaps right back up. Like there's a huge volume candle and a huge candle to the upside, reclaiming that previous support level. So you could describe anything down here as a liquidity grab. Now, the tinfoil hat notion is that you're breaking that stop where a lot of people might be looking for shorts and getting out of longs, and then somebody who is breaking the stops down there by selling a little bit is looking to essentially just enter underneath the support level. And then when it makes that support level again, like it wicks underneath, and then all of a sudden that same level from pre-market, that support again, I'd describe that as a bit of a liquidity grab. Like somebody could have run those stops down there with like one smaller order to then buy a bunch of volume underneath that price, release, snaps back up, same support from before is there again. I could describe that in the other way. Like 53 could have been a tight liquidity grab right there, and then it flushed underneath. So I usually want to see confirmation at a big level. Like right now, you're getting some confirmation that there's buyers above 253. You got it for a brief time here underneath that low, but then it immediately reversed. And I think that's the difference between being, like if you're patient, or if you're scalping, then you might not care about that sometime. But if you're trying to patiently have a level resolve, you don't necessarily want to jump in. Like I was being hasty on AMD there. I want to make sure that I'm not just trapping myself here. Like any price above 103 and below it, there could be somebody establishing a large position in either direction. I don't think we're sure of that just yet, because you had some buying above, rejected, and then when it flushed underneath, you had a huge turn. You had a consolidation above here. This is why AMD is looking strong. Consolidation above for a long time, flush underneath, snap right back. If anything, it's looking stronger than it does weak at this point, because above that price, you're seeing more buyers than you're seeing sellers underneath it. So we'll see what happens with AMD, but I think it's relatively strong. Tesla's looking a heck of a lot stronger than it was before, not completely convinced, and then Roblox was the other one, but that's now flushed under VWAP, and that 30 is a distant memory all of a sudden. Palantir, that was the other one worth it, above that 16 level. You're still not even at 14.8. All right, how much do I like a good level if it's not meeting the condition on the futures? That's the question. Because holding above 16 looks good. You're definitely able to at least give it to 15.8 because that's a previous close. You've got 1680 up top, which is good for R&R. The futures going would be a plus, but it doesn't have to be perfect.
Yeah.
I'm going to get here in front of 16. I mean, I like Palantir. Roblox is off the table now because it's nowhere close to that 30 level. AMD's looking strong. I probably want 14.8 to break before I like that one.
Yeah, Divi Dollars asking, Obi, why don't you short TQs but long SQQs? I think that would be spreading myself a little too thin, as I'd be trading trading the same thing.
Wait, what? Why would...
They said short TQs and long SQs. That's pretty much you're pretty much in the same position there.
Why
right?
would you?
So
Well, I mean, like the thing about that is like pairs trades or hedges, those don't exist anymore. Like those types of trades where you could find like an inefficiency, like if you get like some kind of weird divergence or something like that crap. Just like back when I started trading, like you would see sometimes you would actually see free money hedge trades every now and then. It's weird, but like these crazy divergences could happen. Sometimes on the same stock, the book could be out of whack where there was no Reg NMS, but that stuff is all gone. Okay, boomer me.
yeah, no, I think that might be due to the fact that like a lot of fast-paced algos have made a lot of those inefficiencies much more efficient over time, right? That's why some of those plays are no longer there available to day traders per se, or like I guess live day traders. I mean, there's day traders that are also hybrid, which use algos as well to execute. So definitely, if you're using algos and you find some inefficiencies, that's definitely a good look. But definitely those strategies are very, very saturated. So I think you don't see many of those ones. But it's always good to hear about them. The trades that used to work, because you never know, right? You never know when something like that can show up again.
Very rarely. I saw something like that like in the last 10 minutes on like it was like one company was buying the other, and it was like there was like a stock proportion of the deal to a cash portion of the deal, and then there was an imbalance on one, so it caused it to really move. But if you were watching both stocks at the same time, essentially it was free money to short one or long the other. You had about 5 minutes to make the trade, and if you were watching it, and you were looking for it, it was free money. Very, very rare that happens. Because algos just chew that up. It has to be a situation where it would scare algos away from adding liquidity, which in the final 10 minutes of the day sometimes is exactly when you want to see it. Sometimes at the open, maybe you'd see something like that. But in the middle of the day, pretty much, it's all gone. Like there was some fun stuff that you used to be able to do and see in the markets. It's just not going to be there. One more thing, lower high on Shopify. That rhymes. So I'm going to get back into this one. I'm not waiting. You know what? I don't want to wait around for 51 to break. This is one that I did want to that south side. Maybe I'll just take it breaking this 51.25. But if I can catch it at VWAP, I've been looking for a place to re-enter this trade. I think this is going to be it. Palantir at that 16. I don't know. I just paid 6s. Let's see if it can hold. If we break 14.8, it's great. But if we never break 14.8, it probably sucks. So I want to go back to a level that I know I like here on Shopify.
Yeah, I was going to mention. I'm sure you know his name, Nav, the guy who was apparently held responsible for the flash crash. That was the classic case of scaring algos into or like using algos to your advantage. You understand what triggers the algos, and then you become the trigger for that. I think that's always a great story to kind of reflect on when it comes on like messing with the algos. Because if you have the BP to do it, oh boy, yeah.
Okay, a couple of things. We're gonna go to Adair in a quick second. What that trader did was 100. Well, yeah. What that trader did was 100% illegal. What he was spoofing, no question about it.
Man.
Obviously, it was bad, and he had, he should have been punished for it. However, and I don't mind saying this. He didn't cause a flash crash. I think it's utter nonsense. I don't think anybody that knows how the
scapegoat.
Yeah, exactly. He was a scapegoat. I don't think anybody that understands market structure, I don't think truly believes that he had anything. It wasn't a direct cause of flash crash, but he was certainly scapegoated on it.
Yeah.
We're in a couple of minutes. Okay, never mind. I got the call in my ear that we're going to do the small cap recap, and then we're like, no, we're not. But we are going to the desk with Adara to do the small cap recap.
Trading news provided today by Benzinga Pro, the official news source of Trader TV and a game-changing tool for active investors. Take advantage of their Halloween sale now by clicking the link in the description and using coupon code TTV for a whole 50% off for life. In terms of small caps today, we're going to start off with PRZO. This one was mentioned earlier today. Trading higher after an Australian regulator, so the Civil Aviation Safety Agency basically approved commercial drone flights in certain areas. They were halted a bit earlier today, but they are definitely one to watch out for. We also have Vaccinex. This one was in the email, the watch list this morning. This one, basically, there were some large insider buys after the close yesterday. There's a little bit of social media attention and retail trade buying after that. So that one is also up today. Last but not least, we have Axo Health Group. AHG, this one there wasn't any specific news on for today, but they are trading higher. October 2nd, basically they said they'd entered into certain securities agreements, so that could be of note. Those are the ones to watch right now.
We just broke 14.8 on the NASDAQ. Yep. That's the thing that we are watching right now. We'll tell, if anyone's curious, I will tell a better version of that story. If you really are curious about that spoofing story, we can. I just tried to add the Palantir here. Just hit the offer next time. AMD is continuing to run. See, this, sometimes if you're patient, like if you're not patient, you could have just grabbed 103. I, of course, wanted the confirmation of 14.8 breaking before I got into this. So now I have to make the decision, do I want to pay up to 104? Answer is yes, but not for everything. So I'm going to try to get that one. Rivian, I'm going to stay away from. I'm already into Shopify, so I might just have to stop that out locally. But above that 14.8 level, that's where you didn't want to fight it. The other name that I liked, if we broke 14.8, has not, it's through 320, but it was a 22 break that I liked on Softy. We're not there yet, but there could be maybe a consolidation long off 320, something like along those lines, maybe a 321, somewhere in there. But yeah, the breakout that I liked on Microsoft, you're not really at that price, unfortunately. So not going to jump into that. Palantir is starting to go. See if we can't get some out on the way upside. So when it breaks a key level like that, I usually want to take some out. If I hadn't added to it, I'd probably be holding for 20s, but I decided to double up when I saw us break 14.8, so I am going to scalp some out as that heads to the upside. So I don't know, should hit keys or something like, let's go that for 14.8. If you like 14.8 on the NASDAQ, you've been waiting for it.
Oh yeah, definitely reasons to buy on top of that 14.8. Kind of if that 14.8 holds very well, right? So we said that 14.8 was recycling pretty strongly earlier, and yeah, the crack of that 14.8 definitely a reason to buy, a reason to get out of your shorts. As I'm shorting the TQs, and I'm saying that, so yes, so definitely going to be getting out of this position soon enough here on the TQs if this kind of continues and holds above this 14.8. Kind of a bit of a lazy on that stop there, Neil, on my part for that consolidation break. So I got to step it up a little bit.
You know what? If I had a nickel for every time that I either didn't have a stop that was aggressive enough, or I changed my stop at the exact wrong moment so that it's not actually in place, like it gets to a level and then I decide I want to do something different, like I want to cross further or less, or want to change the shares, I'm changing my stop and then it runs a level. That's the worst thing that can happen to you. But it happens. It's just part of life. You were making a decision at the right place. So that's step one. Make a decision at the right place to make a decision, and then start making good decisions off those levels, and then start refining those, and yada, 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 and that's where the cascade is. But you have to start by making a decision at the right time, not at the wrong time. So the right time on Rivian's been at 18, it's just that we're still here. This is very weird. I don't understand why we're still at this price. Like we're not, like we ran down, and I had it once when it came down to 17.70. I didn't have it the second time. This is now feeling like it could be a breakout. So if it takes out 18.10 on Rivian, maybe it's a squeeze to the upside. Otherwise, could you be just scalping it short? I don't really know. I'm gonna back away from that until it maybe takes out that 18.10. Palantir, as I said, scalps them out, but it's still holding above that 16, still looking pretty decent. AMD's flat. Microsoft, it's kind of maybe giving us that consolidation pullback. So if we get a pullback, I'm going to like this for a dip buy. As long as we're above 14.8, we go dip buy hunting on Microsoft. And then Tesla is probably another one here. Kind of rejected this top. We got to 255, right? pulls right back in. 53 was the key level. This is where I'm going to like that dip, that 253. I'm looking for something that I might like short at 14.85. And Apple 175 maybe. Where's Meta? I see you, Hamptons trader. Whoa, Meta. That's a little strong. Maybe Meta.
Wow, Meta held that 300, eh?
Maybe I like Apple. Apple's not as strong as Meta there. I might like Apple at 175 a little bit better. Yeah, if 14.85 doesn't get broken, and if I'm looking for a scalp trade on a stock that I like, again, I'm just talking about overnight support, right? So if overnight support holds as resistance, then what would I like is a short. The answer to that feels like Apple 175.
Yeah, so that 174 we were talking about, that 175 definitely. So we broke above that consolidation pretty distinctly, holding above VWAP as well, kind of pushing back towards that 175 high a day. So let's see where that kind of takes us here. TQ is looking pretty strong there. So yeah, definitely gonna get out of that one there. We'll reassess. That 14.8 break and break of that consolidation and hold is definitely a reason to buy. Definitely a reason to get out of your shorts. And we were short there earlier, and we kind of get clipped out of that one. Not keeping it too tight there, as that high of range was 35.12, and we got out in the 35.30s there. Not the best risk management, but again, that's something we're actively working on, trying to keep it a little bit tighter there. But yeah, that's something we will plan on. I guess we're planning on getting better on for sure. Okay, so let's take a look at some of these other names. So we've been trading TQs for a bit. They're kind of bullish action. So let's do a quick market pulse on the Mag 7 there and see what's up with some of these names. So 175 kind of acting as resistance for now. Let's see where Apple goes from there. Microsoft, yes, Microsoft back at that 321. We saw that 321 area. Take a look at this. I did have it kind of marked off earlier. And Neil, Microsoft 321 is on the sticky note today. So we are right there at that 321 mark. So you know what? As per my new rules of actually trying to follow what I have planned on the sticky note, I'm going to pull up Microsoft on my main screen.
We're going to go to crypto in a second, but then I'm going to ask you while we're doing this why you like 21 over 22.
21?
Have you got something for me? So like if you, on the 15-minute.
Down on that initial
This
NFP
close.
jobs number. So Bitcoin had slipped 1%, but now it's back up. It's about 0.8, 0.9 on the day. As you can see here, we have that green candle. Cryptocurrencies have mostly rebounded. It wasn't hugely affected like the stock market was when this news came in. So Bitcoin's up at about 27.6 on the day. Ethereum's over 1,600. We're not seeing a ton of move on these crypto names. Definitely equities had been hit harder earlier in the day.
It's up there, right? 2240-ish. Okay, yeah. I'm just talking about Microsoft there. Some specific levels.
I was just curious because I have 22 marked off, and it's just it's an area, it's a distinction, possibly without a difference. I was just looking at the Monday's close was right up here at 22s. And then you have a pre-market top here around 21. You have this lower high at the open at 21. So it's definitely a good price area. It's just a matter of like your personal preference. AMD did just punch through yesterday's. Okay, fine, that's like the pre-market, but also where it closed 2 days ago. So AMD continues to run. 105 is a pretty big level for AMD here. If this gets through 105, it could be nasty, but I want to cover some in front of it. Palantir continues to go arrows up. This market is nuts. It just went green. Nice. The market just went green on a number that just, shocked everybody. I don't think anybody saw that one coming. Palantir through that 16, it just got to the quarter, so he takes him out there. Still holding on to half. I think he can get to 1680 as an absolute top. And someone said, it's probably a bad idea to go short just as Apple's trying to go green. My intention isn't to sit in front of this level. My intention is to short it if it fails this level as the market's trying to hold green. Right? Like, I need to see it fail. Like, I don't want to stand out in front of it. I only want to be short if I see it fail that level. And as a matter of fact, now that Microsoft is broken, my attention is going to be a little bit to this. On a breakout play, I am buying at the high, and I want it to work right away. I might get long Microsoft again if it pulls underneath this previous top, but if it does, I'm going to get out and look to get into it again. On a breakout, I do not want to be sitting there holding it all the way into a dip into VWAP. I think that's pretty. I just don't think that makes any sense. Again, like everyone has to trade their own book. But if I take a top break in a move like this, because it's a big level on the higher time frame, I want it flying away from that. Otherwise, I'm going to have a pretty tight stop underneath its previous top. And let's see what happens. So we're suddenly only long with no shorts. I knew there was something I just missed. Microsoft came in, and I don't get Rivian. Rivian actually broke that consolidation higher. Rivian's going up today, believe it or not. A little bit. I mean, it's not green or anything, but I mean, compared to yesterday, not crapping over itself is a win for Rivian today.
We came all the way back, Neil, right where that when the number came out, that price, the high of the candle being right around that 14,880s right there, and we are knocking on the door of 14,880 here on the NQ. So big reversion, 100% reversion on the markets. Seems like that dip buy was not wrong off of that overreaction, but you know what? We switched to the short. We didn't really manage. Well, we caught some wins, but that last piece we didn't really manage too well. Something to be worked on, but definitely that long idea, that initial kind of gut idea coming into fruition as we kind of wipe back. I didn't know that we were going to go all the way back up, but I was only expecting a little bit of a reversion, about a 50% into that 35, and yeah, we took those fills, but we're getting back all the way back up to that 36 level. And yeah, Softy, if Softy can break distinctly through this 322, then I don't think we have any reasons to get short, especially if the market's going to slap back up into that 15 area, pass through this 14.9. I don't want to be fighting the short when the pressure is definitely to the upside there. But if we kind of show some resistance here, I think I'm more than willing to be short, to get short in and around this 322 level here on Softy, as it is a bit of a multi-time frame level.
It's a big level. Like I said, if the break doesn't work right away, you have to get out of it. Also, AMD AMD just trailed out. I'll get to that in a quick second. I do want to shout out, we did have John in the chat saying he's got a meeting in downtown Detroit. John Van Sowers, see you at 2 p.m. We'll see you at 2 p.m. On your way out, John, if you enjoyed it, take one quick second to you know what.
Like, subscribe, and share the show that takes you into the heart of the market every day.
Don't ask for a lot, but if you take a second, hit the like and subscribe, because of course I hit it, Sharif. That's the best one. I'm going to do it every single time. But I did want to mention, and it was while it was on Obi's chart for a quick second there. I don't know if you can pull. You had the futures chart up that you were trading on.
The TQs or the NQs?
I don't know. We had the long off the open in the pre-market 8:30.
Okay, yeah, I can.
That's the one. Because if you look, we're talking front end, back end, and the first thing I could think of was what happened to me on AMD. Was you had the long at the exact right price, but on the way back, there it is. Pull up Obi's chart. So if you look at the dip, look at the first consolidation on the dip, and then look what turns out to be support. So like that whipsaw consolidation, that stop right there, that turns right into the support level. So it's long. That's exactly where you bought the dip.
Yeah.
Exactly where you bought the dip was the support level on the rebound. Sometimes you just don't. Sometimes you don't want to get away from direction because you might actually have it right, and you just need to be patient with it. It's better to miss the trade to make the trade. Yeah. Sometimes you have to be willing to miss the trade to make the trade. And yes, Christopher, this is pretty much what I was looking for Apple. Sometimes you've got to be willing to miss the trade to make the trade. And that means I don't want to short it into 175. I want to see a failed break at 175 and then take that shot. So this is what I was looking for. I did trail out of Microsoft, mentioned that one. And I also told you guys AMD 105. Let me just get to that for a quick second here. AMD 105, maybe it's a mistake, but it did this. It broke 105. It printed twos. So the first thing when that happens, I usually throw a trail to 75. So it wicked that and then trailed me out. That's kind of standard operating procedure for how I trade breaks. If there's a 104 break with resistance at 105, I usually trail out at a failed break of 105. It just is what it is. The futures were at 14.9 and just turning green. Maybe that was the wrong exit, but sometimes you just want to take the money and run. This is why I like dip buys better than breakouts, because I find I trade breakouts like a pattern. And then oftentimes I'm not willing to get away from that pattern, so I usually leave money on the table with a breakout. It's like that's that dollar move, I get trailed out and move on to the next trade. Whereas on a dip buy, you're looking to play the trend, so you're like in and out multiple times. Where the breakout a lot of times is a bit of a one and done trade for me. So the local high on Apple is 105, I see 8. You guys can probably guess where my stop is going to be. I don't think I need to tell you. That's pretty obvious where my stop is going to be on Apple. Palantir, that's one of the longs I still have on. So it's the only long I still have on. Even that pullback, it broke the quarter. It didn't trail this one because you're deep enough away from that 16 that it's working pretty well. And its reversal is much more ridiculous, in my opinion. Like it got all the way back down into like yesterday, not yesterday, but like 2 days ago, the bottom, almost 15 even, and then it's taken out to 16. Like that's a little bit more bullish and still has room to fill a gap to 16.8. Plus Palantir has a little meminess to it, I think. It's not really a word, but you know what I mean. Like when it runs, it's got some squeeze potential. It's not the same as the big cap tech names where I wouldn't want to get caught in a reversal on the futures. This looks long and strong, at least for now. But there goes Apple. I took my shot at it. If you were, depending on the way that you trade it, you could have maybe, if you just shorted 175 and gave it to this high, you actually would have had maybe a small scalp trade win. But that's not really the way I traded. I'm looking for the red, then I'm joining in here. I'm going to stop it there, and I want to play it to VWAP. I'll hold on to maybe 25% if it breaks VWAP into a support level. So that's a structure that I'm looking for. I haven't really checked out SoFi yet, Steve G. I did want to get back over to Microsoft. That's kind of I'm holding on to Palantir, but Microsoft got worked out, didn't work right away, but it's still looking relatively strong. So I'm looking for re-entry. It's either going to be a dip into 320 potentially, or it holds this level to the upside and I can get back into the long. If I short something up here, I know I like Shopify. I might go back over to that one. I'm always looking over at Rivian. And then there's Affirm. But we have to go to the desk because we have Sector Watch with Adara.
Red day, as can be expected after those extremely high NFP numbers that we got. So, I mean, yeah, retail trade really down. Consumer durables really down. Consumer non-durables as well. Energy minerals, notably, Exxon is down right now because of that potential acquisition of Pioneer. But other than that, the sector's actually pretty strong. Utilities down, producer manufacturing, finance. One of the few sectors that's actually doing okay right now is health services. We also have Google trying to make up for some weakness in tech services here, but not much. Another thing to note, some of this consumer non-durable weakness and Walmart's weakness in retail trade could be those reports about Walmart saying that they're selling less groceries as their pharmacy sells more weight loss drugs. And then also of note here, I just want to point out Disney and consumer services. This relative strength here could be because of rumors that they are going to sell their Indian streaming content. So yeah, that all of note, keep an eye on all of this. We'll see how this changes as the day unfolds.
Alphabet, we were just people are asking about why is Alphabet, what's Alphabet doing? Not why is it going up or why is it going down, but like what's going on with them. I haven't looked at Google today. That's been your puppy.
Yeah, I have it up here. I got a few of those charts that I keep back at my desk open. So yeah, I do have eyes on Google for sure. Yeah, definitely. I watch Alpha a lot for kind of giving that market direction potentially, because it is the third largest weighted ticker, as we've mentioned before. And something interesting to note, Neil, as the market kind of picks right back up, Google is consolidating on top of this 135. First of all, that's check mark number one, 135 hold. Check mark number two, where those sellers came in. Off of that number, we're holding above that price, check mark number two. All right, so now you're also holding above VWAP, not once, but twice, check mark number three. The third, a higher low, check mark number four, which also holds that VWAP. I like that. So some decent action there on Google. Definitely a bit stronger than some of these other names, as it's already broken past its high and now it's holding and consolidating above VWAP and using that as a bit of respect. So let's see. I mean, take a look at yesterday. This 135 and the day before as well. This week has been kind of resisting this 135.50 area, 135.40s. Now we are consolidating back above on a strong sell-off reclaim and consolidation above these levels that we couldn't get past earlier this week. So that's giving me a bit of a bullish mindset on this specific name above 135. Now, can we do a bit of a chop and churn? Of course we can. That 14.9 acting as a bit of resistance there. We talked about that 322 on softy as well, kind of coming in. I don't want to take that short as of right now, but I do want to get involved if this area does look heavy. And the fact that we're kind of teetering just a bit, just like a $0.50 in and around that 322, I don't want to necessarily get involved right now. I want to sidestep that fugaze like we talked about before. Let others pay for that information, and then there's definitely better places to get involved. Sure, you can get involved at the 322, but on a lower high would be much, much easier, in my opinion, giving you a better piece of the move. Again, right side of the V concept. Shout out to the one Lance B for sure on that. But yeah, trying to get in on that right side. Let's see if we can kind of consolidate, make a lower high, and then potentially see if this level of resistance kind of comes into play today on softy. Let's see if that 14.9 acts as resistance as well.
Fabian and Ramin just set me up there. Good. That was hilarious.
What happened?
What do you mean good?
What do you got going on there?
It's so Ramin walks over and she has a butter tart, same pecan butter tart that I had in one of these yesterday, which she gave me as well. And
I'm joking.
I'm like, yeah, you know I'm gonna eat. I'm not gonna say no to it. And the second I have it in front of me, when Obi's talking, and I'm focused on eating it and getting into meta short in front of 307. That's when they put the camera on me, trying to catch me eating food, which they did not do, by the way, because you didn't see me eat it. And you probably will, though. So I am in meta. I do like, we talked about this 300 thing on meta, where every single day for the last month, you've seen 300 on meta. It's printed at that price, or the 200 period, so the 50 period moving average on the daily. This is a good resistance level up here. It's been 307, 309 as well has been a pretty good resistance. Okay, now I'm like licking my lips. This is actually really good. But yeah, short in front of resistance here. You're at 14.9 on the NASDAQ. And I don't know, you've come all the way back. Like, this is one of those, I understand, like a lot of people will get frustrated because the market's like, that number, why are we buying off of this number? I get it. It doesn't necessarily make sense. It doesn't have to make sense. So you just try to play the price levels, you just try to play the price action, try not to worry too much about the why when you're actively trading. You know, if you're trying to figure things out in your long term, maybe today's changed absolutely nothing for you. But you know, when you're trading the overall, when you're day trading the markets, just try to play the price action. So if it's resistance at 14.9, if you're short the futures and you like that, fine. But if I like a level where I know there's been selling above 306 into 307 for the last couple of days on meta, the same way when you get to 300, there's just buyers down there. I'm going to try to play that level. So we'll see what happens. AMD's continuing to go. This could easily wick over 307, get me out, and then I'm in too early. That's always a risk. But as long as we're underneath this 14.9, if the market goes red again and starts falling, I start to think about, like, where do I like entries? I know meta. I did make the attempt at Apple, and I don't necessarily want to get away from that level. It's still in the pocket. Meta's at a much more extreme level than Apple is, in my opinion. That's why I jumped over. But I don't dislike Apple as well if it can hold underneath this consolidation. Not to AMD, I'll tell you that much. And guess what's still at $18 is Rivian. Rivian's at 17, well, it was 96 just now. That's absolutely crazy. I'm not meaning to ignore some of these small caps. That VCNX, which was on my radar, it's back above 1. Like, this is actually the first time it's gotten interesting. Like, I've been waiting for this thing to actually get back to the dollar level. The volume is not that big. There's not a lot of liquidity on the bid. Like, I'm seeing like a couple thousand shares at the dollar. Like, this is no good. Like, this is not really enticing me to want to take the long break at a dollar. Like, look at the lack of, like, how long have I been up here? Anything other than dark pool prints, there's 100 shares on a lit gateway. There's a couple 100 shares. Like, nobody's doing anything on this dollar break. Now some bids start to come in there, but I'm not really seeing anyone take any liquidity off the ask. I might actually be preferring to wait and see if that fails a dollar as opposed to anything else. Not a lot of liquidity there. I don't really like it. So I'm into meta. I do think I have to wait till 307. If it breaks 307, fair enough. The only thing oh, that's crazy. That just took 307 as I was talking about it. Like the only long I still have is Palantir, and that one looks good, but this market is going nuts.
Yeah, right into that 14.9, Neil. So
Just
we are
send me 1,000.
blasting right above.
Oh, they mean VNTX, Maxi.
What's up?
No, Maxi Juniors just sent you 1,000 shares. You mean the small cap. You don't mean that on Meta. If you bought 1,000 shares, you didn't move it from 306 to 307. We'll take more shares than that. You meant on the small cap, probably.
Yeah,
But I'm not trading that one yet. I actually almost prefer the fail.
Yeah, that 14.9 coming right back in. So again, we talked about this. Sellers were aggressive off of that, off of the market catalyst, right? Market catalyst happens, sellers get in right there at that 14.880-ish area, and now we're trading above it. So that tells me that anybody and everybody who kind of sold into that move is now underwater, and we're pushing that 14.9. We reverted, so we dropped down almost 200 points on the NQs. And then we revert back almost 200 points, or more than 200 points on the NQ, right? Almost 300. We got about 240 there, as the low was around 14,660 there, and then right back into that 14.9. I'm curious to know whether that 15 will come into play today. If we can catch a lot of this, if this buying pressure is real, and we've kind of lick grabbed and kind of caught a bunch of shorts offside, and we've built that kind of buying pressure for the move. Let's see if that 15 kind of comes in. But as of right now, that 14.9 definitely a level of resistance, and that 322 on softy definitely missed our. See, I posted in the teens there above the dollar. You kind of rip right up into off that move into the 14.9. And yeah, you kind of drop right back in. So I'm curious to know whether that was a lick grab of strength across the board, and are we going to continue back to the downside? Maybe a little bit of relief off the 14.9 is expected, right? But how much are we going to get? Who knows? As we kind of are experiencing a bit of a significant volatility. Again, market catalyst bringing that volatility to the table today. Also a Friday as well, kind of end of the week.
Friday.
End of the week, yeah, for sure.
Weather's gonna suck this weekend.
Yeah, it was raining last night. It was raining this morning. I think it probably rained all night as well. So not really too much fishing for me this weekend, if that's going to be the case. I can kind of squeeze out some of those last fishing days before it gets really cold.
You can fish.
But we always have ice fishing.
No, huh?
Huh?
Yeah, have fun doing that. It's too cold, man. I got West Indian blood. In my ear.
Layers. That's the key. What I've found. I get cold pretty easily as well. But
really?
Layers is the
fishing,
key.
huh?
Yeah, layers is the key for cold weather. So like
my brother-in-law has been trying to get me to go ice fishing for like years,
Yeah.
and I've just been saying no. Like I've been slowly indoctrinated into some of the stuff that my wife. She loves camping. I now love camping.
Yeah,
the ice fishing.
What type of camping?
No, well, so okay, so
There's like real outdoors.
no,
and
we've been
then
doing
there's,
we do car camping. Okay,
Okay.
like I did real camping. I was in like Cub Scouts and stuff.
Yeah.
But
That's
like
definitely
now,
it's tough to do that with family for sure.
I'll do car camping. They do the whole. When she was growing up, they do like portages and stuff. Like so, you have portage is when you have all your camping gear, and then you have to take a canoe and then go across a lake, and then you walk for a day, and then you go across another lake, and then you walk for a day, and then you get so deep into the woods that your ass can't get back out unless you travel days and multiple canoe trips. Like that's camping. Like camping, where if something goes down, that's it. Like that's what they used to do growing up. I'm like, I'm not doing that. I can't. I got limits, man. Everybody to each your own. That's all I got to say. We're gonna do. Got to go to Money Talks in a second, but I'm back in on that 307 level on Meta. I'm going to focus on that level while we're at 14.9. I did take another out in Palantir because got to make decisions at 16.25. Only make decisions where it makes sense. Breaking 10, getting the 20 at the quarter, the break of a quarter. Now it's trying to put in a lower high. So like get out. When it's working, you make decisions at key points, not necessarily try to panic with it. Meta, right back at that 307. So that was a crazy wick up. Now I'm short off that 307 level. This is a little bit better. It could be on the way back down, but still a pretty strong market testing 14.9 as we go to the desk for Money Talks.
Hey guys, yeah, as expected, more dollar strength coming into play today. We have seen a bit of a pullback here as the morning has progressed, but what a move. Initially, essentially right back to week highs, past couple of week highs anyways, for the dollar index coming off that jobs report. If you missed it this morning, 187, that was last month, the prior. 187 goes to 227 on that number for August. September, meanwhile, 336 versus what was expected. Just an absolute monster print for the jobs report for September, which essentially, as I said, had the dollar right back to 107 on the initial pop. But you can see we're fading that move quickly here. Basically took back the past 2 days there for the DXY on a bit of a pullback. Now that is helping this. This is the euro. Significant level coming into play once again. 105 was holding. It was actually holding below 105 the past couple of days, but prior support was broken the past couple of days. So we are trying to hold here for the euro back above 105. If you remember going back to Tuesday this week, we were talking with Frank Caberna. He was touching on the fact that, you know, if it gets below 105, if you zoom out here a little bit, this is 105 on the daily chart. We could see that parity level way down here coming back into play, guys.
Yeah, so we're just getting to that 14.9 level, and you're battling. It's the same thing that happened at 14.8, but if you do actually keep in mind the bigger picture, like this is a 15-minute chart of the NASDAQ, which, you know what, the charts that I use are like these black charts where I don't have it like nicely centered for you, and then you can see what symbols. So I have to tell you guys this is the NASDAQ, but like you haven't put in a red candle. If this is it, like if this is the first red candle since the bottom on the 15-minute on the NASDAQ, like where could we head into? Like where are we pulling back? It's been all green since there. So it's pretty strong. By the way, if you're wondering why do we have white charts, why do I have like this big meta in the middle, it's all feedback. Well, for the white charts, because our producer tells us to. And then, yeah, I just got some feedback. It's like, well, can you put this big thing saying what stock you're trading in the middle? I'm like, it allows me to do it. I can increase the font because that's how it works on P per 8, the software we're using. So I just throw it in the middle so you guys can always see it. Every now and then, everyone's like, your head will block and then you can't tell what chart I'm looking at. But if we get questions about like what charts you're looking at or showing us, it's the daily chart for me, the daily chart, and then when I use my multiple desktops, a 15-minute chart, I'll have like a level 2 so that I can show you some levels. Oh shoot, that's failing $1, that VCNX. And then I'll show a 3-minute chart. So 3-minute, 15-minute, daily. Sometimes I'll pull over my black chart instead of sliding over to show you guys the NASDAQ, and that's a 15-minute, whereas my other ones are like 60. So for the futures, I'm only ever looking at a 15-minute and a 60-minute, but for individual stocks, 3, 15, and the daily. If I pull down my trade ideas, that's when I'm showing you guys the weekly, usually in the pre-market, established levels, established trend, that kind of thing. I see you're gearing up to do something over.
Yeah, so Joshua in the chat was asking, where's the bull plushie? So we kind of got that right there. What's happening? Oh, his fly seems to be a little open there. So, but we got the bull plushie right there.
Bull's gotta go.
Got you, Joshua. Don't worry. Yeah, we are
only Randy's allowed to
pretty,
change that.
pretty high up, back, reverting into the move. Definitely some bullish action off of that, off of the bounce. Off the economic number there. So yeah, definitely deserving of the one bear and one bull, because we've gotten both sides of the action a little bit here. But that 14.9 definitely sticking a little heavy, and that 322 area coming back in on softy. Can we get a lower high? I don't want to get involved right here. I did post a little bit, but then I thought to myself, this is a very strong trend to the upside, and we've reverted that whole move. So now, if I just want to be a little bit patient, and if it'll give it to me, sure, we could quadrunk right back down, all the way down to 315 right away. That's fine. And if that happens, so be it. That's great. But I'll be looking for a lower high now to get involved and to see if this trend is actually broken underneath that 322. Because if I do believe that this area is resistance on the day and it's a multi-time frame level, I do expect it to have some sort of selling pressure coming in, and that can manifest itself on the chart as a lower high, and that would also give us a chance to get in on a potential right side of the move as if we make lower highs underneath that 322 and catch that selling pressure. I want to see that happen. So I'll be watching for that trend break. I'll be watching for lower highs underneath this key level, and if we break above it and hold, you guys know the answer to that one as well. Definitely a key level, a bit of an over-under pivot there on softy. Let's take a look at what our friend Apple is doing. We know that that 175 is definitely kind of key from yesterday. excuse me, and from the morning reaction high as well, right? So we're kind of teetering and churning just around that level. So unless and until we can catch a direction off of this new consolidation that we've made on Apple, I don't really want to take a trade there. Sure, we can get that reversion back down into that 174, which happens to be VWAP as well. So if we're going to hold VWAP and kind of have a healthy move back up, maybe we can get that VWAP support. But if that buying pressure is there, as we're kind of looking for, like we keep talking about, right? We have I guess arguments for both sides of the trade, right? Buying pressure, where if you negate this selling right here, and you buying selling pressure if this resistance stays solid underneath the 14.9, right? So just like Michael Noss was talking about in the morning, and a lot of traders do, and I'm sure I've heard Neil say this as well. If-then statements, right? So you structure those if-then statements, then that gives your idea and thesis some sort of structure, and you're putting in a plan of what you can and should be doing in and around the fruition of those if-then statements. So we'll be waiting and watching for that. Yeah.
Absolutely, and we only have 1 minute to go. Today, the midday, you get a treat. It's going to be Adara with Sharif the entire time. So it's going to be a fun one. Lots happening in the markets. I've been asked 3 times about Disney, so I'm going to end with that one, but Meta could run the stop. It could take out that local high. High of the day, I'm out if it breaks that high of the day. I'm also monitoring Roblox, which looks like it's trying to break out. If 14.9 goes and we start breaking out tops, I don't want to forget about Roblox, but I did not want to ignore Disney because it's like the umpteenth time people have asked about this, and it's trying to go. Disney has sucked for a long time now, but it is trying to break out locally this weekly high. 81.80, it just peeled back off of it. The downside is that's Disney's daily chart. You know it sucks, it stinks, it's not fun. As the market's at tops, Disney is pulling back into VWAP and making lower highs. So the ES is trailing a little bit the NASDAQ here. The ES is still red, NASDAQ is strong. Like you're being dragged up like Meta, just like I said, Meta just broke that high, got one fill for profit, 50 cents, and then it took out that high. You're seeing big cap tech maybe lead the way here. Everything else just lagging by a little bit. So Disney might have trouble actually getting through that resistance at the top underneath those circumstances. Super SPAC, man, I got my eyes on Shopify as well, but Shopify's been tricky. I haven't really seen a reason to get back into it. I like the short, just have not seen an entry into that short just yet, but I'm still monitoring that one. It's one of the first ideas I had when I sat down. It just doesn't mean you have to take the trade if it doesn't set up. But you do have to stick around because you're going right over to the desk adjacent to us. We got the professor, we got Adara. Go get him.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your girl Adara. I'm Sharif, and we're brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the folks there at Search Trader. I'm going to send it to Adara real quick, but I got to let you guys know I'm in a future position here. We're long 14.822 on the future. 4 outs, 1 final out, waiting for that break of 14.9, looking for that 100-point move, essentially. The reason I haven't gotten out so far, despite the fact that we've had trouble at 14.9, is because of the series of higher lows over here. So let's look at the futures contract real quick. Look at this. I mean, I've talked about this before where we're knocking on the door of a level, but the sellers seem to overwhelm the buyers at that particular level. In this case, it's 14.9. You know, it may end up being that way, but just the vehemence of this move on the way up makes me feel that we could continue through. You know, there could be any number of reasons why this is getting bought up. My suspicion is the market is looking at this non-farm payrolls as a possible, you know, catalyst for a soft landing, right? We saw the unemployment rate move up just a smidge. We saw also wages didn't grow as much as expected, but yet the economy was still strong. I think it may be looked at here as a happy middle. Who knows? We'll get the end of day analysis by some of the heavy hitters when all is said and done. But for the moment, long the future, 14.822. Looking for that 14.9 break.
Hello, yes. So I have not done any trading yet today, but I've been keeping an eye on everything, and I want to start with my boy AMC. Heard some mentions of AMC in the chat, and as we know, I like trading AMC because of all that Taylor Swift news that we have going on. Apparently, the movie hasn't even come out yet. It's not getting released till October 13th, but we already have over $100 million in sales for this movie, according, apparently. So I think, AMC could be one to watch. I had someone saying it looks popish in the in the chat here, and I have I put in, if we get to 865, because I just want to go down a little bit, I would like to get in on that move up, but I'm trying to learn from not buying too high. So we'll see how that goes. I'm all set to go in AMC should I get my fill here. But yeah, I mean, definitely one to watch. I love the movement we have here. I love that we have a semi-catalyst, and AMC's kind of been a beast since this whole week, the Taylor Swift news, the Beyonce move. More or less, AMC has been one to watch. I also want to take a look at Disney just in terms of entertainment stocks, because we also had that news with the stuff with the streaming in India, and we also talking about their cricket, the ads they make on cricket yesterday too. They've had tons of news. I like what we're kind of playing off the VWAP here. I would like to wait to see a little bit more of this trajectory before I personally hop in. But yeah, I mean, it's up on the day. It has some nice VWAP action. We've got swooping around here. So, and then in terms of big caps, I want to take a look at Microsoft because it has a catalyst. We like a catalyst. It has two catalysts. It has OpenAI is looking to make its own chips. And then we also have with Microsoft the Activision Blizzard deal, which is set to close next week, that acquisition. So, I mean, I like what we have here. I am curious to see if this through to 2240 is going to be a top that we push off from or that we move down from. But yeah, if we get a little bit lower on Microsoft, I would like to step into the ring here, be a part of this. I've been trying to trade big caps lately. But yeah, these are what I'm looking at so far. Going to keep my eyes peeled and everything else, see what we have going down.
Yeah, MSS, guys, the IPO from yesterday, back again at it. Here we go. Thank you for Mr. Longshorts for alerting me to this one. Didn't have it on the side charts. We'll bring in the side charts and start going through those in a moment. But here we go, 20% now, guys, breaking through key levels. Let's have a look at this bad boy on a wider time frame. This one trades on the NQ, by the way. Let's go look at the 10-minute. Let's just choose that. Okay, so here we are. Key level 1145, that 1150 area. We multiple wicks into that level, couldn't break through it. But look where the closing prints are. They're all south of 11. Every single closing print here on the 10, south of 11. So 11, and today, look at this, HOD 1096. So that 11 presenting itself as an obvious level of resistance. If we get above and stay above that level, look for that possible 1150 break. The short, do I have any information on this bad boy now? I didn't have anything on it yesterday. MSS, there we go, got something here, nice. Authorized float is 92 million shares, but current float says 2.2 million shares, so micro float here, guys. Market cap of 170 million, you guys know what the drill is. Low float, small market cap, recent IPO equals volatility central, $11 looks like resistance here. Be careful with this one. Make sure you're sizing it accordingly. But look at the print factory that is the MNQ, man. We're almost 100 points in the money on this bad boy. I don't know why the position board messed up again, so I'm going to have to take a trade here on a bogus name and then just get out of it. There we go. There it is, updated. Now again, long 22 3/4. We're above 9 now. We're going to have to stay above 9. Now we know that the problem with the problem here is that we could quadruplicate at any time, right? We're still up 1/3 of a percent on the NQ. We're technically flat on the ES, exactly flat. We'll see exactly what happens, but we break through that 900. That's what I like. I've got a closing print on my 5-minute chart on the NQ north of 900, but one could just be a one-off thing. Let's see if we can get that move up. Looking for a possible 100-point move here if we can get to 22. Zadara, what are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm looking at AMC, which swooped off without me. I missed the flight. We did not get our fill where we wanted to. I set it a little bit lower, so if we go to that 875 and we swoop back up, I'm going to be in on that because I like this action. I like the trajectory. I do see this as hopefully, for my sake, because I want to be in it, I hope we see some longevity on this play. We've also got Microsoft taking off a little bit here too. let's take a look at Microsoft, another name I had my eye on. Yeah, so we beat the previous high of day, which was 322.50. Now we're at 322.87. We're kind of bouncing around there. If we get another baby dip here, I'm going to dip my toe in for sure. So I've got him up on my side chart, keeping an eye on that, seeing what's good. I also want to take a look at Google because that name had some traction. It's still up on the day, 1%. How is Google doing? Okay, yeah, so Google it looks like we've got a little bit. I'm curious to see if this high is going to be higher than the previous one. Because, we're doing like a little bit of a triangular action here. But yeah, I mean, I think Google could be a long for me. We're very close to that high of day. It looks like we're at like 350, 136.50. Sorry, high of day was 136.54. So keeping an eye. Oh, it looks like we're just touching that now. But yeah, so lots of interesting stuff happening in those big caps in that NASDAQ right now. How are you doing?
We're going to hit the dollar club, but in all seriousness, it should be the 100-point club because we'll have to make a one for the futures too, baby, because futures deserve some respect around here. 14.928 and 3/4. We're breaking through that 14.9. Let's see if we can hold above 14.9. I can't take my eyes off this one. And quite frankly, I don't even know where to take profit. So let's do that together here. Let's find a level of resistance that we may stop out at and then talk a little bit about that. Okay, so one thing coming to my mind right away, this crest over here where we topped out at 14.950. We're only like 16 points away from that at the moment with a 13.934 top. Coming back a little bit into 930 now. But yeah, that's what I'm seeing here on the 5. Let's zoom out a little bit more on the 15. See what's what. Yeah, it's going to be that 950 local top. Before that, you got to go all the way back into, and I say all the way back like that's a long time ago. You got to go back to October 3rd to come to that 1500.25. Obviously, 1500 is going to be a resistance level in and of itself. But I would say the main thing is to get a couple of closing prints above 900, and then we can talk about maybe a 1500 push. One couple of 5-minute candles closing above 900. I don't know if that seals the deal, so to speak. So we'll keep an eye on that. The ES now officially green on the day. Look at this skewed double bottom. This is what I want to term this. Yes, who hit that bang? Was that you, Fabian? That was Fabian. Fabian pumped it back there. I want to call this the bullish double. Double bottom is bullish. I want to call this the extra bullish double bottom. By that I mean you have clearly two bottoms here, but the right side a little bit higher than the left side. You could also call this an upward channel, obviously, because the higher highs touch and the higher lows touch as well. It's just an aggressively angled upward channel, but I'm going to call this the extra bullish double bottom. In any event, we're looking good. We're at 4,300 though, so that will be an interesting area of resistance if we can't break through. We're up 0.14. We know we've broken through 14.9 on the NQ. Next level, I guess the next boss in the futures game is this 4,300. See if we can break that, but that's an interesting look. Before we send it back to Adair, we got to look here at the daily movers. Couple on my watches. Couple people asking me, are you looking at grits? Yes, I am. GRTS continuation from yesterday, up 4 3/4 at day's highs moment right now at 277, breaking through that 2 3/4 ahead of the high of day. Yesterday, high of day was about 255. Disregard this print here. That is the institutional order at 8 a.m. and to me doesn't count. FRO was a real good winner for us. Gap down today, but finding some support off the previous day's close. 1740 was the bottom, and now it's making a break of high of day. The high at 8 a.m. there, 18 1/4, but still below yesterday's close at 1870. Keep your eye on FRO. That one was a proposed buyout. I'm going to change FEMI here, and we're going to put MSS because I didn't have quite enough room for it. Let's add the ticker to that bad boy, MSS. There we go. And this is, what do we got here on MSS, man? We got a bit of a triple top here. But the good thing is you have that higher low. So you have clearly resistance at that 79.50. All the closing prints on the 5-minute chart south of 79.50. You've got wicks above it. Sure, you got up to 79 2/3. Look for that decided break above 79.50. Look for that closing print to be above it. And yeah, we also danced with that level yesterday too. So it's a recyclable level, 79.50. This is MS. Man, MSS. Come on, bro. Pay attention here. Let's fix that. MSS. Sorry. MS does look good though. Now that I've stumbled upon that. Yeah, let's get serious. So MS. We have a high of yesterday of 11.50. Can't break through 11 today. Definitely finding resistance at that $11 AR. Right back down into yesterday's closing print at $9. Look for possible support here. We definitely had resistance earlier at $9. Now, does it flip? Is it going to halt? Is this a halt? Now it's halted at $9. Look for a possible hold here. We'll have to wait and see. Lots of bamboozlement on this name, no question. Second day play off the IPO. Keep your eye on this one. And then Overstock. Wow, Overstock. Is there a news headline? I don't see a news headline on this one. I see something yesterday. Lemonis Marcus bought 31,000 shares. That's upkiss. That doesn't mean nothing. But for whatever reason, looks like there's a couple of insider buying here that came in yesterday. Overstock looking real good. Not one that you see typically moving all that much. 11% opened up the day at 1571, and now we're at 1750 with not many retracements. 2 red candles. Yeah, 3. Sorry, 3 red candles since the opening print at 930. Here comes 1750. Looks like it's going to break it, Dara. Good move up for OSTK.
Yeah, so I'm going to pull up my my AMC. We got in on AMC. I don't want to stay in AMC too long because I'm not noticing. With AMC and what I did yesterday, I had a baby win on AMC, is I find you have to get in, you make a couple cents, you get out. It's not a long-term play. I find for me anyway, but you can do well if you do plan your stops accordingly. So if it gets to 8, I have like 882. I'm okay with that. We're kind of floating around that level because we did get to 887 and then we dropped. I don't think we're going to reach that again, so I'm trying to be strategic. I'm trying to be smart. I'm trying to plan things out. I also want to take a look at Tesla. Which I'd like to say we learned from Tesla, but I mean, I think I just need to. It's just about like being smarter with Tesla for me personally, because I think I have done okay on it as long as I'm being strategic and looking at what we have here. We're kind of playing around the VWAP. I am a little bit cautious right now with how I get in on this, especially because we did have like a negative catalyst, what with the price cuts for the Model Y and the Model 3, which did impact the stock negatively. So yeah, so I mean, we're going to keep an eye on that with Tesla, but that is a stock that I like watching, as we kind of know over the past couple of days when I've somehow morphed into like a big cap trader. I also want to take a look at Paramount, because we had that one. We had a catalyst as well. So Bernstein initiated coverage with an underperform and an $11 price target. So someone earlier was saying it hit the high of day. I think it's still down on the day. We're down like 0.43%. So high of day was 1174. Yeah, we're just dancing around. I guess that's when we hit that. We're dancing around that right now, 1161. To me, it's like a little bit too much volatility, too much like swooshing all over the place for me to get in right now. But yeah, I mean, like we know I like looking at the entertainment stocks. Entertainment stocks have had a lot of catalysts recently. Sorry, what with the ongoing strike debacle. And actually, speaking of strikes, I want to take a look at GM. And GM, we had yesterday the airbags. We had today, apparently, Sean Fain, the UAW leader, is going to release another video at 2 p.m. with regards to what's going to be like struck next. Are they going to expand this strike? What the next plans are for the big 3 auto strike? But yeah, I mean, GM, we're like literally 0 on the day. We're even on the day. I'm liking the VWAP play kind of, but I think I would be very hesitant to get in this, especially as the looming of the UAW strike news occurs. I think it would be a little dicey. But yeah, I do like just from like a movement perspective, I kind of like what's happening here, but I do not like it from a catalyst and news perspective. Trading the news is scary. I learned that from the Meta experience last week. You know what I mean? Like hoping a thing is going to go a certain way, especially because this is more likely to be negative. What with, how GM's been doing yesterday, it actually hit 3-year lows. So yeah, I mean, it's a dicey stock to get into, but I do like it just purely on a movement standpoint.
Jay Lee, are you going short Boyle? Is that what you just told me in the chat? You're like 20. Oh, gift. Go short Boyle 67 with me in case you're like, were you gifting me 20 points? Is that what it was? I'm so confused. I don't know how to play these games, guys. right? I see, yeah, he just did it again. Dude, I don't want to stand in front of Nat Gas today. I'm quietly celebrating here. If you haven't noticed, my nice move up on my UNG trade, over $1 in the money on that one right now in the private portfolio. But you know how it is. We could see that retrace, and we could see it retrace aggressively. Nat Gas isn't called the Widowmaker for no reason, but Nat Gas up again 3.6% today. In addition to the move that it had yesterday, UNG 3%, Boyle 6 1/3. So we'll have to wait and see what we get from Nat Gas, but I ain't selling. I ain't selling. I ain't selling. But in any event, guys, finding a bit of a top right now at 14,937, waiting for this one to either, you know, we'll see what it does, but I'm definitely looking for a 14.9 hold. The good part about this is there's a real buffer between my entry point and 14.9, about 80 points or so. So I can give it room if it breaks 14.9, you know, by a few points here and there, and then we find the buyer stepping in again and propping this one up. I'm trying to exercise as much patience as I can. 4 outs, one more left on this bad boy. There we go. Those were the 4 outs, and we'll see what this one does. Hamptons Trader, futures may be curling now. I hope not, but we'll have to wait and see. I'm keeping my eye on that 14.9 and how well we do in and around there should we make it back down there. Oh, Bears versus Bulls gifted me, and Wall Street. Man, you guys are too good, man. And especially with all the loose hand that I've had today, I've been gambling my points away on the morning show. Everyone's like, yo, dude, you're risking way too much here. And I have no idea what's happening, right? I finally see people actually do it. Dad Trader gifting me 20 points. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you, Dad Trader. All right, let's scroll back up. NJ Lee obviously shouted them out already. Appreciate you for that. What else is being said here in the chat? Anything else going on? All right, no. So let's now talk a little bit about OSTK, because this one made a new high of day while I was chatting up a storm over here. Now 17 2/3, but what I see is a bit of a reversal candle, an inverse hammer candle. I don't even know what those are called. We're breaking down below 1750 now. Is this the turnaround? We'll have to wait and see. I am not going to jump into this one way or another until I see more, but it's been a very strong day now, up 10.8% on OSTK. The other one I failed to mention when we brought in the side chart, Genius Brands, GNS, up 16 1/3. Yesterday did basically nothing. Closed out sub 100 at that 88 penny area, and now it broke and staying above 100 at $1.10. Does Genius Brands have a headline? Let me just double check real quick. Oh, there is. Okay. So press release, Genius Group hosts partner conference in the metaverse. Really? So 2 dudes are going to wear a headset like Zuck and Kramer did on Mad Money. That was a scene, I'll tell you that. A leading entrepreneur, ed tech, and education group held its global partner conference yesterday as a 3-hour immersive experience. Okay. All right. I don't know if that really deserves an 18.5 point move, but maybe it's proof of concept, and that's why they're getting the bump. In any event, it's moving up Adara. We got a 17 1/3 move on GNS.
Yeah, sorry, just noticed a super chat here. Shout out to Cubis MO85. I'm long until Europe closes / Norway.
Like it.
Yeah.
That's 10 minutes, 9 minutes now.
Ooh. Okay, yeah, so I'm getting, I mean, we'll see how that goes. Like, you know, I was seeing some stuff about people, you know, sell when the European markets close. And yeah, I'm going to keep, like, right now, so I got into Microsoft at the wrong moment. I did get in, I got in when it was a little bit lower. Probably still too high, honestly. I can fully admit that. But I was hoping it was going to continue to creep higher because I was noticing it was like, you know, swooping up, and I was like, I want to get in on this. Should have gotten in earlier or not at all. I mean, I'm trying to dump half my shares right now. So we're going to see, but I'm worried it's going to continue to turn lower. I'm trying to be a little patient. I'm just going to keep an eye on that. That being said, we did get out of AMC, so I'm going to pull up AMC while I worry about Microsoft in the back of my brain. AMC here. Yeah, so I mean, we got in at 875. We got out at 883. Could have gotten out a little bit higher, but I mean, honestly, like, couple cents. Like I said, AMC, I'm kind of in it for the short run, so we made some money. We're not losing sleep over it, right? So yeah, that's the update on my AMC trade. Other things I'm looking. Oh, looks like Tesla's dipping a little bit lower. Happy I didn't get into that at that point. Let's take a look at Yeah, so Tesla is chilling towards the VWAP here on the 3-minute. I'm just glancing at my 1 minute on the side here. Yeah, I mean, I'll look at it to see what it kind of does around VWAP because, you know, I'm intrigued and I feel like, I've had some success with playing around VWAP. I've had some success with playing around with Tesla with the bigger cap. So we're gonna see. We're not gonna dismiss it immediately. I'm seeing news about how the Apple iPhone 15 Pro overheating fix actually works. So let's take a look at Apple. Yeah, we were talking the other day too about how then people were also saying there were audio issues. Yeah, so I mean, Apple it's up on the day, like 0.3%, so not super significant, right? But we're like shooting around here like little baby dips. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Yeah, I mean, we'll see what we do here. Yeah, I'm gonna keep like an eye on it, like with most of the big caps, especially because we do have that positive catalyst. What with the iPhone 15 fix news. So yeah, it's worth noting. Definitely one to keep looking at here. I'm gonna let's pull up VFS because I know VFS was tanking this morning, and VFS is such an interesting stock. I found this article from the Wall Street Journal. I think it was like on Tuesday or Wednesday, basically saying that on average, VFS's stock will move 22% per day, either higher or lower, which is like fascinating to me. Like that's so volatile. Just a really interesting stock to watch. I mean, yeah, if you look at it from open, from when we opened, we like swooped down. We're swooping back up right now. I don't want to get involved kind of because it's VFS and because we have that volume is just like over 1 million, not noticing a lot of movement in the book here. But yeah, I mean, it's like a really interesting stock to watch just from like, a company perspective, from the whole meme stock perspective. Its charts, like just the 22% movement thing had me mind blown. So I did want to take a look at this chart. And then I also want to let's take another look at Disney here, see how that guy's moving. Oh, okay. Disney had a nice VWAP play. I think I'm going to keep, this one's another one to keep an eye on throughout the day, I think, for me personally, just because we are seeing baby dips. We're seeing a lot of action around VWAP, and we do have some positive catalysts for that right now.
All right. Guys, we're moving up real good here on GRTS. We talked about this one yesterday. It's been a multi-day runner up 16.39. Just got that nice bounce off that 275 dip, which also happened to be resistance prior. Former resistance, current support. You get the balance moving to 284. Careful with this one, though. I'll give you some key details on this bad boy. Larger float, 90.7 million. Small market cap, 2.61. Let's look at the wider time frame on GRTS. All right, we are through yesterday's high, no question about it, that 250. We are clearing it and clearing it very aggressively. What's the daily show us here? Okay, so very much at local highs. Last time we were up here, we got to go back into early to mid-April. Look at that, rejecting off the 200. Now we've reclaimed the 200. So interesting look here for a multi-day move on GRTS. Guys, this one got going. When did it get going? The 27th. It's had several good days, GRTS. What does this do? Biotech company. Okay.
A lot of biotech in the small cap names. Yeah,
right?
Always.
So that 3.25 is what I'm looking at. Those are the March highs. I wonder if we find resistance in and around that area. We'll have to wait and see, but good move today. I think that we'll have to clear $3 first. Definitely the whole dollar level, always an interesting area of resistance. And we definitely use $3. Oh, I forgot to put the ticker. People are going to complain. Uh-oh. GRTS. There we go. We definitely use $3 as an area of support from, let's say, mid-December 2022, all the way to early Feb. Look at all these bounces off $3, and then, surprise, surprise, it becomes the resistance area. So here we are. Keep your eye out on GRTS, possible nice move up, and it's not like a very small float, so I don't want to say it's going to be less bamboozling, because I wouldn't be so clumsy as to say that with a small cap, but looks like it's moving a little bit more, what's the word I'm looking for? Less violently. Yeah, we'll go with that. in any event, OSTK doesn't look like it's giving up the ghost. It's moving up here, back off the 20 period. So after that pullback, that kind of looked like an inverse hammer candle. We're getting another move back here, up 11.3%. And MSS is a disaster. After moving up into 11 bucks, now it's negative 20% on the day. So that $9 level doesn't hold after the halt, and it's halted down again. So careful with MSS. I will look at SoFi Steve G in 1 second, but the future is maintaining its level above 14.9 for now. We're over 100 points in the money, not taking profit, looking for that 14.950 touch. In fact, let's go ahead and put that out now. And you know, I'm going to use one of Adara's words. I'm going to put it at a scotch below.
Let's go, scotch it up.
14.950, just in case, you know, we definitely get that resistance at the whole point level. We're going to sit at 14.946.5. Oh, wow, we were just about to get printed. We just squeezed. Are we going to get the print here, man? We're at 42s. I saw 44s. We're at 44 and a quarter. 14.944 and a quarter HOD. Fabian dropping down the money. The Kenobi one is all excited next to me. He's like, look at the ES, man. All right, we almost got printed there. We came up to 46 and a quarter. Man, I should have got printed. Man, that is some, you know what. Anyway, if it's meant to be, it'll be. And there is the print, baby. There is the print. 120-point winner in the money, 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 money. We'll hit that one for the Katina man who's on vacation today. But yeah, we'll find out if we do get resistance now. And Europe is closing. That's probably why we got the big boy move up. Europe closes at 11:30. And anybody who's been on a prop floor knows all about that. So very nice trade. Now we're no longer in anything at the moment, Adara. We'll have to look for something else, but nice 120-point winner.
Yeah, so I'm in Microsoft, which is dancing around and giving me massive anxiety. I got half out. As you can see here, we dumped half the shares at 323.50, maybe a little bit too early, but as I was kind of mentioning yesterday, I think my way of kind of dealing with some of the more stressful aspects of trading is if I don't love a position, just dump half of it. You know what I mean? Or dump part of it. That being said, now we're dipping lower. So maybe I should have dumped all of it. I don't know. Microsoft is giving me a skosh of anxiety right now. But yeah, I mean, it's like, because we went all the way up here. I pulled it back up because I saw like we were, you know, that we had that wick up here, right over there. And I was like, oh my gosh, so exciting. Maybe we'll continue higher. Maybe I won't regret my life choices. But yeah, no. So far that's not happening. No, I'm joking. We're gonna see with Microsoft. We're not like going below that 320 that I can really see yet. So keeping an eye on that. I have it up on my side chart, so I've just been glancing occasionally over there. But I don't want to fully lose faith just yet because I am like it doesn't look like it's not giving up the ghost to Bro Sharif's saying just yet.
Neil.
Oh no, so we're just all stealing each other's sayings. I love it. It's great.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I'm gonna take a look at that. I'm just seeing. I got out of AMC too soon. Party just started. Yes, I probably did. Tobes tea. I probably did. Let's take a look at AMC. Yeah, that's my thing too. Is I have the thing where I tend to get out of trades a skosh too early or too late. You know, but so that's something I need to work on there. Yeah, so I did get out of AMC way too early. We're like going. We're hitting that 9. But then again, right? Like I mean. I think with AMC, I find it tends to kind of run around a little bit, right? It chops around, so if it does get a bit lower, I can just top back in.
You can get a better view of all the levels. Yeah.
Yeah.
How come it's always hidden on your top chart? I never understand that.
I don't know.
We'll have to look at that.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't.
Yeah, that's fine.
But I mean, yeah, like I stand by it. Like I made what I could, right? We didn't lose anything, but yeah, I mean.
On the name.
Pardon?
You're profitable?
Yeah, I'm profitable in the name, right? So that's what I'm okay with. But you're right, I did leave the party too early because it is still a party. And I got a little stressed when I was seeing us hovering around that 880 level. So I got out around 882. But yeah, I mean, clearly the party was not over. And it looks like the party might be starting to heat up again at Microsoft on my side chart. I'm seeing some whispers on the side chart. We're edging close to that 324 here. We're dancing around. So we'll see if that can break out. High of day is 324.14. So if I can make some profit on the rest of my shares, that would be a win for me. Have you found, how are you doing with the charts
I'm not
here?
doing anything now because I'm looking at AONC though. Let's talk about that. Halted to the upside. This one was an IPO, I believe, a few days ago. We'll bring in the other chart, AONC. Let's go here. Let's go daily. I believe this was an IPO what day? Yeah, on the 3rd. First day it started trading, October 3rd. HOD was the opening print, 860. Haven't seen that level since. It's been 3 red days, and then boom goes the dynamite off that $6 level. We get to 550, what was that, 58 on the day, and now we have a 1080 high. AONC on the NQ up 62%. People are wondering, what is this name? American Oncology Network, community-based oncology practices. The company is an alliance of physicians and seasoned healthcare leaders who provide comprehensive oncology services. The company has 75 clinics serving 450,000 patients nationwide. Let's talk about the deets and the technicals. 9.4 million share float. It's open, okay, by the way. It is now open. AONC trading at 940. The volume, though, a little suspect. 600,000 shares done, about only 11,500 done the last 5 minutes, likely because it was halted. Can this one stay open? What's the spread? Wide. Like right now it's 4 pennies, but I just saw like 20. And there you go, 15 now. So be careful with this one. Try to get it off levels. What are the levels? Well, I told you guys this before. I like halt levels as good levels of resistance and support on these gappers du jour. Well, first of all, we got that 960 halt level from the high side, so we can expect possible resistance around there. Where do we find support? Lo and behold, that $9 area, almost like 3 pennies off the area where we halted at. That down halt was at 894. We do find support. Where did this candle wick down to? To 895, 1 penny above that area. I'm telling you, these halt levels are always interesting areas of support and resistance. There we go. Breaking through that where is that? Oh, wow, this one's so bamboozling. That 960 area, and there we go, finding resistance there. Be careful with this one, but it presents a lot of opportunities. But oh my gosh, the future. What is happening here on the future? I got out too early, Adara, but I mean, like, there's just nothing I can do. We're about to touch 15,000. We have now fully recovered. We've broken the pre-market highs. We've broken the overnight highs. And we're knocking on the door of that 15,000 area, 14,979 3/4. We've cleared 4,300 on the ES now. We're half a point to the good, more than half a point to the good on the ES. What a recovery. I did not expect this.
Yeah, me neither. But I mean, I'm happy because I'm still in Microsoft. I didn't leave Microsoft. I'm so happy. We're close. We're nearing 324.5. So even though we got half our shares out, if we can make some profit on the rest of these shares, you know who's not going to be complaining? Me. But yeah, I mean, it's and I think it's fun too to be in a thing as it takes off, like to join the party, as it were, to borrow some verbiage from some people in the chat. I did go to the AMC party too early, but we're going to stay partying with Microsoft for a little while here, as long as we can. Especially with we have a little bit less stress. We already got rid of half our positions, so we're just going to try to profit off what we have left. And we blasted above that 324.50 high. So we're cruising here, we're coasting. I'm going to let him do his thing, 21, for a little bit here. And we're going to take a look at Tesla, because that's people mentioning Tesla is popping off over here at Le Chat. So Tesla hit that VWAP, swooped off the VWAP. Tesla, I think a lot of things with VWAP play, but I've noticed especially with me in my admittedly brief experience trading Tesla, I find VWAP play for Tesla is usually pretty solid. I mean, and it's I feel like with the rest of the futures, Tesla just woke up, said hello to the day. Someone mentioned NVIDIA, so let's pop up NVIDIA right now too. Oh my God, NVIDIA. Okay, so we right around 11:20ish here, we swooped all the way up. Go NVIDIA, heck of a time over here. Yeah, I mean, all those big cap names right now are kind of having a moment. Tesla's still negative, but it's still going up, right? So this is absolutely of note. Mike Pena, no shorts today, only dress pants. Love that. Yeah, it looks like might be a long day. So
I'm so out of it. It took me a minute to actually get that joke.
I just pun a lot. The only reason I got it is I pun so much, and even then I was did I get this right? But I'm happy I did. But yeah, so I mean, that's a great joke, Mike. Thank you. We're having a great time over here. Yeah, it is. We're partying in dress pants over here if you're in those mega caps right now. I'm looking to get in on another mega cap name once I see a little bit of a baby dip. But yeah, that's what we got going on right now. We're going to hang out in Microsoft, see how he's hanging.
All right. I like that. Interesting levels coming up. All right, first and foremost, we got 15,000 is 11 points away off the current high, and we're at the current high. That takes us to some of these other big cappers because the tail that wags the dog. 310 Meta, 325, just a smidge below that, Microsoft, 176 Apple. Tesla, we're in no man's land or no woman's land, whatever.
No land.
No person's land.
No land.
We've cleared 450 on NVIDIA, decidedly. 452.98, essentially 453. Google, yeah, it's kind of in a random area. 136 and 2/3, maybe looking to take that 3/4. Very, very strong, but I would suggest to you 3 major levels, 310 Meta, 176 Apple. Well, the 176 Apple is not a major level. 325, though, for Mr. Softy. Very interesting as well. Everything is strong, baby. Sorry, Tony. Tony's been asking me to look at SoFi for a while, and I have been. I've been too, dazzled by the move up in the future to remember SoFi. And I know that this one is interesting because now well, here's the thing, though, on SoFi. Didn't Biden just give like another 9 million people student loan forgiveness? I mean, I don't even know how he's doing this. He's obviously using the executive
I've
power.
seen some of that, and I was like, what is happening?
He's using executive actions, right? And then that ends up getting challenged in court, and then it's like a game of cat and mouse, back and forth, back and forth. All right, here's the 15 on SoFi. All right, we're not at the important levels yet because we got higher than where we are currently on September 29th and October 2nd. That is the cresting area, but this flat area from which we broke down, let's say around $7 to around $7.85, we've cleared. And now we are knocking on the door of $8 with a $7.99 high, $7.98 currently here on the tape. SoFi looks good. It's been one big boy recovery, kind of mimicking the market, quite frankly. There is the dump at 8:30 when the bad headline came in, and then the recovery kind of looking like it does on the future, if you were to put the 15. So I don't think anything special here for SoFi. I don't know if there's anything on the blotter. Let's go ahead and have a look. SoFi, what is this weird headline over here? SoFi makes it possible to achieve all your ambitions in one app. Sounds like an advertising
I was gonna say,
thing.
it doesn't
Yeah.
sound like a
Yeah.
news story as much as it
No.
is like a shameless self-plug.
Exactly.
By SoFi.
Here's a headline that came in yesterday, though, at Dara. Student loan balance dips. Student loan stock drops ahead of payment restart. Okay, we know about that. Here's what I was talking about. Mr. Biden administration pushing ahead with its efforts to cancel some of that student loan debt in its latest action on Wednesday. $9 billion.
Ooh.
Wouldn't that have been nice, Adara, when I was paying back my OSAP to have it forgiven?
That's crazy.
You know what OSAP is?
Yeah,
You're
I'm not from
Manitoba.
so
Yeah.
I did not use OSAP because I'm from Manitoba. For those who are unaware, I am from Winnipeg. But yeah, that is actually a nickname of it. I wish I could take credit for Winnipeg. I really cannot. Like, it is such a
That's amazing.
and it lives up to its name. It's cold. But yeah, anyway, so we don't have that.
Winnipeg.
So I discovered what OSAP was actually like upon getting here. But yeah, I have like some familiarity with how the whole system works. Yeah.
I don't know if you took student loans. I took a little bit. My parents helped me, full disclosure, to pay most of my school.
Yeah,
but
my
then
parents helped me,
yeah,
I like worked.
Yeah, I worked, and then I wanted to travel, so I took OSAP and I traveled with the OSAP money. Full disclosure, but I paid every single penny back. Every single penny. So it bugs me a little bit. Yeah. Neil's laughing at me. Right? Well, hey, man, I want to travel. I was young. I was in my 20s. I'm like, oh, free money? Gimme, right? Anyway, you end up knowing exactly what that money costs you when you're an adult, and then you actually have to start working in the real world, IRL. Anyway, guys, 15,000 a thing now. 15,005.50. We have broken through, almost up 1 percentage point here on the NQ. Oh, baby. We're going to have to clear this level, though, much like we did with 14.9. It's not just enough to print above it. We're going to have to get some closing prints on the 5 and the 10 and the 15. It's not just enough on the 1, guys. Jay Lee worked full-time 4-month summers for university. Shout out to you, Jay. I know Jay's from Toronto as well.
Oh, nice. Okay,
yeah,
cool.
Yeah. JB, you missed the dip in Berkshire Hathaway at 10 a.m. Dude, I mean, there's just way too much to look at. I mean, what am I going to look at? Apple. I'm going to look at, UNG. We're looking at the Future. We're looking at OSTK. There's just too many things to go on. Dr. J. The dollar is tanking. Yes, that is usually the case. The Dixie goes inverse to equities, usually, not always. I bet you right now, if I was to look at the 10 and 2, my God, the 10-year is still positive on the day, but it's retracing. The 10-year is still up 0.85, and the 2-year is still up 1%. They're off their highs. They're off their highs, but they're not negative. Anyway, keep your eye on the yields, the 10 and the 2. Brendo bringing it to my attention this morning. The spread between the 10 and the 2, the closest it's been in recent times. And the theory there goes, once they fit, because right now they're inverted. Once the 10-year yield is yielding higher than the 2-year, that's when the recession is supposed to come in, or so to say the economists. We'll have to wait and see if that's accurate. It's been accurate in the past. Adara, 15,018, we're flying.
Woo! Yeah, also flying is Microsoft. It's like sort of hovering below that 325. I would love for it to break the 325. We can get out. We can have a dollar trade on the shares we have left here because that'd be great. I mean, it looks like we just beat the day's high. We're at 324.95. Oh, sorry, getting a little too excited here. Here we are. Thank you, Sharif. Apologies. Yeah, we're getting 325. It looks like we're hitting 325. 324.97. Yeah, Microsoft. We're just gonna let Microsoft run for a little bit here, so I'm not like just doing a play-by-play of every move it makes.
You're good.
Let's take a look at Google though. While Microsoft percolates, and hopefully does not cause me too much anxiety. We have Google. Yeah, Google is, I think, still a baby dip play for me, but I keep forgetting to look at it because I'm so caught up in what Microsoft is doing. I think one thing too I'm definitely still working on is being in 2 trades at once, which is a thing I have done admittedly like not very much. So that's something I'm still trying to learn to try to get kind of used to that, figure out how that kind of, how it works, how to monitor that. But yeah, I think Google, if there's another baby dip, I might get in on that. We also have, let's take a look at what we have with PLTR. Palantir has been swooshing up today. Yeah, I mean, look at this. Like we've had steady, I mean, they're up 5% in the day. And see what kind of stories we've got going on Palantir. Not specific on Palantir. It's just some people talking generally about AI. Is kind of what I have here right now. But yeah, I mean, like we're almost at 5% up on the day on Palantir right now. We're flying here. So yeah, we're kind of slow. It looks like it's slowing down a little bit. But yeah, I think this is something on a baby dip that I could take a little hop into. Carvana also, I'm getting that's CVNA, I think. Yeah, CVNA. Yeah, Carvana. Here we are. It's like a rental car stock, right? Carvana? Yeah.
No, they sell used
cars. Sorry, used cars.
The vending machine. Remember that?
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. They deliver it as well.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, like this is. Do we have news on C?
Remember this one was really like kind of giving up the ghost yesterday. Probably.
Yeah.
A bounce back, maybe a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm guessing that's probably what it is. But yeah, I mean, like it's definitely on an upward trajectory here. We're seeing like the little baby dips, shooting back up. Yeah, that's definitely one to take a look at, one to watch. Yeah, that's what we got going on right now, and I'm just gonna pop in on my Microsoft to see how he's doing.
Yes, ma'am. Having trouble with 15, as we suspected we would. 15,018. Now that's the high. 15,018.5. We're dancing with 15 after a couple of red 1-minute candles, almost 1% on the day. Again, important levels for me anyway. 325, Mr. Softy, 310 Meta, 176 Apple. That 176 Apple we've kind of cleared. And I am so happy. I'm actually in the money on my Apple trade now on the long-term account. Added aggressively in the low 170s and high 160s. You know, even though I was worried, obviously. But the Katina man and I had a very good conversation. The Katina man, he's not here today. Shout out to him. We were like, you know, if I had been adding with the same aggression that I was adding on the highs during 2022, wow, where my account would be now. So you have to, if you have conviction in the stock, and I would suggest to you that you should have more conviction in the big tech names because they've led the entire year. Number one, the indexes are up because of them. If you look at the equal weighted versus the cap weighted, there's no comparison.
And Michael Noss makes that point a lot on his morning spiels. So have conviction in your trades, and even though they're declining, especially with respect to big tech, and that's what we're doing. And so far, hopefully, we'll pay dividend as October continues. October, baby. We'll have a look to see what October brings. But yeah, in any event, Tesla, I would say, the weakest of the bunch on the day, followed by probably Amazon over here. So Tesla, I saw Renata in the chat bring up a very good point. You had multiple dips into VWAP on Tesla, all of which have proved profitable. If you got it initially here at 1020, you're printing. If you got at 1040, 1045, or 1120, you're green all the way, assuming you held. Nice breakout. Now we're at the 200 period. Knock on the door, that 257. This is an interesting area of resistance. This was where we were trading before the big boy Huadun came in on the
Big boy Huadun.
Yeah, or big girl.
I know, it's a great, I love it. It's a great phrase.
Right. Right at 8:30, we tanked big on Tesla, dropping from essentially 257 all the way down to 251. And then you guys know the rest of the story. But there, we're going to likely have a little bit of resistance at this area. We're already showing it right now. It also happens to be the 200 period on the 5-minute chart. To go green on Stressla, we got to make it back to 260. So even though we break that 257 level, we'll still have a gap of about $3 from which we'll have to fill to go green. 1.43 in the negative. In case you're wondering why, Tesla comes out today with some more price cuts. Believe it or not, the Model Y and the Model 3 are getting price cuts. Not on this side of the border. South of the border, they're getting the price cuts there. Lucky you guys. Looks like the Model 3 will start in the mid-30s for the standard range on that. And then the Model Y also getting multiple price cuts to multiple versions, whether it's the long range or the performance. But here my opinion on this is quickly, the Model 3 revamped version is coming out. He's been showing his inclination to do these price cuts all year, but I think he's probably, doing this in anticipation of getting rid of that inventory, whatever else he's got there at the gigafactories with, the moldings for the older models. He wants to get done. He wants to get them out. And then we're going to see what the demand is like once that new Model 3 comes out. We'll see if the consumer can afford it, first and foremost. But I think his thinking is sound. We'll have to wait and see. But I wouldn't put it past Elon for, kind of maneuvering that way. New high of day on the NQ, 1502.
Yeah, and also new high of day on Microsoft. We're above 325, but now we're dropping. I'm trying to get out of this. I'm just waiting for a filler. I'm going to change some things up here. But yeah, we also got in on Tesla. Stressla, what have you, which I'm really happy where I got in on this, because as we saw this earlier, with Microsoft, I have an issue where I tend to get into things like when they're too high. So we got in on this, as you can kind of see in the position board, 256.25. We're at 256.70 right now, and the reason I got in where I did, I'm going to use the 1 minute. I'm going to zoom in a little bit so you can kind of see the thought process here. I was keeping an eye on this guy on the 1 minute candles on my side chart. So what I was noticing is, we're having these lower, higher lows, right? Higher highs. And I was noticing kind of where the dips would end. I was like, we're getting to the bottom of the dip. Let's get in low. Got in. I'm happy with where I got in. Happy I got my fill where I did. It looks like we are going to swoop back up here. We'll see how it goes. We're gonna pray here. We're gonna cross our little fingers and toes and see how things are shaking here. Microsoft keeps flying around that 325, so we'll see how that does. But overall, I mean, given how the market has started, I was really at the big desk, nervous about how the trading was gonna go today. Just with it, I'm still fairly new to the whole trading game. B, the market has been, a skosh terrifying. What with how we had the big boy, to quote Sharif earlier, with the NFP data, right? But I mean, so far it's as long as you're paying attention to levels, as long as you're being careful, I think it is possible to make some okay-ish trades today. So yeah, I mean, here we are. We're just seeing how it goes. We're seeing how it goes.
Want to update the viewers too, Adara, that Fed Waller speaks at 12 o'clock. So, that's 9 minutes from now. Neil will probably be at the big desk for lunch money. But make sure to keep your eye on the future and the big cappers when Fed Waller speaks, especially in light of the new data today. I'm sure
If there are questions, I'm not saying it's going to be a Q&A ceremony. I have no idea what the format is, but if he takes questions, there may be some curveballs in that regard. Fed Waller speaks at 12 o'clock in about 8 minutes. All right, let's go down some more. There's more economic data here with which we have to speak about. U.S. Baker Hughes total rig count comes out at 1. That gets 2 out of 3 bulls in importance. And then consumer credit comes out at 3, and then everything else is after the market, not important. I should also mention Canadian job data came in way stronger than expected, much like our American cousins to the south. Here it is. Canada jobs and wages gains blow away expectations, upping chances for rate hikes. I was looking at the big banks yesterday and what their guess was as to what the Bank of Canada is going to do at the end of this month with respect to rate hikes. Only one bank here thought that we would get a rate hike. That was Scotiabank. Every other bank thought we're going to stay put. I wonder how they'll feel or what their analysis will be after today's number. Looks like the inflation problem sticky north and south of the border. I was hearing that Mexico's inflation is like 12-15%.
Yeah, I was seeing, and the pesos like have it. I know it's like it hit like 6-month lows yesterday or something. Yeah.
I didn't realize that
Crazy
at all.
times.
Yeah, so interesting look there, guys. Make sure to keep your eye 12 o'clock on the future. I got to update people on Apple, though, Adair. We're almost up 1% on Apple as we go 176 2/3. And also mention quickly before I send it back to you, Fabian in my ear telling me, BTC. Shout out to all my crypto heads out there. We're about to take 28,000, 27,976 up 1 3/4% on the day. ETH, no slouch either, 1645, 1,645 up also 1 3/4%. And you've got MicroStrategy's up 3.5, Coinbase up 3. You got Mara and Riot, the mining names, up 6 1/3 and 6 respectively, Adara. It's been a good day for almost everything.
Yeah, it's been like quite the day for crypto. You know, when I was at the big desk talking about crypto, yeah, I mean we've had like quite a day. Also, I'm happy to report we just got out of Microsoft. So we got in at $323.95. We got out at $325 even. So I'm happy to report that it was a dollar trade at least for half my shares. So good times. I'm actually going to pop a little look over here at Mr. Stressla. Tesla, what have you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing here. We got in at 256. I had to look at the commission board, remember where I got in. 256.25. Oh yeah, because I was like, I thought it was 256.30, but hey, we got in lower than we thought, so that's something. Yeah, I want to get out before noon because of the Fed speak. But if we can get out before noon and hit 257, then it'll be a win-win situation. Not sure that we can, mind you, but we're going to keep an eye on it. Someone mentioned, I think Nimit mentioned AMC hitting 9, so I'm going to look over at AMC, which I wasn't earlier. Again, I'm okay with where I got out. But yeah, it looks like we have some more baby dip action happening with AMC, up almost 8% on the day. Let's see if we have any other news beyond all the Taylor Swift and Beyonce situations happening there. Oh, yeah, no,
Sorry.
The most recent I have is just the Taylor Swift ticket sales. But yeah, I mean, like, to be fair, like I said, I do not underestimate the Swifties. You know who's going to be in on AMC on Friday? Me, because that's when the movie comes out. And I know the Swifties are going to be really excited.
I'm so confused right now. I thought you didn't like Taylor Swift.
No, but I know what she does to the market. I told you, my father has almost all of her albums. She has a power over people. And I know she has a chokehold on the consumers. So, while I may not be a fan, I can understand that people are a fan.
Are you going to watch the movie, though? No?
No. I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't watch the Netflix one. I'm not going to.
You going to watch the Beyonce one?
If I were to watch one, I'd be more. I saw the On the Run tour.
You're more rap. You're more inclined to the R&B.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I saw the On the Run tour in 2014. Beyonce and Jay-Z. What a solid concert. So yeah, I mean, I am a Beyonce fan. I would be more. If I were to see either of them, I would see the Beyonce one. But
What's going on over there?
Thank you,
Queen B.
Fabian.
Fabian's like Queen Bee. I guess Fabian's a fan. All right.
Right, but yeah. So, anyways, the point I'm trying to make is I cannot be a fan, and I can also understand the power she has over the market. Right.
I gotcha.
That's kind of. But yeah, I see what you mean. Like, it is a strange thing for me to be like, oh, go Swifties when I'm not a Swiftie. Also, go Tesla, because Tesla's over that 257, which is where I said I wanted to get out. So you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna get out. we're making calls, we're sticking to it. Pretty happy with how the trading has been going thus far for myself.
Killing it.
So thank you. Yeah, I mean, we're setting our stop, and we're gonna like churn here. Yeah, we got out over $1 in the money on Tesla.
Did you see the meme where Travis Kelce? Okay, so it's like, okay, everybody's been like, there's memes going around about wives saying to them husbands, oh, Taylor Swift is making Travis Kelce popular. She's like making him famous, this and that. So this guy flipped a switch on his wife. He's like, Travis Kelce's going out with this girl called Taylor Swift, right? He's making her
Well, I
famous.
guess for the
and then he
football fans,
records,
yeah.
all that, he records the wife's reaction. The wife is so confused. She's like, no, you mean like she's making him famous? She's like, no. I mean, I don't even know who this woman is. Travis Kelce's best tight end in the league. And the woman is like, she's like, she thought he was serious and he's recording her reaction the entire time, which I thought was hilarious. By the way, Washington Commanders got smoked yesterday. Fantastic for my Dallas Cowboys. Do you watch football? I asked you.
I'm a CFL. I'm a Boop. Go blue, go blue.
Yeah.
But yeah, more of a CFL and less of yeah. But yeah. So anyways,
Big move.
Yeah.
Big move.
Tesla's continuing to fly though. I got it. I mean, to be fair, I'm still happy I got it when I did. But we are hitting that 258. And I mean, like, could I have stayed in longer? Like, sure. But you know what? I mean, I'm learning to, like, if I'm not comfortable, if I'm not feeling 100% about a move, especially with the Fed speak coming up in 2 minutes now, happy I got it when I did while I still could. And we can always get back in on a dip. You know what I mean? So I'm happy with it. I've made my peace. We've done our thing. Someone's saying Amazon, Daniel S. Amazon, let's look at Amazon. I mean, that's one of the big caps we haven't really looked at as much today, I don't think. So. No. Let's look at him. So he's up almost 1%. Sorry, Amazon. I don't know why I gendered Amazon.
Oh, you say she maybe.
Yeah, I don't know.
Women power.
I mean, I don't know what I'm doing, but yeah, Amazon. Amazon's like hanging out here. We could buy in the baby dip, which I would be, I'd be down for. I kind of like what's happening with Amazon here. I'm trying to find current news. I mean, Amazon, I feel like there's always some kind of news. Medterra launches hemp-infused CBD product on Amazon. I highly doubt that's what's moving it, but just something of note, I guess. Oh yeah, Jim Cramer just touted the Magnificent Seven stocks, so that's
he's always pumping.
Always pumping them though, so I guess that's not super. Yeah, I mean, okay, let's see what Netflix is doing here.
I don't mind it too much.
They're seeing a little bit on Netflix and growth in India. Oh, Netflix is up. Okay, but Netflix is like a really expensive stock.
Yeah, and it's also doesn't do too much volume anymore. So Netflix used to be part of the FANG group. Like, you know how we call the Mag 7?
Yeah.
There was something prior to the Mag 7 when Facebook was called Facebook instead of Meta. They were called FANG. Facebook, Apple, Netflix.
Oh, because I've heard mention of FANG and I didn't know what that was. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And now it's kind of not part of that anymore because it doesn't do enough volume and it's kind of lacking in importance. Even though, I mean, like, look, Microsoft and Netflix aren't that different in price.
Yeah.
A little bit. $379 for Netflix, $325 for Softy.
That's true, yeah.
But Softy's done 9.25 million shares. Netflix has done almost 2, right? So the fact that it doesn't do that much volume anymore, it's kind of taking it out of my book. I had a nice trade on Netflix on earnings in the beginning of the year, made money, like $15 a share, and then got the hell out. It's too volatile for me. All right, guys, new high of day. We are at highs of day right now on the NQ 15056. Feeling like a dang fool for taking this one out, man. We got in 14,822. And here are the beak wetters, 4 beak wetters in the 5th right here at 14,950. And we've cleared that now by a cool 100 points. 100 points out of my exit up and to the right with no stopping. Wow. And I was talking to people in the chat here. My theory on this is the market interpreting the jobs number as a possible soft landing where we don't have, that big move down in jobs, but we also don't have rising wages. I was talking to Brendo about this. Wages were actually below expectation. Wage price increase was below expectations. Also, the unemployment rate was also a little bit higher than expected. So, it's kind of that balancing act. At least that's how I see it. Until there's another reason or explained to another reason, maybe. Yeah, that's what I'm sticking with. But we'll talk about that and much more once we're back from lunch money, Adara. The bullies at their big desk hide your money.
We're not bullies during lunch money. All we're trying to do is line up a few trade ideas and setups for you over the lunch hour, into the end of the day, into the end of the week, obviously. And what a wild morning it has been in this market. The why, does it matter? I think sometimes you want to craft that narrative. Other times you want to play the price action because it was a pretty hot number on ADP and the market decided, who cares? We're going to buy it up. Money on the sidelines. I have no idea. I do want to start out going over, Bitcoin is making another run at 28,000, and the first name I'm going to bring up is going to be Coinbase. Now, I want to start things by acknowledging bottom to top, great move, just like the NASDAQ, just like the futures. Risk on has been the sentiment this entire morning since the bottom after 8:30. But you're right back up at this 28, little bit of a rejection. If you're able to hold on this 27.8, 27.9 area, if you get a consolidation there, press back toward the highs, you have to ask yourself a question of how much you want to fight some of the related names here, because Coinbase is also individually at a pretty big level. So I have the 15-minute chart up for you on Coinbase. The daily's not going to be the most fun one for a coin, but if you look at the last few sessions in here, you had a big rejection off of the $80 level, and since then, the lower high is right around here, this 77.25 to 77.5. It's been flushing ever since. Today's the big rally. There has only been one dip on the 15-minute in Coinbase. That was at 75 even. You know how much I like symmetry. If you had a top here at 80, and you had a dip in consolidation at 75, what lies right in the middle? 77.5. That's a previous resistance level as well. So I like that kind of symmetry. Gonna pop on over to the 3-minute chart here. And what you can see happening is you're getting a consolidation just underneath that same level. So Coinbase, 13% short float. Keep an eye on Bitcoin futures. If that top gets taken out, you got a couple of dollars to resistance. You know what I always say is when there's a big resistance level on coin, say like the 80, I'm probably liking the short as a day trader if it gets up there in the afternoon. But until then, you've got a pretty clean consolidation, which is actually trying to break out right now for coin at a very big price level. It's hard to ignore these when they are running, in part because of the short float, in part because crypto has been such a really good asset when it's moving. You got to wait for the days that there's movement, and then you've got to jump in. You can look at Riot and Mara. It's just Coinbase is the one that's on my radar and the one that I usually trade. Sometimes we'll dip into Riot, a couple of times into Mara, but for the most part, it's going to be Coinbase for me. That's why I like it. That short float explosion, some confluence with the overall market's not going to hurt you at all. But you can't talk about the overall market without getting into these chip names. There was the inkling of positive news from TSM overnight, but I don't think that, who cares? At the end of the day, when it comes to risk on, there's a bunch of money on the sidelines, lots. Everybody, all this money that's waiting for the next dip or shoot a drop so they can pile in on value is essentially gobbling up things like NVIDIA every time they dump into the downside. NVIDIA, like everything else, made a great bottom. Now look at the break from that 450 level. There's almost no stop in sight. And what you got to do when you're analyzing these is, I would say when in doubt, zoom out. You pull up your 3-minute chart, you can look at the week, what's that going to tell you? It's not going to tell you squat. But when you pop the daily chart up here for NVIDIA, you say, where can we get to? We've broken out back above the 50-period moving average, out up past that 450, that local high at 452. Keep that in mind for any dips, the 50 to 52 area. Looks like a decent support because that'll be the resistance off the 50-period in the daily. That's where I would try to grab the dip buy. And where can you get to? Pretty clear. A bit of a gap fill to 463. Now, how many of you think on a day like today, NVIDIA should get to $463? Probably not a lot. That's usually the set of circumstances that leads a stock to do something crazy like that. So if we're going to be on this trend, the trend is your friend until the end when it bends. And above 450, you did not want to fight it. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I was thinking anything other than scalping shorts on stocks like these when they were at that morning resistance. And you got some good opportunities in there. NVIDIA pulled back from 450, gave you a couple bucks the first time. The second time, maybe you scalped $1. Not a bad risk to reward. But once it broke 50, was there anything to do except be looking long? So now that you're up here, you can think about that 52 area. That looks pretty good. You can look at consolidations off 55. There's a lot of room till you get to that 63. The other name in the space that I'm looking at today, obviously, we guys know about AMD. This is the one I was long, got out too early. I feel like that is always going to be the case. You don't want to have fundamentals, or your bias to the fundamentals sometimes temper your trade too much, right? Because AMD above that consolidation, once it broke out, I'm like, this is just a long. And that's what I said to myself. I didn't fight it. I just flipped into the long when it broke out this double top at 104. Did that part right. It wasn't that complicated. But when in the back of your mind, you keep telling yourself, oh, the market shouldn't be doing this. It shouldn't be that strong. You're just going to give yourself reasons to get out of the trend, which is only okay if you get back in, right? So if you're going to get stalled out here when it fails 105, the point is you don't have to take this breakout. You don't have to do anything. But when it does this dip right back in, holds above 105, that's a good place to rejoin the trend. Buy it on those dips. Now you're stair-stepping gently to the upside. A bit of a double top consolidation at 106. So 106 looks like kind of a zone of interest here where I think you want to respect it. When I flip to the daily chart, very similar story here. Like, you're actually back right now to the 50 period on the daily for AMD. That's worth mentioning. I don't necessarily like it buying in at that 106 level. The daily's telling you that you want to look back to 105 for the dip buy. If you're going to continue above here, let's see it take a level out to the upside, because I never want to be buying tops at major levels like 50, 200 period moving averages. I think you want it to clear those out, especially during lunchtime when things are very choppy, because you'll have a lot of big institutional money that might be messing around, doing some profit taking at levels like that, establishing positions, adjustments. Just not the kind of thing I want to get involved with at that area. So I would probably wait for this to get back into 105 for the dip. I think NVIDIA is a little bit cleaner off of the levels it's currently at, because it's breaking away from its 50 period moving average on the daily chart. Roblox. This one took a while. Shout out to, look, I say this all the time. This is the greatest community, trading community out there. Plain and simple. Why? Because everyone on the show, you're live trading, you've got the stocks you're focused on, you're trading them away, you're having fun, you're having a good day, you're having bad, whatever it might be, you're not going to cover everything. You will not see every opportunity out there. However, when you have a good trading community, not only can you learn from each other, but somebody might point something out which shows you a setup that you absolutely love, but you wouldn't have seen it if somebody didn't tell you. Now, yesterday in the afternoon, we had a couple of viewers, not spamming, but gently reminding us that Roblox was getting to $30. Just Roblox 30, Roblox 30. And so we traded a little bit in the afternoon. Today was the day for the follow through. I'm going to show you the daily chart. Since gap down, first resistance 31, second resistance just over $30. Lower high just under $30, so that's like 30 and a half, 29 and a half. What's your big level? 30. It broke out barely yesterday. I mean, it really tried. But today, given what the market was doing, today was the day. Now look at the long consolidation to establish a position. The former manager used to say this all the time on this trading floor. I know a lot of traders have said this before, but the former manager would say this literally once a day. Oftentimes at the best levels, it can be very difficult to establish a position, because if it's going to be good, sometimes it's hard to get in. That wasn't the case for Roblox off of 30. If you can tell me that it wicks the top here, pulls all the way back, comes in to the same high, and just straight up consolidates with a 30 bottom from right about here, let's call it, was that 1042, all the way to 1103. You had about 20 minutes where it's holding 30 and just chilling out at the high, and that's your time to get into position in front of 30. Like, if you can't get into, like, it's not whipsawing down and you miss it when it goes into the dip. This is just basically giving you the consolidation, breaking higher. Oh, and for good measure, it dips right back in and gives you 30.05 again. So if you got the 30 long, caveat, I am long 30, I was long at a long time, but if you got to 30 long, congratulations. The next step is, where can we go? And this is where it sort of comes right back into that daily chart. You want to respect gap fills. And the other thing about a gap fill is I like to look at where things settle when they bounce from the initial bottoms or the initial top. So I come right back into this 31, it's like 31.15, that wick in here, and then resistance up up at about 30.60, which we're at right now. To me, if you're not filling in that bigger gap until you have buying above that 31, were it rejected on that move to the downside. So this really needs to get past 31. If you had people who were buying this dip and bag held themselves, let's say you were buying in here, 30s, 31s, it broke out 31, you're like, yeah, it's going to fill in the gap to the upside. Anybody that did that game, it comes back and reclaims the 50 period on the daily here, they're really looking for it to break that price. And some people just hold things against them, 20%, to just get out flat and be happy they were able to get a win to get out flat. I think the fact that it's breaking the 50 period, this could actually be more bullish, especially what the market's doing. If the market can hold these levels, I think Roblox actually has room to 36, but you got to play who might be on the other side of some of these trades. I think if you get to 31, it's resistance. I'm out of the long, but there's a long way to go before you get there. At least 1.5%. Depending on how tight you have it to that top. The problem with looking for the dip buy right now, it looked really good as like a snap down dip buy into this area, that 30 quarter, but now you have a bit of a problem. You've got two rejection candles, 30.50. You just put another one in. One was above 30.50, but the other one was pretty much underneath 30.50 for a couple of lower highs. This is feeling a little bit toppy. So I would almost let it come back in. If it retests 30, as good as 30 was before for consolidation, I think if it starts falling, you want to be really patient and allow yourself to maybe get that close to that price again. Whenever I see a breakout like this that gave you that much of an opportunity to get in, if it gets gravity back to that price, just let it happen. If it's going to be good off 30, then 30 is going to be the best opportunity. And if you miss out, you miss out. There's plenty of long opportunities if this market continues to go to the upside. Speaking of long opportunities, yesterday if you went long Rivian, you had 3 chances to go long that were any good. The rest of the day was absolutely an abject disaster if you tried it. Today, every single possible dip that you took on Rivian was good. You could not lose if you bought it. Well, okay, that's not true. You almost could not lose if you bought a dip on Rivian. There were a couple in here that you really could have bungled, but everything else has been gold. But you know what? We're only at $18.50. So for those of you that like the short, I'm going to give you an idea if you happen to like the short. Now, obviously on the daily chart, to say that you like a short after that rejection and then this recovery up, the first thing a lot of people think is gap fill to the upside, right? Gap fill to the upside is either $19.50 or $20. That's a long way away, and we've just started. But remember the chart that I just showed you on Roblox? When Roblox had that big quadrant to the downside, and that next day it had a recovery, did it fill in the gap? Oh, it broke 30, it broke 31, it looked like it was going to fill in that gap. It rejected that 31 break and never got anywhere close. Fell back down for a few weeks, and then now is making that rally. So you have to, while acknowledging the fact that you've broken back the 200 period, that's pretty bullish, and it looks really, really bullish. Remember that a lot of times that can be a fail point, especially when it's a legitimately negative catalyst, which it is in this particular case for them. So yeah, if we got to $19.50, I'd short it. Yes, if we got to $20, I would short it. I'm not here to tell you that that wouldn't be the case, but if there is something off of these levels, which the futures have continued to make highs, you are at this $18.50. This is just the pre-market top. You've already wicked it once. If this does not break away from this level, this just screams that it could come back into that $18 level. Like, I would not be surprised. And the good thing about it is if you short 49s, or what I like to do is like allow it to break 50, fail the top again, and then get in at 49 on the way back. It's SSR. You might miss the trade if you do that, but it's a safer way, I think, to get in. You might only risk 5 cents to get that move. Keeping the bigger picture in mind. And if it's through 1860, you don't want to fight it, but while it's here, acknowledge the fact that nobody wanted to buy this stock yesterday. A lot of this is a relief rally. And a lot of the relief rally has been in the more quality names. That's just true. It's in the names that are making money. So I would be a little bit hesitant to join this squeeze to the upside. This would be one that I think can be faded with a decent risk to reward. As always, make sure you get out. You got to have an out. Like I was short Meta today. I had an out. I was short Apple today. I had an out. I was short before I went long in AMD, but I had myself an out and then reversed. You just got to stop. You can short at a key level. But if you have one level that you think it's a sell and you don't think you should be fighting it above, then you get out. And if you find yourself fighting it above, well, then that's a mistake. Usually, that's not going to end well. Every now and then, the market's going to reward you for breaking your rules. The worst thing you can do is celebrate that and be happy about it, because that's just going to make you do it again, right? If the market rewards you for doing something bad, you've got to acknowledge that you still shouldn't have done it. Because if you don't do that, the next time it happens, the market might not reward you for it, and you're going to have max entry in the worst possible situation because of what happened the time before. So you want to avoid that mistake. Yeah, I told you I was short Meta, so I'm going to talk about Meta. Meta was a rocket ship. Meta, the mistake to me wasn't that I liked the short, because you're going to have trades that lose, and there were trades that set up for the short that looked actually pretty good at 307, and there was a little bit of a dip. Like, it wasn't the wrong level or anything. Like, it was certainly the right place, I think. That's where it consolidated. So at least you're making a decision at the right place. Didn't reverse into the long, as I said, liked a couple of other things like Palantir better, which I think we're talking about next. But it was 300 that was the mistake. I mean, we said at the opening of the show, the first thing we talked about was Meta and 300 on the daily and what's been happening at this price level. And this week, every time Meta has broken 300 this week, it's bounced off 299.50. Right at 8:30 when we got that number, anyone watching the show knows that Meta bounced at 299.50. You don't have to sit there on the bid at 299.50. But when it gets back above 300, let me get that full screen for you. When it gets back above 300, suddenly you've got an entry above 300. Maybe it's ones, maybe it's 05, maybe it's tens. With an out underneath the low, that's 60 cents worth of risk, maybe a couple of pennies for slippage. And you just put a gap in from $304. So you're talking about a risk to reward right there if you hold the whole thing, which nobody does the entire way. But you'd be talking about $4 to risk 60. Even if you're only capturing a third of that, that's 2 to 1. Those are the types of trading opportunities that if you knew about that level in advance and were watching it, and that was something that was a play, that's something you should have. And it was the first thing we said in the morning. And I was trading Shopify and AMD and not Meta when the time hit. And I had and Rivan I was trying to get a short on when it broke. But either way, should have been Meta 300. Now you have absolutely cleared out. And as far as levels go, this is probably the easiest thing to look at. I thought there was 0% chance we were getting up to this high. But since we've barcoded and done this dance at 300, the local high has been 312, 313. And that's where we are now. The closer you get to that, this is a really difficult one to like longs at that top. I know it's trending. When I see this, every time it's broken away, this is the one where it really rejected. The worst red day we've had in the last month on Meta has been when it tried to take this 312. So while this seems like the most bullish of all of these names here, you're $1 to $1.50 away from that absolute top. I think if it were to come back in, I know we like 310 and 307. I think maybe those are some good dip buy levels. But if we get to 312, to me it's like, Neil, you lost on Meta, but you got out when it was right to do it. Suck it up, Buttercup. It's at 313 or 312 and a half. Take your shot in the short. If you don't want to fight the trend on a stock like this, and that's one definitely to sit out. But if you're a mean reversion type and you can be disciplined with the top, that's a setup that's there for me, except the fact that you've missed the move to the long and then work to the next. I do want to talk about Palantir. It's not often, I don't always talk about names that I might be in or like holding on or that worked out. Palantir is up for reasons. I heard Adara say, why is Palantir up? And I was like, well, the market's up. Palantir is just having one of those days where it just goes up linearly and then broke out from like 16 quarter. But the real story was it breaking 16. So like the reason to have been in this is, I don't think it's that complicated. Pull back in, it was all the way at 1680, that's the high that we're working for today. And then it pulled all the way back in, finished 16, failed 16, resistance 16, slowly grinds up, does the wipeout bottom like everything else today, and then broke out at 16 bucks. So it's a 16 long that I think is the easiest thing to be in. And then now it's just a matter of, can you get back into these highs? Now, it did reject above 1665, so I'm out of almost all of my position out of the 16 long. My first thought is, and maybe this has already happened while I've been talking about it, it's entirely possible, that if you did a wick rejection up here at 1680, that you press into that and have a, like a 75 short. I guess that's really not coming to fruition because you might have just had that opportunity now. So in real time, here's what I'm going to say. As I was preparing this, it was gearing up into a level. It's like cover and then look for a short off of that local high. If it breaks away, you make a move into 17. But now that it's done this pullback, like that's wicked 1670, and it's probably already trailed me out here because I have a trailing stop. To me, you've captured that. That move's already happened. If it gets back up there to retest that high, I want no part of it because that means it got close, no cigar, did the rejection, gave you your 3-to-1 or 4-to-1 on a pullback against the grain. Well, now if it retakes the high, that's pretty damn bullish. And I don't think you want to short that top if it gets there. So a lot of times you can have an idea that might be off a really key level, and then you acknowledge the fact that the move you were looking for just happened. If it gets to that price again, you don't want it. So that's what I'm going to leave you with, because this setup, along with Great and Palantir, I feel as if that 1680 that we were talking about on the morning show, that's no longer a short because it just showed you 70 instead of 60, and the pullback's already happening. You've got to stay a little bit nimble. If it gets back up there, I don't think I'll be taking that short because that's too bullish for me. But hey, sometimes that's what the market's all about. You cannot trade what you want to happen. You take what the market gives you. And if the market doesn't give it to you, but you try to take it anyways, then that's how your lunch money gets taken. But that's not what we're about. We're trying to give you ideas that we think are positive expectancies, and then all you have to do is trade with discipline, always be patient, and let's go back to the desk where Sharif and Adara are ready to kick it for the rest of the afternoon.
I think all that money that comes out of Neil's head is all the lunch money he's taken from all the kids.
This is a big conspiracy theory.
Where he
of yours.
hides all the lunch money that he's stolen, right? He hides it in his
this is-
face, and then his face opens up, and
This is such an intense theory, but I appreciate the commitment. You know what? I gotta respect it. Yeah.
right?
What a time.
Yeah, you were having lunch, but you got into a new trade.
Yeah, we ate lunch and we traded. We lunched and moneyed. No, I don't know what I'm saying. But yeah, so we got into Google, and I will say now Google is, we're trying to get out of Google currently for what can be kind of obvious reasons as we swoop down here. But why I got in, I would like, because I've been doing a thing lately in my head where it's like I want to be able to explain to myself why I got into a trade, right? I feel like it helps with rationalization.
Absolutely.
So we got in around 325, and the reason we got in at 325 position is because I was noticing a lot of resistance around that 330, 325 area. It was actually kind of staying there for a bit. Now we kind of dropped. Could be Joe Biden speaking right now. So let's see. Ponzi, shout out to Ponzi Fonzie. But yeah, so we're climbing towards that. I want to dump half my shares at like 137.10 just to kind of minimize the loss there. Like I said, lately what I've been trying to do is if I'm getting like a little bit stressed about a thing, if I'm noticing a bit of a resistance at a level, just get rid of some of the shares. But yeah, so there we are. That is what we have going on with Google currently. So we're going to not try to pull our hair out on this trade. But yeah, it looks like we have a little bit of pullback on a lot of those big cap names right now. We have Tesla. Let's see what's going on with Tesla. Yeah, we're happy I got out when I did. I mean, I know it did get a little bit higher, but you know what? Like we're seeing a little bit of pullback now. We could get in on a baby dip, but I am concerned that these highs are getting a skosh lower and the lows are also getting a skosh lower. So we're gonna keep an eye on Tesla though, because I mean, if you can play in the baby dips, it can maybe work out. We're still down like 1% on the day, so there's room to move up. Let's look at Amazon too, which seems like it's taken a little bit of a slump currently, swooping down. Yeah, so Amazon. I mean, we still kind of have a pattern, but we're getting a little bit more of like this crazy movement kind of over here. We're dipping down. Kind of like if we get to kind of this point right below this level, like the 126.50 area, then we're kind of going to be at this low, right? At that point, I would maybe get a little bit nervous about entering. But I mean, yeah, it's like a fun one to play on the baby dip. We are kind of seeing a lot of really similar movement throughout the day with these big cap trades right now I found so far. How are you doing with your trades?
I'm just keeping my eye. I'm not in a trade at the moment. The futures trade was the only thing I've had on the day. I'm keeping my eye on the future. Again, surprise. I'm looking for a possible bounce here as we come back into 15,000. What we do around there, are the buyers going to step in and start moving this market back up, or maybe we consolidate somewhat at 15,000 and then maybe make a move back up into the higher end of the spectrum during the power hour, more liquid time of day? 15.072 and 3/4 HOD on the NQ December 15th contract. I'm looking, again, I mean, I'm not jumping into at these levels how extended we are. It makes me nervous getting in here, right? Unless I get it off of 15,000, a very defined technical level where we spend a lot of time at and I can watch how the price action is and how we trade in and around there. That's my move. If I miss it, I miss it. Already, I'm very good trade today on the day, and we can't complain about that. The other one that I want to mention, PDD, 8 1/3% for Pinduoduo. Very, very much an outlier here in the Chinese ADR world. Look at this move up on PDD. And there's actually no headline specific to this name. It's what I would suggest to you, a sympathy play, because Shein, which is PDD's competitor, because PDD owns the Temu app, and Shein and Temu are in direct competition. Shein had a headline this morning about a new executive and some supply chain stuff, reports to the Wall Street Journal. Shein, I don't think, is a publicly traded company, or at least I'm not sure. No, it's definitely not, at least not traded in North America, or doesn't have a parent that trades in North America in any event. We have a huge move up, huge, breaking through that 100 level like it meant absolutely nothing. 100 had been a top going back a days. This is the 50-minute chart on PDD. Let's go to the hourly and figure out, yeah, we are really breaking out here on PDD. And anybody who's been following Pinduoduo knows how well the Temu app has been doing in North America. There's been a lot been made about spyware being inserted into Temu app. I heard anecdotally on my favorite social media platform, TikTok, that, you know, some people's banking information was somehow compromised after they made several purchases on Temu. But the point is, super cheap products, free shipping, and it's not even that long. It's like a week or something like that. It's not next day like Amazon Prime and the other rivals, but when the consumer is getting squeezed and your disposable income is getting a little bit lower, Temu all of a sudden looks like an interesting alternative. So in any event, $107.59 HOD on this bad boy. We break through the August highs when we got to 103. We're far removed from the July highs, even when we were moving up on everything in mid to end of July, that $91 area. Let's go to the daily now and figure out where we could find possible resistance here. Okay, so we got to literally go back all the way to January of this year to find a level like this, and we have now broken January highs, baby. Yes, we have. That ended up at 105. Where was that? 106, pardon me, the wick is, and we didn't even close above there. The closing prints at 105, so we are at year-to-date highs. Look at this uptrend. I've drawn this before. I didn't draw this now. This is a very clear uptrend on this name. We're obviously not near the highs that we were at in January and February of 2021. Rarely is anything at those highs unless it's something of an outlier, but big move. PDD, the market liking it. I wish the market liked PDD as much as, I wish the market liked Li Auto as much as it likes PDD. Currently, big move up on the day, 8.5% Adair.
Yeah, I know you were a Li Auto fan. I know. I've heard talk. I've heard chatter. Yeah. So we're just waiting on Google. I got out half my stuff in Google. I mean, maybe like a little bit early, but like I said, kind of if I'm in a situation where I'm getting a little bit stressed about where things going, you know, I'll just dump half, keep the rest. We're climbing. We're soaring, flying, trying to break free. I don't know, High School Musical reference here, but yeah. So. You know what? I don't really see Google as a long-term play. And the reason I got into is I was seeing these, like, you know, higher lows, higher highs. Looks like we're not really going to continue that trend, maybe around when Biden stopped talking. So we're looking like we're trying to exit Google for now. But in the meantime, I'm noticing like a lot of these big caps here seem to be having really similar patterns just on the side chart. We're seeing a lot of, you know, like the baby dips, the swooping back up. I want to take a look at Meta because this one has been much discussed today. Lots of movement on Meta. I'm going to find, I mean, what's Meta now? I'm
Meta?
Yeah, Meta. I'm trying to
Trying
find.
to hold 310.
Yeah, I'm trying
Actually,
to find
at
some
311 right now.
news on that guy. Yeah, I mean, like we're seeing like the baby dips, right? Like I do like the movement on Meta theoretically. I have it pulled up here. I mean, we had like a lot of news coming with Meta. I think it was Tuesday or Wednesday. I believe Tuesday. What with all of the we had like the news person, news head Campbell Brown left. We also had all of the news with the layoffs in the Silicon division. So yeah, Meta's had quite a day in the news.
Metaverse, yeah.
Yeah, Metaverse. Sorry, yeah. Thank you. Watching Meta platforms, hearing investor business daily swing trader buy stocks. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not finding any like significant.
Yeah, Benzinga loves that.
Benzinga's always on that. Yeah, I know because it's like I'm trying to find the news and I see the name and it's like, oh. But yeah, so anyways, I'm keeping an eye on that. A lot of I'm going to pull up NVIDIA too because NVIDIA kind of has a similar pattern. I'm seeing a lot of where it's a baby dip kind of day today for the big caps.
Someone wants to play a drinking game every time you say baby dip. D's nuts. New drinking game. Every time she says baby dip, hammer down.
That
baby.
might be a bad idea. I don't know. It's a phrase I like.
You do that to me all the time. Don't worry. You'll get used to it.
It is what it is. But yeah. So I mean, like with Meta, right? Like we're kind of seeing very similar patterns here, which is interesting, I guess, like because, all of these NQ stocks, these big tech stocks are moving in very similar ways right now. So just something I thought we'd take a look at. Are you looking at any trades currently?
Nope. Hands off at the moment.
Nice.
We're very consolidative both on the future and we're basically at highs on the Mag 7. We'll bring in the chart, kind of describe what we're looking at over here. Honestly, I'm looking for a bit of a move down. Now, how far we move down, that's kind of the question. So what I'm looking for here is a newer low. So we have this is Apple, by the way, sorry. We have a 177.05 high. Let's say 177, okay? Then we move up a couple of candles. Let's say we get to 176.85, 176.75. All right, then we had 4 red candles, maybe make a couple of green ones, and then I'll be looking for the first 5-minute candle to make a new low below that, say 176 and a third, maybe take that one south. Where to? Well, looks like we definitely had some resistance here at 175 and a half. That gives me about $1 worth of room. This will be a small size trade. I definitely won't size into this one, just given the fact that it is a counter trend trade if I take it south. Now, the other side of the coin is we start printing green candles and test the highs, at which point, we'll have to reassess that whole thing and look for something north. But yeah, I'm sitting on the sidelines right now. I'm not going to take a trade, at least not on these big cappers, as they're kind of sideways, not really showing the intention to go north. And it's been several. Let's just look at the future. Several lower highs in a row now on the future. We got up to 15.072.75. The subsequent candle goes to 15.064. The candle after that, 15.057. After that, 15.055. You guys get the drift. It's a series of lower highs, and also lower lows, possibly coming into 15,000. Like I was saying before I sent it to Adara, if it comes back into 50,000, I want to start watching how it trades. Do the buyers step in, start overwhelming sellers? Are there several wicks where it just wicks into 15,000, then bounces right back up? Is that going to be the look? Even if it gets down there, that's not a guaranteed trade. It could break down. So, going to stay put. Keep an eye on this trend that I'm noticing here of lower highs. And if we get a trade, we get a trade. Otherwise, I'm not going to force anything at the moment. Let's look at some of the smaller cappers that we were looking at today, see how they're doing. Genius Brands doing bupkis, very consolidative, staying above $1 though, got to 110, now just at 103, but with lower highs. This one looks like it wants to give up the ghost through VWAP and $1, so we'll keep an eye on that. PZRO was a small cap gapper du jour. Big move off 65 pennies, got to $1.42, and now broke down below VWAP, so it was on my S list for a long, but now trying to touch VWAP again, just rejected off it actually at that $1.10. We'll keep an eye on this name, MSS. That was the IPO from yesterday. It had a nice move up at around like 10:45, and then a huge move down at 11:15. Doing bupkis at the moment below 875, where VWAP is. Not involved in that, but grits and FRO and Overstock still kind of showing their bullish patterns. GRTS, decent move off that 250-ish close. Where do we close out at? 241, pardon me. And then we gap up. By the time 9:30 hits, we're almost at that 250. Yeah, essentially where we opened up at. 292 high, but, you know, kind of bull flag-ish right now. A bit of a compression pattern with higher lows, but lower highs. This one usually resolves in the direction of the trend, and we may get a 3 touch. Let's zoom out a little bit and figure out where we're going to encounter resistance on GRTS if we were to break 3. So 3 right there. Oh, this, we already charted this. So 3, definitely a resistance level we talked about, and then we're looking all the way at essentially 375 before we find another decent resistance level there. Yeah, I forgot we charted this one. So yeah, GRTS looking real good here. Might involve myself in a long on this one, then maybe get out if it breaks 280, because that's where the bottom end of the range has been. So risk about 8 pennies for a possible 3 break. That's an interesting one. Overstock kind of rejecting off that 1779, coming back into 1750. Kind of looks like the overall market. Compare this chart over here to the NQ. Not too much of a difference between that. So I suspect a little bit that overstock might be moving here with the market, in which case I need to chart it completely differently. But yeah, grits looking like an interesting one to me. The only thing is about this one, the volume, it's not so good. I mean, it's done 6.6 million shares on the day. That's fine. That's not too bad. For a $3 name, it's a little bit lower than what I want. But the issue with this one is the last 5 minutes have only seen about 75,000 shares. That's not what I want to see. I want to see more volume. In fact, actually just updated. The last 5 minutes, we have 38,600 shares. Definitely not what I'm looking for. That's too illiquid of a stock for me to go in with any, you know, meaningful size here. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah. So Shopify is flushing, someone said in the chat, and yes, it is. Like, it does look like we've got a swoop down from here on out. We had like some nice VWAP play here just like after the open, just before 10. We're bouncing around here, and then we're kind of doing this like, you know, kind of plateauing a little bit, swoop up, plateau a little bit, swoop up. Looks like that pattern's over. It seems like we are headed down. It does look a little flushy, for lack of a better term here. Also, yeah, because you were just mentioning FRO. There was some news on FRO this morning. I guess it received an offer to take over its stake in Euronav. I saw that this morning. So yeah, that's going on with FRO.
That was from yesterday, yeah.
Remember that was from yesterday. Yeah, I saw that. FRO? Well, yeah, because I saw it, but I didn't because I saw that this news came in this morning. So I didn't realize that.
Bizarre.
So maybe, yeah, it's weird. I'll take a look at that because I saw it. I knew we were trading it yesterday.
Yeah.
Or you were trading it yesterday. Yeah, there we are. But yeah, we also, another one that we have here, I'm just looking at the stuff looking at the beginning of the day. PayPal, I guess, faces an antitrust lawsuit over their high transaction fees. So let's look at PayPal, PYL here. So yeah, we are a little bit down on the day, nothing like significant. There was some nice VWAP play happening earlier. Now it looks like we're taking like a gradual dip down. It'll be interesting to see what it does at this VWAP level. If it has another pattern here, like what we see in the morning, where we flush down, swoop back up, play around a little bit, continue flushing up. It actually is kind of a similar pattern to Shopify, which is interesting. But yeah, I mean on the 3 minute anyway. So yeah, that's PayPal. I'm also going to take another look here. Let's look at NVIDIA, because that one had the collaboration with Mindware, which was announced this morning. Yeah, I mean, NVIDIA, we kind of plateaued a little bit, just around like 12. We're taking a small baby dip here, chilling out. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what this one does from this plateau, if it continues to go higher, if it breaks out lower here. We're at almost 2% on the day, so definitely growth. I mean, yeah, if you got in long on this name early, congrats, because this is like quite a beautiful long play, actually. But yeah, I mean, I'm definitely keeping my eye on all these big stocks. Also, update, I did get out of Google. Looks like I got out of Google a little bit too early, just a skosh, because now we're swooping back up again. We're getting close to 37.40. But you know what? We lost like 15 cents on half my shares in Google. I'm not going to lose sleep over it. I didn't get in at a great time. I thought, for where I thought it was going, I'm happy with the level that I got in at. For where it ended up going, it didn't end up being a great move. But it's c'est la vie. That's life. If we can get in, later if we want. But yeah, I mean,
Tesla's making a move.
I just did notice. Yeah. Someone was saying, look at Tesla. So someone in the chat saying it was coiling up a little while ago. It looks like it is. Thank you.
No problem.
I appreciate that. Oh, okay. Hello, Tesla. Yeah, we might We might say hi to Tesla again. We said hi to Tesla, then we said bye to Tesla over here earlier today. So we might say another wave hello if he dips down a little bit, because I find with what I did with Tesla with this trade that I was really proud of earlier was I got in at a good level. I got in like lower. And so if in order for me to feel comfortable getting in again, I would also have to get it at a lower level. I've got my eye on the side chart waiting for the next baby dip so I can jump in, dip my toes in, wet my beak, as it were. How are you doing with your trades here?
I'm good. I'm keeping my eye on Apple. Looks like we're curling here on AAPL. Better look. Well, you can see the higher high, higher low pattern after that pullback. But the 5 minute shows the happy face that Michael Knox so often talks about. Here it is. Maybe another test of 177. Here's the curling pattern. I think this may be time for me to enter a trade on Apple. I'm going to be entering with small size though, Adara, because we don't want to give too much money back, and we are really extended, and it is also the more illiquid time of day. If this was really going to get going, I mean, I would probably be looking for a 2 o'clock onwards. But hey, anything can happen. I mean, I didn't think we'd be retracing here so much off the lows, guys. 14,660. Is the low on the day. 15,072. That is 400 points worth of range. What a move, baby. On the more than 400, yeah. So we'll keep an eye on that. I'm looking at Apple. I'll send it back to you as I set up my position here.
Yeah, so I mean, we're watching our friend Mr. Tesla here for another little baby dip. It looks like we are heading into the red candle a little bit here. I'm gonna wait till it gets a skosh redder before I take, before I dip my toe in here. But yeah, so we're keeping an eye on that guy because I mean Tesla, and it'll be interesting. Someone said it looks like Tesla's going positive in the chat. It looks like it is. You know what? And I mean, that would be cool. I was saying this earlier today too. It's fascinating. I was at the big desk and I was like, oh my gosh, it looks like all these names are going to be red. Like, what's going to be tradable? We've seen quite the bounce back from the reaction to those NFP numbers, which was understandably really strong because those numbers were really strong. It was like 336,000, like way stronger than the estimate, way stronger than the last number. So I mean, like the market has really had this incredible bounce back from where it was in the morning. Actually, one name I do want to look at though that I just remembered, we had Levi Strauss. So we had their earnings last night. They're still down on the day, not as significantly as they were in the morning. Like we were down like 5%, I think, around here when I was checking at the big desk. But now we had like some nice VWAP movement, like a slow careen upwards. We're swooshing down now. I will keep an eye on him for the VWAP play. But yeah, I mean, this is an interesting one. It's an earnings play, so we'll see. Volume on this is 3.5 mil, so not bad. I don't hate the book. I'll keep my eye on it.
You know what I actually took away from the earnings report with Levi's was not the fact that their North American sales are slowing, not the fact that their direct consumer is really increasing, not the fact that wholesale is decreasing, but the fact that their value brands, the one that they sell at Walmart and Target and the like, not their more premium brands, they're seeing the biggest hit in their value brands, believe it or not.
That's interesting.
Yeah. So the consumer, the value consumer, whatever you want to categorize them as, is the one spending less money. So the one with more money is actually continuing to spend on the higher priced brands. Yeah. And that's something. Yeah. And it's something that we saw when we compared Nike and Lulu.
Yes. Yeah.
Lulu was doing its thing, continuing to maintain margins, continuing to do well in sales, direct to consumer, this, that, and the other. And then look at what Nike did. Nike's like, well, we're not selling. We're not selling. Even though I think Nike's more premium. Have you been to the Nike store lately? It's not cheap.
Yeah, I mean, like,
it's not cheap,
a nice,
right?
There's a lot of nice stuff. And I know, like, with Nike, that was the same time as Foot Locker, where Foot Locker was also taking that hit. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So, yeah, it's really interesting.
Foot Locker as well, same play.
Yeah, same kind of idea, right? So it's really interesting. And actually, Levi does look like it's edging towards that VWAP right now as we take another look here. But yeah, I mean, so I'm going to keep an eye on this one. It is an earnings play, but I think it is worth keeping an eye on. But you're right, like that report was really fascinating. Absolutely. And I'm going to take another look at Mr. Tesla over here. Yeah, I mean, we're still heading higher. I'm going to wait for the opportunity to dip my toe in. We're actually getting like kind of close to that 260 level, actually. We're at 259.50. We're bouncing around here. Yesterday, we closed at 260.05. And I know yesterday, if you were telling me about paying attention to yesterday's closing level. So I'm going to keep my eye on that 260 level. We're trying to learn. We're trying to grow. But yeah, I like what Tesla is serving what with the baby dips right now.
Love it.
Yep.
Love it. All right. Looks like we're curling again here on the future, man. And, well, I've got a beak wetter right at 177 here on AAPL. 177.05 is the high. We're definitely having trouble with the 177 level again. To be expected, the whole dollar level, this, that, and the other. I think this is going to, have a direct correlation to the futures. What the futures do, we're at 57s, high is 72 on the future. I'm not getting the print here, even though I'm sitting at 98s or whatever it is, just a smidge below. Or I'm 99s, actually. That's probably why I'm not getting the print. But Apple at day's highs. Amazon coming into day's highs. Likewise with Meta. Likewise with Softy. Google. NVIDIA. Everybody and their mother is fourth cousin. Are there such thing as fourth cousins?
There could, maybe.
There could be. Well,
I'm not going to say no because I don't know. You're not going to knock it till you try it.
Right. We
But,
don't know. At least I don't know. You guys let me know.
I don't know.
I know there's third cousins.
I know there's
I'm pretty
second and third.
Yeah, right?
I believe third, definitely second.
I
Who knows
definitely
about-
second, yeah.
Everyone has a second cousin. I think.
In any event, right?
Yeah, it is what it is.
Here it is. We're curling here, guys. We held that 176.5 quite nicely, but look, we're not in the clear yet. So we'll see if we can get anything out of this Apple trade. I got to tell you guys, Apple trade, small size. Small size, all right? I'm not taking big size at these extended levels, and we already got a beak wetter there. Aaron Watts. Are you, yeah, Aaron Watts. All right. Any thoughts if Oatly stock is a buy? I don't even know what Oatly stock is.
I was going to say, I was trying to look it up here when I saw that one,
I'm
but
gonna have to find out what Oatly stock is. I haven't bought Oatly. O-A-T, L-E-Y. Okay, Oatly. I don't even know what the stock is. Can you put the ticker for me, Aaron? Just at me there. DH, next time you got to accept. Sorry, DH, didn't see your invitation, but I whooped Renata for 500 points. That's my money now, baby. I'm taking that. I'm going to cash that out. I don't know what I can do with it. But now, Renata, you actually have to spell my name right because you're a habitual wrong name speller. Spelling my name with an R before the E is C-H-E-R-I-F, not C-H-R-I or E-I-F or however you spell it. Hey, she spelt it right. Look, right now. Yes, Renata.
I'm trying to find this.
All right. Oh, we're having a good time here, guys. In this Apple long, got a beak wetter at 99s, but now we're down below my entry at 98s. Is this a double top possibly here on AAPL? Do we get a 177 reject? Well, I'm looking at my eye at the future, and it could be. It could very well be.
I think I found this stock for the, sorry to interrupt. I think I found this stock that was mentioned. Yeah, OTLY.
Okay.
It's a penny stock. It seems there's not a lot of action happening here in the book, and the chart's quite a sight here.
Okay, let's have a look at the daily.
Yeah, let's take a look.
See if it's if it's a good look on the daily. Dara, OTLY. Okay. Woo.
Yeah, that's what I was. Yeah.
Yikes.
It's doing things.
All right. Yeah. Well, look, man. I mean, you don't have to be a great chartered market technician to know that this is a tough downtrend. Mm-hmm. Let's find out what this company does. Oatly, formerly Oatly Group AB, formerly known as Haver Group AB, is a Swedish-based oat drink company. The company makes products such as ice cream, yogurt, and spreads. The company operates worldwide. There it has a $414 million market cap.
Okay.
Let's find out what the short float is. Maybe the shorts are keeping this one down, OTLY. Let's go over here. I don't want to say negligible short float, but it's a 4.36% short float. Not the biggest I've seen by any stretch of the imagination. Looks like this one IPO'd back in May of 2021. Best it could do was just a few weeks after the IPO, mid-June, got to 31 bucks. And guys, it is down and to the right, and it has not printed higher highs in a while. In fact, it is at all-time lows. So I don't have any information about the fundamentals of this company, aside from what I just read off to you. But the chart is screaming, do not buy me.
It really
right?
is.
Yeah.
It's like yelling it with all caps, subtitles, don't buy. I don't think you, It's not a vibe.
And I hate to make fun of the stock. I hope you're not invested in. I'm not really trying to be nasty or anything like that. But the chart is saying.
I think it's kind of speaking for itself. Yeah.
Yes, yes. There's an expression in Latin. I think it's something like "is ipsiter loquitur" or something like that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I've heard of that.
It means
yeah.
the thing stands for itself, essentially. And this chart stands for itself. We broke through $1 at Dara not that long ago. We were north of $1 essentially all the time. And then early October, I think we broke below $1. So these guys might be getting a call or an email or a letter from the NASDAQ soon telling them they're not in compliance. So we'll have to wait and see there. All right, guys, we are retracing a little bit here on AAPL as we double top at that 177 for now. The end of the trade for me, where do I call it quits? And new low. Where does that new low come? At 176.30, 176.25 break. That will be the end of the trade. You can take that hit, no problem. Very small size on this trade. And if you're getting in at highs, guys, it should be small size, especially midday. So just wanted to point that out. Looking in the chat here, seeing if there's anything with respect to wanting me to talk about anything. No, nothing there, so I'll send it back to you, Adair.
Yeah, we're seeing some. We got in on Tesla. Also, I should address that. I got in at 259.10, which is actually a level I'm okay-ish with. As we float around that 259, very high 258 level, I'm probably going to get out soon if we see sad things happening, because I am noticing that on my side chart here, we're seeing a big swoop down. And like a little bit of recovery, hopefully, with all of these big cap names. But yeah, I figured, if I'm going to go in for another long, I'd rather get low. I have no qualms about, we'll see how it goes. But yeah, so I mean, I'll just get out if I need to get out. But I'm happy with where I got in. For now, we're good. Let's take a look at AMC. Nimit in the chat was saying, I missed the $9 in AMC because I did get out earlier myself. But yeah, look at AMC, beautiful. I think the thing with AMC, and I've noticed this, is you need to be really patient with AMC. And I find I get a little bit stressed out. I find AMC I like for the little baby dips, for the 5-10 cent winners. I'm okay with AMC for that purpose. How I trade AMC is generally not the super long run, just because I think it stresses me out a bit, just because, it is like a smaller stock. It is these tiny, penny movers. And that's definitely like a patience issue on my part. You know what I mean? That's something that I, need to learn and work on. Because this is a gorgeous long, and I had the right idea getting in. I could have stayed in. You know what? I still made some money on it. I'm happy. It continues to break days highs. So if we have another little dip down here, maybe I'll take another look at AMC. But yeah, I think this is a learning opportunity, being patient with those stocks that are a bit smaller, that do tend to move a little bit slower.
We're getting some love here in the chat, eh?
Yeah.
It's me, Ian, Adair, and Sharif are a good team. TI, these two are my favorite duo. Okay, we're gonna get
Thank you
some.
all.
Awesome.
Send the love for Adair, man. She's been killing it. You've been trading for 11 days, and you're reading charts like a dang pro. So
thank you. We're trying our best. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Sharif. Appreciate it, chat. AMC is just continuing to fly here. We're at 914 high of day. We're like literally at 914 right now. So if you stayed in that AMC long, go you. So we're gonna take another. I think Tesla's starting to take a little baby climb back up here. So I'm happy I didn't get out right at this current juncture. We're up about like 25, almost 30 cents from where I got in. And again, now we're like flying a little bit. But I'm happy with the level I got in. And I think that the main thing I've learned so far with trading, and especially this week, is don't get in too high, because I have like a horrible problem of getting in whenever I see an opening, whenever I see a pattern. And it's like sometimes you need to wait for that pullback. Buy the dip. I'm always hearing everyone talk about buying the dip, and there's a reason for that. You know what I mean? Like, stick with the trend. Trend is your friend. So, right now we're kind of hovering here. I will have to wait a little bit to see if this Tesla move has longevity, but I'm not gonna sweat it too far right now. How goes it with Apple?
I'm looking at what Uncle Biden is saying there, and he was yapping, and so Biden says he may meet with with the president of China, President Xi. That's important. Because these ADRs, they live and die by the U.S.-China trade relations. U.S. President Joe Biden on Friday said it is possible that he will meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping next month in San Francisco, but nothing set up yet. talking as well as possible more tax cuts for the U.S. economy. That's coming in there. He's going to work. Okay, we're not going to talk about the political stuff. I'm looking for more of the economic stuff here. Yeah, he's going to work with whoever becomes House Speaker. That's fine. What I'm taking away from here is tax cuts, possibly, and Xi Jinping meeting. Those are important, or to me anyway. So Papa Biden, Uncle Biden, whatever you want to call him, President Biden, talking. I don't know if he's done quite yet, but yeah, some statements coming in there. Don't know if they're particularly market moving at the moment. Now, let's look at what Apple is doing. We're definitely having trouble at that 177. We're not giving up the ghost. The future is still 30 points off the high. We're talking about a 400-point range. So you're 30 points off the high. We're not talking by much here. Want to be patient to see if we can break this 177, hold above 177. We got 88s long. We're showing 85s on the ask, so nothing really to worry about. But like Adara was talking about, Stressla at its 260 level, we know it's had a recurring love-hate relationship with the 260. It's liked it from the high side because it found support, and it's hated it from the south side as it's found it as resistance. Here's what we're talking about. Maybe the 4 hours probably a bit, or the hourly, probably a bit better to show that love-hate relationship here. Where is 260? This is what I'm talking about. Look at this. Resistance, 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 and then you break above it. Support, support, support right there, and then you break below it. Now we're at resistance again at 260. So it's kind of flipping the switch. A little bit above, a little bit below. Do we get continuity through 260? We have a 259.69 high, so we're not that far off. But Tesla, negative catalyst on the day, price cuts. And, you know, the thing about these price cuts, you can say, sure, they're squeezing out their competition. They have way more in gross margins than any of their competitors. I've heard that argument made before. The issue with that is there's a lot of CapEx spending by Tesla. We know that there's a plant coming in Monterrey. There could be one in Valencia. We know that he's looking at India now. So there's lots of money being spent on these gigafactories or these new gigafactories that he wants to open in the face of shrinking margins. Bit of a problem, right? And his shareholders let him hear about it. I'm sure he knows all about it, but who am I to question him? The point is the market not liking the price cuts today. The other reason I think too that we saw some price cuts, not just because he's been playing around with this all year long, but I talked about this earlier. The Model 3, the revamped Model 3. Let's look at the revamped Model 3 because it's a slower time of the day right now. The revamped Model 3, it's coming in hot, and maybe he's trying to move whatever inventory he's got left, new Model 3, before the real buying comes in. And I gotta tell you, Adara, I like this Model 3 a lot better than the current Model 3. Is there like yeah, there we go.
The bumper area is gorgeous.
Yeah,
Like it's a sleek car.
Here it is. This is probably what I want here. If I click this, will it make it big? Yes, excellent. Put it on full screen. There we go. Okay, so I gotta tell you, this looks way, way sleeker. I thought the other one was too round and bumpy. Look how he's narrowed the lights and he's kind of made these jagged lines. I gotta tell you, I love this one a lot better. The inside also revamped. You have the same thing in terms of the big screen, but look, you get an interior light. The seat is different. The steering wheel is different. So we'll see. I think the market's going to really enjoy this. And there's also a rear screen, which you couldn't get on the 3 and the Y. You could only get on the S and the X. Now you can get on the Y. And then I've always loved the panoramic sunroof. I think Teslas are amazing. I mean, I could have bought the Model Y. I chose not to. But yeah, anyway, in any event, look for them, and they could be just moving inventory. We shall have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, I personally got out of Tesla. We got 20 cents. You know what? I was getting a little bit nervous just kind of looking at the 1 minute, how we're seeing. I'm going to switch to the 1 minute because I got that on my side chart. But yeah, what I was kind of noticing is we were bouncing off that 259.30. So I got out of 259.30 because I was like, you know what? I'm noticing this level. We got in at 259.10. We made 20 cents. And was it the trade we made earlier in Tesla? Which was here? No, it was not. But you know what? We made money, or like simulation money. So here we are.
So it's so good.
We're living our life, and it's all practice. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like getting in, getting out. But yeah, I mean, he's dipping a little bit lower. Mr. Tesla here, but I'm going to keep my eye on him as I have been all week because this one is a beast if you get in at the right time. We're noticing like a lot. I'm just looking at the side chart here at all of the mega caps. I want to pop a look at Nvidia here because it looks like it may be, migrating down a skosh. I'm going to switch back to my 3-minute and zoom out a little bit here for everybody. Yeah, I mean, so like I said, we're kind of like plateauing a little bit here, right? Like we got a little bit lower. We're still seeing, so from the, like low, jump off VWAP, high, plateau, high, little bit of a dip, high, and now I think we're seeing a bit more steady growth. So I think it'll be like a bit of a crucial level to see what we do. I mean, high of day is 456.21. We're about $1 off from that. It's going to be really interesting to watch this climb from here on out, especially as we are getting a little bit more volatility, sort of a little bit, all over the place with these mega caps here. Following Biden, European market close and everything out. We're just seeing like a lot of different factors happening right now, but we will keep our eyes on the big cap as we do. I also want to pop back in on Mr. Disney. Okay, Disney had a nice little pretty green candle here. Hello, Disney. Yeah, we played around VWAP, swooped back up. There's a lot of this pattern I'm noticing today, at least on the 3-minute chart, where we're seeing these kind of very slow moves down, almost like that plateau look, and then we kind of swoop back up. So I am going to watch Disney. We did have that catalyst in Disney. I'm going to get the exact headline here, but it did have to do with their streaming in India. So potential sale of India streaming, that's what it was. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like we're seeing this nice green 3-minute candle here after like a bit of a dip. So yeah, I'm going to watch to see how this guy goes because I think Disney could have some longevity here as a long, pun not intended. We're going to take another look at AMC too on the whole streaming side of it. Yeah, AMC, I saw someone earlier in the chat saying AMC towards 10. We're at 9:30. I mean, that could happen. Like we saw, 3-minute, we're seeing green wick after green wick after green wick. Like we're seeing so much green here on the way up. It's quite the journey to be on. I got off the train. Maybe we'll get back on. We will see. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't even look like for right now for me anyway, like there's a good dip to get in on with AMC. But we're like close to 12% up for the day now. I will say, and this is why I said, the Swifties do have power. As much as I may not be one, the Swifties do things. And this is why I got into AMC earlier and why I should have stayed.
It's still moving?
It's still moving.
What? Yeah, okay, I'm going to have to put this on the side chart.
On next Friday, Friday the 13th, who's going to be an AMC? Me. Because that's when the movie comes out, and that's when I think the Swifties will be in full force. And then again, when the Beyonce movie comes out, you're going to see me at AMC as well because the Bayhive and the Swifties, they are powerful. I can respect it. There's one more that I wanted to look at along these. Oh, yeah, Paramount. Because we did have a headline here. Bernstein had initiated coverage, and with that underperform with $11 price target. Yeah, we're like, we're not doing much. We had to jump off of VWAP. You could have gotten like a bit of a swoop up here, but we're kind of swooping down. Not seeing like a huge point of entry for me. Like we're seeing here, slightly lower lows, lower highs. I don't know how I feel about it.
Good news.
But I thought I'd give it, just because we had that headline, because we were talking about the streaming names, thought I would give it a look.
Ramin wants me to remind everybody that today is Drake's concert.
Oh.
And that I should put some respect on his name in Toronto. And how dare we mention Taylor Swift and her concerts without mentioning Drake. Yeah, shout out to Drake and his gigantic house. Have you seen this dude's house?
So what? I know when I first was like kind of, because I was in Mississauga, right? But when I was first moving to Toronto, someone was like, oh, we have to go drive by Drake's neighborhood. And it was like, I think like they were hyping it a lot more than I was like, oh, cool,
Calls
it's a
it
house.
The embassy.
Yeah, I don't know. Also, so I have a friend who like is from the beaches, and she said there's a restaurant around there that Drake will just buy out the entirety of.
Which one? I live right there.
It's by the beaches. It's like right by the beach.
Oh, at the beaches.
The nice beach. Yeah, and then he also has that Club History, which like Drake bought that. Like my friend jokes, it's like Drake like grew up on the beaches because he loves the beaches. Because that Club History is like there's lines out there all the time.
Is that history at beaches?
It's the one near the beaches. Yeah, so it's
Very nice.
right by
I haven't been there before.
I like Coxwell. Yeah, Coxwell and Queen.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I mean Drake, shout out to Drake and the Toronto love. But yeah, so there we are. Go Drake.
Go Drake.
Go Drake.
Love it. Yeah,
but
go
yeah.
Drake. Let's kill it.
So I mean, yeah, that's how is the Apple trade going? Speaking of things that are hopefully
not too bad,
going.
Adira, but we're about 11 pennies out of the money at the moment. the end of the trade for me. I mean, it's still making higher lows, but you know, the higher high is stalling, at least for the moment. Now we're back flat on the trade as I spoke. It bounced up 10 pennies. Look, the future is not giving up the ghost here, guys. The future is now 18 points off the high on a 400-point range. So if the future is going to go, it's going to be Apple going through 177. That's just really how I think this is going to resolve itself. It's going to be higher highs for Apple if we can continue to go here on the futures. We got to break through that three-quarter level to break a new high day, because 72.75 is a high. If we get anything above there, it's obviously a high day. So keeping my eye on that. But now I am very interested in this AMC trade, but I don't want to take it. I don't want to take it where it currently is. Let's look at the 5-minute on AMC. So it's obviously it's an upward channel. What the hell's going on here? There we go. It's an up channel with, you know, the bottom end being bought on the dips. Perhaps a dip trade around 9. Let's go ahead and do that. Why not? What's a life without whimsy? Let's go, right?
That's the quote of the day, honestly. Right? Like, that's really what this whole day has been about.
Right? So we're going to sit at 904 Zadara. We're going to look for a dip trade off that level. It's also this in front of 9, right? I don't want to wait till 9. But the idea here is to get some sharage in front of 9. There was also these two crests here that we found resistance at, to be expected at the whole dollar level. We break it. Now does it act as a level of support? That's my theory on the name. So we'll have to wait and see. Apple now, again, 10 pennies out of the money. Nothing doing there. Yeah, that's it at the moment. Let's see. Jameson Barna, RAD. I'll have a look at RAD in a second. Tony Price. What you guys should know about SoFi is the average SoFi student loan customer is high income. High credit score customers are well above the threshold to qualify for student loan forgiveness. Good to know, Tony. Okay, good data point. Not really relevant technical analysis perspective, but good to know for those who are interested in involving themselves long-term on the name. AMC says Nimit will trend up all days till the Swiftie movie is released. Shout out to Nimit. That's basically a kind of, I think, what Adara was saying.
Yes, yeah.
So we shall see if we get that. But now the dip trade set up here on AMC at 904. Let's see if we get it.
Nice.
Apple doing nothing, still about 4 or 5 pennies out of the money. We'll see.
Yeah, Apple's really just been hanging out for a while, just looking at the chart you have up there. Also, another name that starts with A that I am pulling up here, ARM. Because that one has some movement. Reuters reported earlier some U.S. lawmakers urged Biden administration to restrict American companies from, it's just chip technology stuff, right? But yeah, I mean, we're at like almost, I mean, like the book here is not a great time. Like our spread, we've got an 8-cent spread. High of day is 53.77. We're at 53.58. However, I kind of like the general movement here, even though I do not necessarily enjoy it as like a thing I would jump into myself. We're dipping below the VWAP. We're like playing off the VWAP, doing the baby dip, swooping up. But again, like I said with that NVIDIA, we're seeing a little bit of that plateauing around here, at least on the 3-minute, right? Like we're not seeing as much movement up as we could be seeing. I don't know if, like, again, I like the general idea of the movement, but without like a crazy strong catalyst that I can directly contribute to ARM or attribute to ARM, so I don't really know how I feel about it. At this juncture, I want to take a look at Meta, because that's one of those mega cap names that is continuing to have a good day. Yeah, I mean, Meta, again, like we're seeing like a little bit. I'm going to switch to the 1 minute to get a sense here. But yeah, I mean, like the 1 minute, I think you see kind of more of a swoop up. But if you look at that, let's 5 minute too. I'm learning, looking at different charts. We are seeing kind of with all these, like a little bit of a plateau at this point, right? So it'll be interesting to see that will Meta continue to inch up, or will it fall at this point? We're at, we were at high of day, then we flew back down. We were at like, oh my God, that was like crazy fast movement. It seems like it's really testing that HOD at this juncture. So we're going to have to keep an eye on Mr. Meta. If he has a dip, I might hop in. But I also want to take a look at our pal Tesla, or maybe not our frenemy, Mr. Stressla. I don't know. Yeah. So I got in at like 259.10. I got out at 259.30. But yeah, I mean, we're still jumping around that point. So it's like I'm happy with where I got out. But like I said, if I do see another dip and if I see a swoop upwards, I'm going to take it. Sorry.
Oh, we're going to send it to Brendo.
Hi. Just quickly, guys, a note. Unfortunately, we are going to have to postpone our conversation with Peter Schiff. He has let us know that most likely because of what happened this morning and the high demand for his opinion on that, he's been called away. So he has confirmed that he will be on one day next week. We haven't confirmed which day. We'll let you know as soon as that happens. But unfortunately, no Peter Schiff today. Obviously, it's a very important day as far as economic uncertainty is concerned with this jobs data this morning. So one day next week, we'll have Peter Schiff on, guys.
Brendo, yes, Peter Schiff will be on next week. I just wanted to address that because some people were asking for that in the chat. Get ready to hear some bearishness. Yes, he's quite bearish, and you will hear why. And he is not without reason. He's a very well informed intellectual individual, and he will make his case next week, I'm sure. All right, Adara, looks like that AMC may not give me that dip trade that I was so hoping I would be able to get, because this one is still knocking on the door of high days, 27s. We're at 32s HOD at the moment. I'm sitting at 904s, hoping to maybe get a dip trade into 9. Whether or not that manifests, we're going to have to wait and see. But, 11.8%, nothing to sneeze at.
Not at all.
But this one, I know you've been watching this and you know quite a bit about it lately, but this one has absolutely been creamed. Are the kids saying that still?
I know, I'm familiar with the phrase.
Good.
I don't think anyone, if they beat you up, I don't think they'd necessarily be in the right there,
Yeah,
I
no,
think
right.
you have a lot of validity to the phrase.
Yeah, absolutely been busted up, beat down, shellacked, whatever descriptive word you want to use. Here is the daily on AMC. And we talked about this not that long ago when we broke down before the meme craze highs. Okay, so here's where the meme craze started. This is January of 2021 when we were at like 9. This is split adjusted, okay? Because we know they did a 10-to-1 split back in August. But this is split adjusted. Obviously, it wasn't at $12, like at 2 or something like that. Yeah, that would make sense. We're at that 1281, and we shot up all the way to 158 bucks, right? Again, this is split adjusted, and then back in May of 2021, we got all the way up into 475 on the second move up, split adjusted again. But now we are below the lows of the pre-meme craze highs, and so it's been tough. And then we know about Ryan Cohen coming in, taking over as CEO, and that's supposed to help things, this, that, and the other. Anyway, you guys know the story. We shall see. Well, let's go quickly here. Apple, oh baby. Apple is printing as we make new highs at Dara. 15076 on the NQ, and Apple obliges. Adara's doing the money side. You guys missed it. 15075, 076 now and a half. And Apple does oblige, breaking through 177.
Nice job. Good trade. Congrats.
It's okay.
We have Tesla going above 260. I was not on the plane when that plane took off, but we will hop on that plane again should I see an opportunity, because apparently I am a glutton for like Tesla punishment. I don't know, but it's a fun chart to watch. It's a fun trade to watch. But yeah, so I mean, yeah, we're gonna keep an eye on him now that he's above the yesterday's closing of 260.05, because that was a big thing that Sharif was talking about yesterday that I really took to heart, looking at the closing numbers from the previous day and using that as a level. So yeah, I mean, 260 was an important level that Tesla has broken. It looks like it cannot be stopped. We are above, we're at positive for the day, up 0.02%. So, still low, but I mean, it's definitely something. Tesla has some juice right now. I want to take a look at Rivian as well. I mentioned someone earlier, I saw someone earlier in the chat mentioning Rivian flying. Yeah, Rivian's had like quite a journey. So yes, I mean, now we are up. Like we saw, I mean, the dips are getting a little bit smaller. We're seeing less of like a dip play and more just kind of a gradual, incline here. But we had a dip at VWAP, swoop, another dip at VWAP, swoop, and now we're just kind of having more smaller dips kind of flying up here, right? With Rivian too, we did have that catalyst yesterday of the 1.5 billion proposed offering of convertible, I think it was green notes. And the stock dipped down like 20%. It was struggling pre-market as well. But yeah, now we are just barely positive. We're up 2%. Like definitely in terms of like actual numbers, like we're above its closing from yesterday. You know, so we're doing what we can. It'll be really interesting to see how Rivan does throughout the day. And this is a long I would maybe get in on if there was let's see if there's a specific catalyst to the day. No, I'm mostly just seeing like, you know, the stuff from the convertible notes. But yeah, I mean, if we see a little bit of a dip by here, who knows? Who can say? I might hop in. I might say hello to Mr. Rivan as it continues to fly here. But yeah, I mean, like all these EV names are definitely like not to scoff at, except Rivan yesterday was not great. Let's look at VFS again. I mean, yeah, it's back to having a bad day. We're back at down 5%. Like this, you know, and it was having like a bit of a rally yesterday. I was shocked when I went to go do the pre-market. Yeah. It was like, oh my God, VFS is up. VFS had good Q3 revenue. What's going on? But yeah, I mean, it looks like that trend has decidedly died. It's back to being a meme stock. But yeah, we're down 5% for the day. Not a very pretty chart. Not a very pretty book. Liquidity or volume, we're at like 2.15 mil. I'm not super into VFS, but I thought it was worth looking at because this chart and this stock is always entertaining.
Absolutely. All right, Meta's at day's high, guys. 312.60. Meta's rocket shipping up. Is it? Yes, 312.69 now. Wow, Meta is going 74s. Meta is really flying, and so is the Future. New high a day on the NQ, 15.081. We are really rocketing up. Not rocketing in the way that we were this morning, but we are making new highs at a time where this is supposed to be quite a liquid, 118 or so. Show the NQ chart? Yeah. Here is the NQ chart, baby. Look at this move up right through the highs. 15.080. What is the high right now? 8.175. That's the high. And we're right there. And we're about to print a new high a day right now as I talk about it. So I'm looking at Apple because I've got a beak wetter at 20s. We'll see if we can get that print. Apple having trouble breaking through let's call it the 15 penny level. But I don't think for long, as especially if the future starts touching 15.1, we're definitely going to get a print on this one. But look at what Tesla is doing. Oh baby, this is at that dreaded 260 level. Adira, we talked about this one being the good, bad, and the ugly for Tesla, because sometimes it's good to it, sometimes it's bad to it, and then sometimes it's just ugly because you can't trade it. Well, I can't. Here is what I'm talking about. We talked about the I'll show you the 4 hour or the hourly. I think it describes it real well. This is the level. It's kind of like the border here between 260 and above and 260 below. And sometimes you're below it, sometimes you're above it, but it's obviously a level of resistance and support when it does get to it. Here we go, though. Breaking through it right now, 260.28. We are at high of day currently on TSLA, but the one that I'm most focused on, AAPL, both for the current trade and in the long term, baby. Adding hand over fist in the high 160s and low 170s, trying to get a better cost basis from the initial entry. The other one, though, Meta continuing to go here. 313 incoming, lucky number 13. Anybody who tells me differently, you're cut, because my mommy's born on the 13th. 312.99, baby. We just got to, but we're rejecting that whole dollar level for now. Really had trouble breaking through that 311 and staying above 311, but we have taken that level very decisively and now are knocking on the door of $2 above that. So we'll have a look at that. Back to Meta, sorry, not Tesla.
All the
Apple,
big caps.
yeah, they're all moving, baby. I think we're definitely getting an interesting seller at 16 for whatever reason. I'm talking about 177.16 here on AAPL. I haven't looked at the book to see if there's size at the level. We'll see when it comes to it. We're at 15s right now. Could we get to 16s? Yes. Okay, so now we're going to break through it. Okay, I'm seeing 17s, 18s. We get the print. We spend the money. We're in the 20s. Let's see if we can get continuities through this level and stay above 177. Could we see 180? Nah, there's no way we could see 180 today. That would just be bonkers. These nuts. 13s is my favorite lucky number, Sharif. Yeah. All right, you're getting a bang, brother, because you just backed me up and, well, I mean, I don't know. You get a bank. All right,
Why
what
not?
else is being said in the chat here? Renata, this is crazy. The number was bad. We are going up, but the buyers don't care. I think it's because this makes soft landing more of a possibility, Renata, and that's what I was saying earlier, because I don't think you want the economy to crash too hard, but you don't want it to grow too much either. And there were a couple of numbers there that kind of showed the other side. The unemployment rate was a scotch higher than what they expected, and wage growth was also less than what they expected. So even though you had a double figure, literally double, almost double, what they were expecting in terms of the amount of jobs added in September, you also had those two, countervailing points. So we'll have to wait and see how that does altogether. But wow, what a day for the longs today. No complaints.
As a long, as kind of a perma long, I guess, as you will, as I'm still learning how to trade. I'm happy. I'm in a good mood. We're trying to get a little fill on Tesla here, just below that 259 area. So we'll see what it does. We're going to keep our little eyes on that. Let's also look at Microsoft, because we were trading that one earlier. We were in Microsoft earlier, or I was anyway. I'm saying we. But yeah, I mean, Microsoft has been like a nice, slow and steady wins the race type of play here. Like you kind of, I mean, I was playing the baby dips, right? But you could, except for when I got out too early here. But we got the rest of our shares out in $1, so it was good. But yeah, like I find if you get in on these dips, and you stay up, you're golden. Or if you got in low, you stayed in, you're golden. But either way, like it looks like Microsoft is one for the longs today. Let's look at NVIDIA, because NVIDIA it looks like it's had another surge. NVIDIA's been a beast all day. Like I keep seeing people, NVIDIA going off, NVIDIA beast mode. I mean, yeah. Like we're seeing again these kind of like little, like tons of a move up here, kind of what is like 11:15. Oh, I'm on 5 minute. I want to switch to 3 minute. But yeah, I mean, like we're seeing, like kind of a couple little troughs, a little bit of a swoop up. Let's see if it kind of breaks this level, because it looks like we're more or less kind of at this high, couple cents up each time. So yeah, I'm going to definitely pay attention to what we're doing with NVIDIA around this kind of 456, just below 456.5, because that seems to be a point of note, at least for the intraday. Amazon, NF Amazon. Let's take a look at Amazon. Okay, yeah, I mean, let me zoom out on this. Yeah, so it's like more or less we kind of have that move up that we've been seeing with a lot, at least for, for my analysis. We're seeing this kind of slow move up here, but we're seeing, I think, a little bit more of like, I guess, volatility, highs and lows here. Like we're seeing, a big dip down, kind of like, so it's slowly climbing back up or snaking up here. Yeah, it seems like less of like a smooth upward trajectory than like perhaps some of the other bigger cap stocks we're seeing here. But I mean, yeah, it's definitely in play. And Meta, I'm seeing, is almost at 3% up. So let's take a look at Meta. Yeah, I mean, Meta, like again, like NVIDIA, this has just been like a trip straight to the top today. We're like up, we're chilling out a little bit. We're seeing, and I always get nervous when I see a bit of a plateau, which is why I got out of Google when I did earlier, and then it continued to fly up. But yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot of flight here. We'll see if Meta hits 3%. Meta's been like a crazy stock to watch today. Super interesting to see all that movement. How is that? I see you got the AMC, Phil?
AMC.
AMD. We had AMD. Now we have AMP.
And AMC. All right.
I love that.
4 beak wetters on Apple and 1 more out. So we're gonna have to be quite, discerning in where we get out on our final trade on AAPL here. But nice move off 88's 50 penny winner off that last little exit. But AMC Adara got in at 05. Where did I get in? I got in at...
It was 904, right? You were saying?
04,
yeah.
Pardon me. Thank you very much for that. We're at 07s. Nothing to write home about. The end of the trade will be the break of 95. So if this breaks 8.95...
Then you're out.
Oh, and here's what concerns me, though, Adara. A bit of a double top, possibly.
That's
but
true.
We looking for that $9 support area. In fact, look at how it bounced off my trend line. That is kind of funny. For now, anyway, the trend line holds and the $9 area holds. If we can get a new high, and by new high, I'm talking about like a break above 916 on the 5-minute chart, that would make me feel a lot better about this trade. But we'll have to wait and see. I don't want to overstay my welcome, but I need to trade what's in front of me. And if we're going to make a newer low through 9, I'm going to have no part of this trade, especially because the 9 level is defined not just by the whole dollar level, but the price action. Look at the rejections we initially had at 9, and then we break through it. So there is, affirmation to the whole dollar level on the chart. So that's my look there. So I'm going to have to nurse these two trades, AAPL and NVDA. But by far, far and away, the best trade I had today was this trade on the future. We go long 14,822. We get, beak wetters all the way up into 75, and then and then we get the last out here. But I feel awfully stupid having taken it out there because it ended up running 150 plus more points. I mean, what can you say to that? 15,097 Adara on the NQ. We are now up 1.4%. We're about to break 15.1. My goodness. The market has a mind of its own. It does its own thing.
It really does.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to think anymore. So that's the look there.
What a time
ES,
to
I
be
got to talk
alive.
about the ES real quick because we really have been, not talking about the ES, talking about the NQ. 1.19 on the ES. We've decidedly claimed 4,300, which was a level that we always had our eye on. 43 and a half is where we're at now. 43.44 is the HOD, so we are basically at high a day on the ES, on the NQ, and you can see that easily reflected on these big cap names. What a day it has been for the longs. X-Sing. Any tips on how to control oneself from overtrading? Very good question. Very hard to do. All I would say is repetitions, 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 screen time, and you guessed it, more screen time. Because the more you do it, the more you will just be able to master everything, whether it's your entries, whether it's your stops, your emotion, your tilt factor. Tilt factor meaning, the anger that you get from a loss or from getting out too early, etc. It's just practice, man. I'm sure you've probably heard about the 10,000 hours to mastery thing that people talk about. You've got to spend 10,000 hours to become good at it. I'm not there yet either. This is my third year of trading, right? So still not, usually about 5 years if you average a certain amount of hours per day. So we'll see. I hope that helps. What I really mean to say is make sure to practice as much as you can. Ash, are you out of all your Apple shares? No, my friend. Look at the position board. If I was out of all my Apple shares, it wouldn't show long 176.88 on AAPL. We are still holding. I know that there's a retracement right now off that 177.36 coming back down now into 177.10, but that's all right. We'll see how it does. We've created higher highs and higher lows, so the trend is still intact. Not going to cut this one too quickly. Any other? Yeah, shout out to Hampton's Trader. Him and I going back and forth on some psychological things and over trading. He's talking about that as well. All I can say to you is be kind to yourself. Don't get down at yourself. It's easy to look and focus on your mistakes and harp on those more than it is on your winners, but you have to make a conscious effort to say to yourself, here's what I did well, and I'm happy and I'm proud of myself for that. That's as important as looking at your mistakes and making the adjustments there. So be kind to yourself. That's all I can say about that. Thomas Johnson, Adara, when do you short Palantir? Adara and I were just talking off camera about shorting, so go for it.
I mean, it's a huge thing I'm still learning. I was just asking Sharif about it, but yeah, kind of what our conversation revealed to me anyway is shorting, it is a bit riskier, right? I'm actually going to pull up the Palantir chart as my Tesla flies. We're going to let him do his thing, 21. Let's take a look at Palantir. Yeah, I mean, so specifically for Palantir, right? It's from what I've learned about shorting, and correct me if I'm wrong here. This is obviously still a concept I'm extremely,
go for it.
New to, but I feel like you want to do it. You want to minimize risk as much as possible, right? So I would say in general, shorting for me, it would be something, at least for myself, more comfortable doing if you really have a good sense that it's going to go down, right? Because if it goes up, then you're in a bit of a riskier situation than you long. That was kind of what I understood from our conversation. It looks like today Palantir seems to be in a bit of a buy mood. As who is this in the chat that someone said Palantir was a buy?
I'll tell you.
I thought I saw that anyway, maybe.
That it was a buy, or they were.
Palantir is a buy. Radley, yes, okay. Palantir is a buy. I mean, it seems today it is up on the day, so it does have some strength. Someone said, how long has Adara been trading internet enforcers? 11 days. This is my 11th day trading. you know, so this is also the first Friday that I've had a good trading day because my first day trading was a Friday. I mean, like, not to say, maybe I'm a little bit superstitious, who knows? But yeah, and I mean, like, my first day was a Friday, obviously first day. Wasn't perfect. Last Friday wasn't a great trading day, but I have to say, I can't even just say it's the Friday. I think a lot of it is just what I've learned. And, you know, that's from practice. That's from everybody in the chat here. I really appreciate all the support, Sharif. You know what I mean? So it's just like, you know, you learn and you grow. But to answer your question about the Palantir short, I think in general with shorting, like if you're seeing a pattern like what we had here, this kind of red line here that I'm like vaguely, wildly gesturing at with the cursor, I think if you have a good sense it's going to go down, that's when you short because it is a bit more riskier. It's probably better, and at least for me, I think I would be less stressed out if I had a better bet that would actually be going down. It would be worth the short. So that's my answer on the Palantir short question. Sorry, I got a little bit long-winded.
I think that was a great answer.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, guys, I'm just looking here to make sure that we are good to go with all the economic numbers. Some people were telling me consumer sentiment or something like, not consumer sentiment, consumer credit. Let me just double check that. Yes, consumer credit for August coming out at 3 o'clock. This one only gets 1 out of 3 bulls in importance. Shout out to whatever this app is. What is this called? Investing.com app. All right. We're moving up here, baby, on AMC, and we're taking nice beak wetters through the 15, about 11 pennies in the money or so, getting that bounce off 9. I'm talking about AMC, guys. I'm just joking. Let's see if we can get continuity. I think that I will find resistance likely at that 920, 917-ish area. The reason I feel that is before we started making down, we kind of troughed out here. So usually areas, former areas of support become resistance. So keep your eye on that. You know, take profits when you can on this name. It is, you know, it's a meme stock. This could run or it could absolutely khwadunk. You guys know how it is. And if you're new, you should probably look at the chart, the daily chart, and go back into early and mid 2021 to see how volatile this can be. Not saying it's like that anymore, but you have to understand that the opportunity is always there. And there we go, up on AMC, baby, right through into that 918 area.
Like helping Sharif with the win.
Yeah, go Swifties.
Go Swifties.
Yeah, my niece is a Swiftie, so I can't hate.
Yeah, I don't hate on. My father arguably could be a Swiftie, although he'd kill me for saying that. But yeah, I mean, you know what I mean? Like she has power. Her pan support it. I mean, good for them, I guess. But yeah, like go AMC trade. That's a great trade.
Yeah. Tried, you know, the idea was to get it off a support level. The $9 support level is what we did, and we executed. So let's see if we can get continuity here. Into the 20s we go, baby. But the spread opening up for whatever reason, there we go. We get another fill here. We'll leave that one be. Don't want to take too much out. Back to AAPL. After a few 1-minute candle reds, now we're starting to curl back up again as the future knocks on that 1501. Will they open the door? 15.098 and a quarter. Oh, baby. We are now 1.58% in the green on a day that I bet you, you know, if you asked us at 8:30, 9 o'clock, what you thought kind of this kind of day would be, most people would have answered with the word poop. Or some variant thereof.
Or a sad face emoji, perhaps. Or, you know, like a crying face emoji. Because that was me this morning realizing, like, oh my God, my first time, you know, trading for like the whole midday, which is I'm super excited about. But I was like, you know, it's going to be a little bit scary to make trades when the market is doing what it is. But yeah, I mean, AMC's still killing it. So
AMC's flying.
Team AMC over here.
AMC.
I mean, you started with the AMC, to be fair. I still AMC.
Man, I support you on it.
I appreciate supporting each other, yeah.
I support this guy too.
If you're enjoying this video, please take a second to hit the like and
this.
subscribe on this channel, and never
Neil's
forget
just
to
making
not
a face over here. He does not support that.
That is our friend Neil. And there he is. Show him with the shades, baby. That's what I see every morning when I come in here. And it's like, Neil, you know, he's got his shades on, right? He's chilling. He's doing his thing. He's displeased now that the camera was put on him with the shades. They get him with the shades. They get him while he's eating. The production team is undefeated, baby. That's what they do around here. Roland Joe, LOL revenge. Yes, man. He keeps making me look silly with that. I was going to say a bad word, but yeah, I'll take it back. I shot a new one, guys. But we're very busy around here lately. The production team hasn't gotten around doing it. They will. I'm sure it'll be on my thing board here, on my Stream Deck board, sooner rather than later. I know that they're busy. I know that they're super busy. There's so many things to do around here. You guys have no idea. All right, just looking through. Oh, wow.
That's revenge.
Like that, eh? It's going to happen like that. All right, Neil, he's doing the little, you know, the emoji where they have their hands on the side. There he is. There he is. All right, Neil. All right, I see you, brother. Oh, is it? Oh, I have no idea. I didn't. I gotta watch the Michael Jordan thing. He said it's from the Michael Jordan thing, and then I said I didn't watch it, and now I have to watch it. It's probably gonna be a required viewing, otherwise I'll be fired, Adara. But yeah, no, I'm kidding. Yeah, keeping my eye on AMC and Apple.
Yeah. Well, I am keeping my eye on Mr. Tesla. I got out of Tesla. I will say, you know what? We took another baby dip on Tesla, and the baby dips have been paying off. And you know, like I said earlier, my new strategy is to, before I get into a trade, try to explain it to myself. Like, why is this a trade I want to get into, right? Much like, you know, how we do in the midday show. So yeah, so when we were up at around I think it was like 260.15, I decided, you know what? I'm going to get in. I'm going to try to get in at 259.85. And my reason for that was we were seeing, we were kind of, I was like, this is a good dip to get in on. And once I was in there, I realized it was a good place to stay because we were kind of floating around that level. We weren't really dipping much below it. We weren't dipping much above it. I was like, I think this is a good place for it to blow up for just, a little mini trade. And it turns out it was. You know, we stayed in a little bit, swooped up. We took it all out at 260.05. I'm a happy camper today. Tesla and I are besties again. Besla. I hate that. That sounded better in my head.
What did you say? Besla?
Besla.
Wow.
Yeah. Not my best pun ever.
I like it.
Someone earlier, I think it was Thomas Johnson, was saying Rivian is like watching, the child. It's like a child learn how to walk. I'm completely paraphrasing. Here you go. Rivian is like watching your kid learn to walk. LOL. Once they figure it out, it's over from there. I mean, yeah. Like Rivian has had. It's definitely been like kind of finding itself again, and that's a really shout out to Thomas because that's like I love that quote, which is why I shout it out there. But yeah, I mean we're like taking little baby dips here, we're swooping around, and we are decidedly heading positive. Especially notable because how bad of a day Rivian was having yesterday, and the kind of day it was having this morning in pre-market as well. We also had Nimit was mentioning Mara and AMC. We saw AMC earlier. I was in AMC earlier. Sharif and Amp are besties right now.
Yes.
But yeah, Mara is having like a nice little time. I will say I've tried trading Mara before. It's not like a trade I super love just because, like I said, I always get a little bit like stressed with these smaller cap trades. Not to say, it's like, I think for me it's just because I find you have to time it really, really well. And I find, like I said, especially when I was earlier trading, I would get in too early. And if you get in like too high on these smaller trades, I find you just kind of end up losing out, at least for me anyway. So I'm trying to learn to, time it a bit better. Maybe as I have more experience, I'll be interested in a trade like Mara. But I think with a lot of these, it's you have to kind of get in from really early, right? Because if you got in early, you're like almost $1 in the money on this, right? So I think with stuff like this, I think it's a lot of patience. It's a baby dip type of situation. We will keep an eye on Mara, but yeah, I think like AMC absolutely was a winner today. I'm gonna look at Disney as well because I've seen some Disney in the chat. And also, I kept an eye on Disney because, like all these streaming names I have been keeping an eye on just because of the whole sitch with the strikes. So let's see what's going on with the actors strike because I know with the writers that's over. But the actors, I think the talk shows are coming back. Okay, so yeah, talks continue as of 41 minutes ago, courtesy of The Independent. The talks do continue. But yeah, so Disney, probably today the news is that news I mentioned earlier with the streaming with India, how they're going to sell their Indian streaming. But yeah, this is a good dip play here. You dip in, you swoop up. Yeah, Disney is, I think, of note today. For long, we're up almost 3% of the day. How goes it with Apple and Amp?
Well, I'm still chilling in it, but Crap Stock wants me to shave my head. And once upon a time, I did shave my head. And I happen to have a picture on the gram here of me with my head shaved, and this will never happen again. Look at this. My head looks like a basketball that needs to be thrown around or shot into a net. So I will never be shaving my head again.
Awesome.
I will always have hair from now on. This is my cousin, too, who's never impressed that. This is actually Redwood National Forest. Ramin wants me to shave. That's never going to happen, man. Look at these old glasses, too. My God. Anyway, yeah. Never going to shave. Actually, Neil was like, dude, if Buffalo lose, stop, Ramin. If Buffalo beats Dallas, will you shave your head? And I was like, no, man. He's like, why? You don't have faith in your team? I'm like, no, I just have faith in my hair. Man. I want to keep my hair.
That's the best answer you could have had.
Like, right? All right, so that's the look there, guys. I'm getting burnt up in the chat. I'm getting torn up in the chat here, man. Come on, you guys, man. Be nice to me. All right. AMC, we're hanging out here. It looks like a dare. We haven't made a newer high, but I've got a couple of profit takers all set up at different beak wetters. Get some profit should we make our way up there. And Apple looks real good, man. New high a day on Apple, 177.39. We're long 88s. Let's see if we can get to the $0.50.
Yeah, I have my eye on Mr. Google. We were in Google earlier, and so like I got half my shares out here. I got half my shares out a little bit positive. Obviously, Google was a longer long than I was in it for. I can recognize that. Yeah, I got out when I did just because I was noticing, as you can kind of see here, a lot of resistance, and I was like, you know what, let's cut our losses here, as it were. Clearly, I guess there weren't losses. We continued to go up. But yeah, I mean, Google would be another situation. If we dip a little bit lower here, I might consider dipping my toe into that pond, seeing if we can swoosh. Rivian rolling over Lou Z or Lou Z, RIVN. Let's go. Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, that'll be an interesting point for Rivian because yeah, I mean we are seeing here we had like kind of started to move up here to swoosh and then we kind of went back down here with the lows. Yeah, it'll be interesting. I think this is going to be a point of interest, a point of potential contention here to see if it goes any lower or continues to fly back up. This is absolutely, I think, a point of note for Rivian. And for me personally, I don't know if I would get in Rivian until I see how it resolves itself from here on out. So that is, yeah, I think that is of note. Shout out to everybody mentioning Rivian over here. And then, yeah, Tesla mentioning the 260. Yeah, see, like, I got out of Tesla, but we're going to keep, yeah, it looks like we'll see how Tesla does on 260. Because yesterday we closed at 260.05. We are decidedly below 260 right now. But are we going to have another swoop up? I guess we'll have to wait and see on this one. I'm happy I got out when I did. I will say that. But yeah, I mean, I think like Tesla continues today. Like we started in the negative. Now, you know, we're playing around here. Will be interesting to see if we get back up to that positive number because it's had, much like the market, a lot of resilience.
This is hilarious. Long this Sharif, that picture, thought guns were illegal in Canada. Bang. Trudeau ain't going to take these guns, baby.
I think that's a great super chat.
Adara, Ramin, in my ear, she's like, Fabian wants to know if you have him named. No, I don't. That's funny. Some guy was just making fun of my hairline right now. He's like, with that hairline, you're going to have to shave it again. I don't know. Didn't think I had a bad hairline, man. I hope maybe I'm kind of like not noticing here. Roland Joe, if they lose, you should get into bodybuilding. Come on, I wouldn't do that again. Bro, that was, I don't even know how to read. Default. Man, I can't read that crap stock. I meant like George Michael close crop. I don't know what any of that means. DJ Marshall, $10 super chat. Jeez Louise,
Shout out.
Thanks for the words of encouragement. Was on the losing streak for the first year of trading. I said quit in the chat and you quickly texted, don't give up. Get that screen time and keep at it. Shout out to you, DJ Marshall, man.
That's so
I hope
sweet.
you absolutely kill it. I'm happy to have, positively influenced you in some way, shape, or form. I'm sure it really had nothing to do with me. I'm sure that was all your inner strength and your ability to keep through because I didn't pull the trigger. You pulled the trigger, so absolutely kill it. Very happy for you, and I hope you continue to do well, man. No question about that.
That's awesome.
Yeah. All right, let's keep going here. AMC coming back in, looks like Adara. It may not be that big move through that 950, at least for now. I'm gonna leave my stop exactly where it is, but now we're only about 10 pennies in the money or so. We were about 20 pennies in the money, and now we're kind of giving that up a little bit. Coming back in here, if this starts creating lower highs, I may have to be worried. And so this is what I'm talking about. So we make that big move up, we crest out at that 930 area or so. What is the exact high today? AMC, yeah, 932, and then we make a lower high at about 925, And then look, we're printing lower. If we break 9, that's breaking the trough area, right? So if we break the trough area, that's not what I want. And that will probably result in me ending the trade right there. So we'll have to keep an eye on this one. Hope it doesn't come to that. Hope we can curl back up. But hope ain't a strategy. We'll have to make sure that we're ready for this one with stops and profit takers. Let's quickly look at AAPL. Still doing the dance above 177, about 177 and a quarter off the highs at 177.39. If we can, maybe hit that 178, 177.50, we'll probably take profits in and around there. But kind of consolidative, about a 40 penny range, 177.40 to the high side and 177 to the low side. One more out only for us on Apple. We took super small size on this because we were getting it in at day's highs, and to me, that spelled a little bit of danger. So keeping an eye on that, Adair.
Yeah. So let's take a look at Tesla. I had someone mention, sorry, it's a little bit higher here. Someone tagged, Dad Trader, what do you think of Tesla short? At me. You know what? Honestly, I'm still fairly new to trading and chart reading, but I think especially, like I said earlier, with shorts in general, I do find them to be super risky unless I think you get it kind of like earlier in a pattern down, right? What makes me a little bit nervous about this situation is just how Tesla is such a kind of a volatile stock. Like this guy will move up and down and all around. And if you look here, depending on where you read the lows, we are seeing kind of different levels of lows here, right? Like you could argue, we had a low here, we had a low here, or this one's a low and we have, we're like seeing higher lows. But either way, I think at this point, I would probably wait and see what Tesla's doing. Long story short, I think I would, pun not intended, I would probably wait a bit to see if I would long or short on Tesla right now. But I do see what you mean. We did have that pattern down just because of the volatility that Tesla's had and the kind of immense and surprising rebound power that this entire Meg 7 group has had today.
Damn.
I would probably be a skosh cautious before doing anything with a short at this moment. But I think generally the way the charts are looking, it's within the realm of possibility.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, we're still waiting here on AMC as it's doing, it's still, very much sideways at the moment, 918, a little 919. Nothing doing there. Apple also very much sideways, 177.30. Let's look at what else is moving. Let's bring in the scanner. I'm just looking at the top here. Let's bring in the scanner for you guys to follow along. Here we go. This is the trusty scanner. Number 1 on my list, AONC, but it's doing bupkis at the moment. Very, very sideways, as you can see here. This is the chart for AONC. AHG, next on my list, up 27%, nothing. Genius, what's it? Not Genius Brains, Genius Group, very consolidative as well, between $1.01 to $1.05 for the majority of the afternoon. Nothing doing there. BNOX, nothing doing. GRTS, the other one we were looking at, it's kind of giving up the ghost as well. We were thinking maybe it was doing a bit of a compression pattern, but it's since breaking down, trying to hold 280. Very consolidative as well. Nothing going on in my world here. Let's see what is one of the losers on the day. Let's go to the top losers, see what's red. Ooh, VVPR. But the volume is just not there, guys. Look, 262, even though it's down 47%. VSME. Yeah, this one was, nice earlier, but not much there. Pixie, giving up the ghost, but that was all on the 8 a.m. print. Hasn't done anything since. Longeveron, LGVN, also giving up the ghost after yesterday.
That one's been a couple days. Yeah, yesterday I know it was a runner.
Yep, 16 3/4 red today. So this is essentially the opposite of the top gainers. It's the top percentage losers. You got to have both. Nothing on that I really care too much to discuss. Uranium stocks have been strong today. Man, everything has been strong today, Tony. Let's look at uranium. The main watch for me on that is CCJ. That is my, I really always regret not having gotten in this. I've really liked this for a while. Cameo Corp. The reason I like uranium, guys, is basically, number one, it's a form of clean energy. And if you're looking to expand clean energy at reasonable rates, I think nuclear is definitely one of those. And the other part of that is now you have the expansion in new types of technology in nuclear, these small modular reactors, SMRs. and they're scalable. They're supposed to produce less waste. You can start with, you know, a certain amount of reactors, and then as your city or your needs grow, you can add SMRs. I know Ontario is doing it. Ontario signed a couple of contracts with a couple of Canadian producers for some of our northern communities. And yeah, so I think it might be an interesting one to keep your eye on. CCJ, definitely a play. You could have to keep your eye on that. The other, Nat Gas, my God. High of day almost on Nat Gas, 4.86%. UNG up 4.8. Boyle, Jay, you want to take Boyle short? I hope you didn't take Boyle short, Jay. 8.7% after like the 20 some odd percent move it had yesterday. So lots of strength in some of these commodity plays today, Adara. But back to the equities here. AMC still sideways. Still hoping I'll print on some of these profit takers here, but we'll have to wait and see. And then Apple, same thing, sideways.
Yeah, Apple's been like a little bit of a slow mover once it hit that point. So yeah, it's definitely an interesting one to watch. You have to have patience with Apple. I mean, you just mentioned AMC, so I'm going to mention AMD. And we had with AMD, we had with AMD, Advanced Micro Devices. But yeah, shares of semiconductors are trading higher after rebound in tech stocks. So that would also explain what happened with our pal NVIDIA. But yeah, I mean, AMD is like a nice little dip play here, right? Like you kind of have, if you get like nice and low, that was a beautiful long from the open. But yeah, even if you play in the dips and just kind of ride the wave, like you can absolutely have a fun time with AMD this day and afternoon. Like he's up 4% on the day. Go Mr. AMD. Let's take a look at NVIDIA. Just, you know, chip names, because why not? And NVIDIA had the additional catalyst of the Mindware partnership as well this morning that was on the watch list. But yeah, like I said, NVIDIA has like kind of gotten to a point where it's high and then it's kind of had like a little bit of a plateau situation. Like maybe like a tiny little dip down a little bit here. But honestly, you know what? Like NVIDIA is holding out strong for the day, because I was a little bit worried when I saw some of the plateaus that were kind of happening here in the 3-minute. I'm going to switch to a 5-minute. But yeah, like you can still kind of see it, like, you know, on the 5-minute. And what I've noticed too, and like kind of, you know, from like learning, like seeing the chats, talking to Sharif and everybody, like look at something on a couple different charts to kind of see, is what you're seeing actually being supported by other charts, right? So, you know, we looked at the 5-minute, we looked at the 3-minute, we are seeing a bit of a plateau in NVIDIA, but it really is holding up partially because, you know, we had A, the catalyst, and B, the general chip strength today. But yeah, chip names on watch, especially Mr. AMD. Yeah. Understood.
And because of the kind people who donated points to me today, I have 1,086 points, and I beat Renata. I took 500 points of her money, bro. And so, yeah, 500 points. Yeah, she really went for it there, Neil. I've got some nice points today. I'm very happy. Adara needs a nickname, says Manuel Palma. So I don't like to force it. I think it has to be organic.
I think it has to come naturally. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with that. So we're gonna wait for an organic name for it there to come, and once it's here, we're gonna go with it, right?
Yeah, I'm down with whatever. We'll let the water flow. We'll see where it goes. Yeah.
So that's a look there. Nothing going on here. We're still not able to break about 15.1 on the NQ. Thanks for that, Obi. Yeah. Obi just shellacked the side camera. It's okay. He is the Kenobi, and he can do as he pleases. All right. Oh, you didn't hear what he said there.
Using the force?
It was not my elbow. He was using the force because
that's
he
like
is
the quote of the day, honestly.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
I respect that on a lot of levels.
Obi-Wan Kenobi will be on the closing show with Neil, as Sean has the day off, and now we're getting these crazy wicks here. Who is doing the market recap show? The Neil. Oh, yeah, for the market recap? Okay. So there will be some risk analysis talk on the close or the market recap show, which usually is done by Sean. But because he's got the day off, it will be done with the Neil and the Obi-Wan Kenobi. Make sure to check that out between 4 and 4:30. I will be covering for Mr. Brendo between 3 to 4. He's got something he's got to take care of. But I will be on the desk with him between 2 and 2:30. So about 4 minutes left on the show. Shout out to you, Michael Lloyd, as well. Everybody, Adarius. I don't know if I like that.
I don't know if it rolls off the tongue.
Adarius. Okay, all right.
Age of Aquarius. Yeah, that's actually with the age of Adarius. Yeah, that's okay.
Instead of notorious, right?
Right? I'm okay with that.
Adarius. Neil Torius. No, man, that's really stretching it there a little bit, Tony, and we can't do that. All right, so keeping a close look here on AMC as we're still printing lower highs, guys. Look at this. And here's what I want to talk about here on AMC. 932 crest, and then we get another 928, and then here it's 925, and then here it's 923. Every time it's a little bit lower. That's the thing here. I got to concern myself with this one. Is the trend done? Are we going to start giving up now and move back into 9? We'll have to wait and see. But the trend is showing me something I don't like. Apple still very sideways at that 177.25. Adara, any ideas or any final thoughts as we wind down on the show?
Yeah, I want to take one last look at Mr. Stressla as he falls down a little bit here as he's swooping down. I'm going to switch to a 3-minute, but yeah, I mean, I think today it really has been. I mean, today I know I've been trading like the big caps all week, but I think today has been a crazy big cap day. Meta's up almost 3%, Nvidia up almost 2%. You had we had Apple. And there was some some stuff like AMP coming in, you know what I mean? Like,
yes, I do.
You should have not said AMP in front of me. I'm gonna run with that. I'm so sorry. But yeah, so yeah, like AMC season, what with the Swifties and it's been like a crazy day for the market. Moral of the story, really happy I got the opportunity to trade into it, catch some dips, get some simulation money. Yeah, it's been a great day to trade. And we'll have to see what the markets do as we head into Power Hour. But honestly, yeah, like this has been a good trading Friday for me, and I'm really happy we got to do it. Good times.
Yeah, very happy that you had a successful day today.
Thank you.
And it also, helps boost the morale, the confidence. You come back next time around, you're more confident in your trading skills, and you're acquiring really, I would say, indispensable knowledge. You could probably use this stuff for the rest of your career, whether you end up staying in this or not. You end up having a life skill that you can actually use. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like it's been super helpful to kind of see how everything applies.
No question about it. All right, guys, not much going on here. Let's have a look at some of the big tech names, the big movers. We talked a lot about Genius Group. It's doing nothing. We talked about Overstock. It had a big day, 11+%, but very consolidative now, trying to hold 1750. FRO, it's a second day play after gapping down after yesterday's big day. It had an acquisition headline. It regrouped, getting off that 1740 low, now at 1850. We talked about Grits GRTS. It's had another big move off that 244, got to 292, now giving up the ghost and breaking down below 280. MSS is a second day IPO. Huadunking today, it had a big boy move up to $11, 10.96, and then basically retrace the entire move, and now we're down 12.83% on the day. But AMC still holding this one as we are in 21s. But look at this compression pattern here that we're developing here on AMC. How will this resolve? Only time will tell. I've got my profit taker set up, so if this one breaks, they'll trigger automatically whether I'm at here or I'm on the big desk. But we'll have to wait and see. I feel like I've said we've had to wait and see a lot of times today, but that is the truth.
It's been a wait and see kind of day.
Yeah, it
is.
I mean, there were big moves earlier on, but anyway, AAPL finally here, still above 177, looking for continuation. We're still very much at the day's highs on the NQ. 15-1 in our purview, but that is it, Adara. It is 2 o'clock.
Indeed it is.
It is the weekend. You and I will be on Monday, as will Obi and I. Adara and I and Obi and I will see you guys on Monday, same bat time, same bat channel. Right now with the Big Desk.
Hey guys, welcome in. 2 o'clock on a Friday. What a day we have had. What a reversal we have had. Right back to the upside, right across the board for